Okay, let's see if this works. Am I live? I guess we'll know in the comment section here if I'm live. Hypes, am I live now or not? You can't tell. I have people in the green room here. Type in the chat. Hey everybody, welcome to the 5-hour live stream here. I'm trying something a little different with my lighting, because I was talking to my dear friend Keith Williams from 5 Watt World. He's actually in the waiting room, and my buddy Ward's going to come on first. He told me to go with some incandescent lights, so I turned off the background lights, although my Mick Jagger painting is a little unnerving, I think. Should I take that down, or is it okay? And my cousin Janine. How are you, Janine? Good to see you. Happy New Year. Okay, we're going to get started here. Oh, this is so fun. I can't wait. So this is the third year in a row that I've done this, my 5-hour New Year's Eve live stream. I did a lot of preparation for it in learning how to use the StreamYard. This isn't actually the program that I normally use. Normally use this thing called OBS, but this is StreamYard, and it's better for having guests on. And my friends that I'm bringing on here, they're pros at StreamYard. So we were going over it here, and apparently there's a 2 gig limit if I want to play something on here. So I'm gonna try a couple things here in a bit, but we're gonna have a nice fun time tonight. Some great conversations. I'm gonna do some housekeeping to start. This is I believe it's my 1111th video tonight. Is that crazy? 1111 video. It is really hard to believe. I can't even imagine that I've made 500 videos, but the fact that I've made over 1,100 videos. But I just went through this folder I have. It says everything music videos. I have about 6 different folders on this backup, and it's just filled. There's just so many of them. It's insane how many videos there are. I want to talk about some things that I have coming up. Sale tonight. I'm bringing back the Beato bundle through tomorrow and to the 2nd at midnight. For one more time, you guys that anybody that missed out on it, you can just go to my website, or you go to beatoholidays.com and you can get it there. So it's all 4 of my educational products: my Beato Book Interactive, my Beginner Beato Guitar book, my ear training program, my quick lessons program. So you guys all know what those are. You can get them for $99, which is $330 off. And that's what supports the channel, honestly. And the Beato Club and donate any donations that I get. Some people donate when I do the interview videos. I put up a donation link. Usually I pin it in the top. I didn't do it on the Billy Corgan thing, but I pay for all the videos, all the video crews like that. I pay for myself because I don't want to take on any sponsors, frankly, because I don't want anyone telling me what I can do, how long my videos can be, or anything like that. I want to talk about my video from yesterday that I did on my old guitar teacher, Steve Brown. It's interesting because Keith, who's going to be on here in a bit from 5 Watt World, he also took lessons with Steve. And it's and a lot of my friends know Steve. I mean, I've known Steve since I started taking lessons with him in 1981, January of 1981, when I got to Ithaca College. And it's kind of crazy that it took 1,100 videos to get to making a video about Steve. When I saw his 80th birthday come by, I thought, I have to make a video to honor Steve. I always honor the people that have been influential in my life, and that it was a really important person to my musical development. Thank you, Bill, very much. Look at that. Look at that. So your super chats here. See that? Bill Meinhardt Jr. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. That's fantastic. So cool. Okay, I'll get the hang of this here. Way to kick it off, Hypes. There you go. So I want to talk a little bit more about Steve. I talked to Steve yesterday. It's the first time that I talked to him since 2014 in March. And I remember I was driving up to Nashville to do a songwriting session, and I called Steve on the way. That was 8 years ago. And it's really strange when I make these videos because he said to me when I talked to him on the phone, him and his wife, Barbara, he said, "You have such a great memory." And I just laughed about that because when I tell these stories and I talk about the gigs, like the gig at the Haunt, and I remember the guy that owned the Haunt, John Peterson, even though I haven't lived in Ithaca since 1992, I've actually lived there since 1990 is when I moved from there. Because one of the things that I haven't really talked about on the channel is I played in a band. One of the reasons why I got a publishing deal to leave Ithaca, leave my teaching gig, was that I started writing songs with a buddy of mine, Alan. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. Juan, where's Juan here? Thank you, Juan. I've already eaten 12 grapes here in Madrid. Happy New Year. It's already 2023. There you go. So, Perdite, shortened name. Way to honor your music teacher. Peace, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. So in 1989, and this is something I haven't really talked about on my channel. So in 1989, I started writing songs with a friend of mine, Alan Ploth. He went by Alan Blair. So Alan lived in town, and he and I met him actually in the mid 80s because he was roommates with my friend Pat Ryan and my other friend Rick Harth. And when I moved to Ithaca and got my gig there, I saw Alan in town, and Alan played in different bands, a band called The Shambles. That was his main band. He played in some cover bands, things like that. But I started hanging out with Alan more because I had this weekly Sunday night gig at this club called Simeon's on the Ithaca Commons. It's right on the corner of the Ithaca Commons. And I'd be playing in the front window, and it was a solo guitar gig. And solo guitar gigs are incredibly difficult to do. So it'd be a 3-hour gig of just playing, comping for yourself, playing standards. And it was tough. So Alan would walk by occasionally. He'd come in. He said, "Hey, can I go get my bass and sit in with you?" I'd be like, "Yeah, sure." So he'd walk down the Commons and come back about 20 minutes later, carrying a little bass amp and his bass on his back. So he'd sit down and he'd sit in. And Alan wasn't a great jazz bass player, but he could play changes. He was he had a really good ear. So he says to me, "We're doing this for we start doing it regularly. I start paying Alan to do it." So he starts showing up the gig. So I decided, I was like, I said, "Alan, what?" He used to say to me, come check out my band. I want you to hear some of my tunes." I never went to see his band play ever. So one day he says, "I want you to come over to my place before our gig at Simeon's." Thank you, Tad. And thank you, John. Look at that. You're a great communicator for the joy of music. I really appreciate it, John. So he says, "Come on over to my house." Thank you, Eric. "And I want to play a couple songs." So I go over there and he plays me a couple of his songs. And I was blown away. He had a voice very much like Sting. And they were really well-written songs. So he says, "I want you to play on this demo of mine." And I said, "I don't do rock. I don't play rock anymore." And he says, "Well, just come over and play some guitar parts." And I said, I don't know. I don't think so. He said, just play a couple parts. It won't take any time. So about a week later, I go over to his place, and he had an 8-track analog reel-to-reel tape machine. So I go in there and he plays me songs. He had no vocals down at all. This is 8-track analog reel to reel with a drum machine and Elise's HR-16. He had programmed all the parts. So he had done some basic rhythm parts. And so he wanted me to add some overdub things. And I just took his guitar that he had. He had a walnut that he built himself, a Telecaster. And I played some guitar parts on there. And then about probably a month and a half later, he had this record release party at his place that he invited me to. And I went over there and I heard the songs finish and they sounded great. They were amazing. So probably about 3 weeks go by and I get this call at my office in Ithaca. So this is 1989. And Alan says, "You got to meet me down at this park. I have some huge news." I said, "Well, I'm teaching right now." He's like, when can you come down and do this?" I said, I meet you down there in an hour. So I met him down at this park, downtown. And he says, "The senior vice president of Elektra Records called me and said, you have hit songs. I listened to your demo. It just said the Alan demos." And I said, "I listened to your demo and you have hit songs and I want to sign you to a demo deal." So I said to him, "What's a demo deal?" He's like, "I don't know." He wants to, thank you, T. Michael Fairchild. Appreciate that. Mike Lair, thank you so much. So anyways, Frank, thank you. Appreciate that. So he says, so he's like, he says that Howard, his name was Howard Thompson. I've mentioned Howard in my channel before in videos a long time ago. And Howard's, he says, Howard is going to give us $5,000, a $5,000, $5,000 to record demos, do a demo deal for Elektra Records. So we took the $5,000. We wrote 8 songs together because Alan had no other songs. So he and I started writing songs together, and we wrote 8 songs. We spent $800 on the demo, and then we paid our rent for the next year with the rest of the money. And rent back at Ithaca was, I think we got an apartment together, and it was $166 a month. So, so that was, thanks, Jim. Appreciate that. And thank you, Steve. Really appreciate that. So Alan was the one that got me into this whole mess here. So by 1992, he and I had written I'd say probably 150 songs together that we demoed, mostly on 4-track cassette, a couple times going into a studio. And we were playing a gig at CBGB's in 1991. And this guy named John Tita came backstage after we played, and he said, "Hey, I'm a senior VP of at Polygram Publishing. You guys have hit songs. I want to sign you to a publishing deal." Now, I didn't believe this. This sounds like one of these stories that you would hear. So I said, okay. And then we brought it back to our lawyer, Gary. I won't mention his last name because he really ripped us off. He's not in the music business anymore. So Gary and then our manager, Jamie, I won't mention Jamie's last name. Well, Jamie was a really good guy, but we ended up signing this publishing deal in 1992, and it was $85,000 we got. But out of the $85,000, we got about $5,000 a piece. So that's like, welcome to the music business. This is my first introduction to that. But that money and the promise of being able to make it doing something else other than teaching, which I had really gotten to the point where I said to myself, I can't be teaching here when I'm 60 years old. And it's nothing to, there's nothing that about teaching. I love teaching, but I would still be at Ithaca right now. I'd probably be retiring this year if I kept teaching there. And that would have been the only thing that I did in my life. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I wanted to have an interesting life. And to me, having an interesting life is doing things that you don't know. You never know where your path is going to lead, and having the freedom to follow your path is the most important thing. So I said in one of my videos, Nothing Lasts Forever, I said, this is my 4th career here. I was a college professor. I made it in I tried to make it in a band and taught guitar lessons at a music store for 5 years. Got signed for a couple of years. That went nowhere. And then was a music producer until 2016 when I started this channel. So that's the story about that. That's how I ended up leaving teaching in 1992. So I taught at Ithaca from 1987 to 1992, thanks to Steve Brown, who I made the video about yesterday. And Steve means so much to me, and I hope to see him again. We talked about getting together sometime in the near future, and I'll go up and visit my friend Keith when I'm up there, and visit my family, because Steve's still living in Ithaca, and my whole family lives in Rochester. So I'm going to bring on my first guest. This is Ward Carroll, otherwise known as Mooch. What's up, Ward?
Hi, Rick.
How are you? Now, Ward is a pro at StreamYard, although, Ward, you're not centered right now with the way I have my thing set up.
I know, because I've got my...
Nice!
This is my Christmas. This is what Santa...
Look at that. Beautiful. Wow. Right? With that P90 on there, Ward.
The dog-eared P90. You know why I wanted this guitar?
Why is that?
Because of Keith's episode about the history of this guitar.
There we go.
I mean, there's so much you can do with this. Yes, one pickup, but when you go from 3 to 10, it's like you have 3 pickups, right?
Yeah.
It's really, I look forward to introducing this to the band, when we get around to get off this break we're on.
Ward, you can't beat. Let's hear a couple tones there. Come on,
right,
man.
So here's the like the acoustic, right?
Yep.
And then so that's 3, or at least 3 as I'm looking at it. And then you go to 10, right?
There we go.
It gets very nice. Replacements, right?
Okay, so I need to explain who you are, Ward, for the few people on here that might not know you.
Okay.
So Ward has a YouTube channel that he started not even 2 years ago. Is it, Ward? Really?
It's about, well, I mean, officially, I launched it about 2 years ago, but it didn't really take off until about 1.5 years ago, right?
Yeah, so Ward has tell them about your channel, Ward, and everybody needs to subscribe to Ward Carroll's channel here.
Yeah, so and there's a backstory with me and Rick, but we'll get into that in a bit here. But the channel is basically about military aviation. So I spent 20 years in the Navy after attending the Naval Academy as a Tomcat Rio. So you guys have seen Top Gun and Top Gun Maverick, right? In fact, the F-14 saved Top Gun Maverick in the end, as we know. But I was Maverick and Goose. I was Goose, right? So I was the guy in the back seat that was running the radar, talking on the radios, shooting 2 to 3 missiles. So I did that for 20 years, and then got out and got into the content business, military content business. I was the editor of military.com. And then I did a startup in Hollywood called We're the Mighty, which is a military affinity site founded by 2 MTV people. And then I moved, in the meantime, I had moved back to where I am now, which is Annapolis, which is my college town. And you and I met, and I launched this channel, and the channel took off. So now this is my full-time job, being a YouTuber. So yeah, that's it. That's my story. But I've always been a frustrated rock and roller, and that's how you and I connected. Is because you were over touring the Paul Reed Smith factory across the bay.
That's right.
And you texted me and you're like, hey, you want to get together in Annapolis? And we realized we were brothers from different mothers, because I'd finish your sentences in the rock and roll world. And then, you'd want to know things about the, military aviation. And so Rick is the one who said, stop doing so much Twitter, because I was very active on Twitter towards the end of the 2020 year. And he's like, do more YouTube. And I'm like, what do I do? And he said, well, just talking to your phone for like 20 minutes. So that's literally what I did. And so, you know, sort of trying all manner of content, subject areas. You know, I'm also a novelist. So, you know, here's how to get your novel published. Here's how I play hacker chord banger guitar. Here's what gerrymandering is. And then in the middle of all of those, I did this one called The Truth About the F-14 and Goose's Death, where I used this model.
There we go.
Right. So no production values, just me talking with this model about, hey, the F-14, you know, has this tendency at high angles of attack to get into a flat spin. And here's what really happens when the airplane's in a flat spin. And here's what Goose didn't do. And that's why he hit his head on the canopy. So that episode sat there for 4 months. And then on July, or I'm sorry.
I kept telling Ward, I kept saying, Ward, and Ward's videos would have 1,000 views or so. Ward has 320,000 subscribers, 330.
Just shy. I'm at 319.
Well, we'll get you to 320, 321 here. So if you haven't subscribed to Ward's channel, okay, so then Ward had a video that just popped. Because I told him, I said, after 30 or 40 videos, something's going to break.
Yeah, so in one day, it was April 17th, 2021. And this episode, I published it about now in 2020. So that's 2 years ago. It laid there, 40 views for literally 4 months. And then it shot up through no actions on I didn't change the thumbnail. I didn't modify the headline. And so I called you. I'm like, WTF. And you said, this is exactly what I said would happen. That the algorithm, not human beings, but the algorithm has figured out that you're a subject matter expert. And it's a confluence of search terms and a Top Gun Maverick trailer dropped and keywords and so forth and so on. So at that point, the audience gets a vote and it just became an aviation channel, which was great, right? I mean, I've got a lot of stories to tell. And in the intervening months, I've fared into some other lanes, history, the war in Ukraine. I've done a lot around that. DCS, which is a gaming system that's super realistic, like scary realistic. I got my sim pit over here behind me.
And then Ward's also made, sorry, Ward, but Ward also makes videos on things like UFOs that I ask him about.
Yes. So Rick and I kibitz on a near daily basis. You know, I've been on the Rick Beato 2 channel a couple of summers ago.
Ward knows is unbelievably knowledgeable about music.
Okay. I'm not Rick Beato, but I know a thing or two because my rock and roll life lived in parallel in a very unorthodox way to my life as a fighter guy in a fighter squadron, because that's all I did really. I was in fighter squadrons, 4 different fighter squadrons, and I taught at the Naval Academy, and that was 20 years. A lot of aircraft carrier underway time, a lot of you know, exercises with Top Gun and dogfighting and all of that sort of stuff. But if there was an opportunity to see a show, we'd go see the show, and we'd try to get backstage, or we'd invite the stars to come visit. So you know, this is how I met Mike Mills. This is how I met Tommy Lee, the guys in Driving and Crying. I sat in with Cheap Trick at the Tomcat farewell ceremony. I played Surrender. And it's funny because Rick, all he said was, do you know it? I'm like, yeah. And that was it.
That's not me, Rick. That's Rick Nielsen.
No, Rick Nielsen. Yeah. And so I got to play Uncle Dick, which is the 2-neck like cartoon where his legs, the cartoon.
Ward, you didn't screw up, did you?
No, I mean, it's Surrender. It's got like 6 chords. And, you know, it's got the descending.
The half step thing, right? Yeah. Oh, well, the descending, riff in the
chorus. Is that the chorus or the pre-chorus?
Yeah.
Mama's all right. That part.
Yeah.
And I think Rick was amazed that I played it right. You know, but we're sharing a mic like Paul and George, you know, on Ed Sullivan's show, and I'm grabbing picks and throwing them out like he does. And so that was a definite bucket list item, right? So the point I'm making is the affinity you and I have is organic. And it's really me sort of unlocking that part of my existence that's always been there. As unorthodox as my career in the military, you know, it's not exactly a platform for exploring your musical side, but it did afford a bunch of opportunities.
But Ward, you're basically like me in that this last career of yours is YouTube.
Yes.
in our 60s. Well,
Yeah.
now I'm in my 60s.
Yeah. So I'm 3 years older than you. So in fact, on your encouragement, I did a live stream that was about the different chapters. Right. And I gave it one of those sort of cryptic, like everything comes to an end title, clickbaity titles. And it was just me looking mournful, with the thumbnail. That one did really well. And people thought, oh, he's quitting the channel. But it was about, no, I'm actually quitting my day job and I'm going to be a full-time YouTuber.
And congratulations.
Right? Well, thank you. And these are doors that you've unlocked. Without Rick, none of this happens. I've just taken the baton that he sort of, made for me and run with it. And it's been great. And so I'm just getting started. I just did my year in review episode live stream a couple hours ago. And it's just amazing when you look back. 2022 was a great year for me, almost 26 million views. So that's more than 2 million a year.
Fantastic.
And it's great. If you had told me, meaning you had told me when we were sitting in McGarvey's in Annapolis way back when, that I would have this as a job that my wife would allow me to do. That's the other long pole in the tent, right?
Yeah, that's the tricky part.
I wouldn't believe you. But it is work, as you know. We're always hustling. We're always, what's next?
Ward, when you said to me though, right at the beginning when things started to go crazy on your channel, Ward would have days where you get 10,000 subscribers. I mean, at the beginning, the channel exploded. My channel was always steady growth, but Ward would get, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 subscribers a day, day after day.
Well, the F-14 lives in people's hearts, even though it's been retired since 2006. It's a cool airplane. It's like a muscle car. It's got a curb appeal. It's very special. Obviously, the movie Top Gun and now Top Gun Maverick has made it part of the pop culture landscape. That was the root note, was the F-14, and my story is about the F-14. And I bring in the old, Bubbas to talk about the time the canopy blew off, or we shot down the MiGs, or I landed on the carrier and my landing gear came off, and, these kinds of stories. And my Rolodex is pretty, substantial.
Ward knows everybody.
I do. Right. And so this is, again, I'm leveraging not just my 20 years in the cockpit, but being in the military content space for basically 20 years after I got out. So I can draw on a whole bunch of different folks. I went to war as an embedded journalist, spent a month in Afghanistan. So I've seen the Army from the ground, and just been experienced and been lucky enough to spend a lot of time, not just in the military, but around the military. So as you try to figure out, okay, what are the next 3 episodes? I have a lot to draw on, and it's proved to be effective and popular. So that's kind of what I'm doing.
So, okay, so I have to do a little business here, Ward. I'm going to read some of these top chats or super chats here. Rick, I always want to ask you if you were ever in my uncle's recording studio, Charles Lane Studios in Greenwich Village. I was not there. I know of the studio though. Let's see, Randy. Layla says no flutes and music. She did say that. Gotta bring Carmen Gould, Justin Hayward to do a top 10 rock flute songs. Someone else has actually people have actually told me that before about doing top 10 rock flute songs.
Well, 5 of them were Jethro Tull.
Well, you'd have to do top 10, right? Right. Let's see, Renzo. Happy New Year! Following and learning a lot from the channel. Here's hoping for a better year. This one wasn't so good for me. Sorry about that, Renzo. Renzo, great to see you. Matt, thank you so much. Happy New Year, Rick. Looking forward to Justin Hawkins. So I'll be on Justin Hawkins' channel sometime soon. Justin, we did the interview a couple weeks ago, and it was over 2 hours. And I said, good luck editing that. Sad Song Sal, thank you. Arthur, Happy New Year. Appreciate that. Jeremy, wow, this college professor feels seen. There you go. Okay. And then James, Happy New Year. Any chance I get interview Tom Bukovac? Yes, I love Tom. Tom is a very good friend of mine, and I'm definitely going to have Tom on my channel. I've talked to Tom about it. Happy New Year, KB. And let's see here. And Tomcats, there we go. Adam, thank you so much.
Right on, Anna.
Appreciate that. Oh, there's so many comments here. I'm really slacking because Ward, do you have to? Harry, thank you, Ward. On StreamYard here, does it scroll for you if it's at the bottom? It does, right? Okay.
Yeah, it'll do that. So Harry's one of my patrons, by the way.
Oh, Harry, very cool, man.
Good people.
Appreciate that. Okay, so let's see here. I'm going to bring Keith on. He's in the waiting room. We're all going to talk. Oh. What's up, man? Or do you remember?
I got to get the Snorlax and the sign. There we go.
Perfect. Keith, we were just talking about you. I don't know if you heard it. Right?
I heard it.
I did.
I heard it. Yeah, I heard it. Did you see the chat lit up? Because everybody wants to blame me for their guitars.
I'm not blaming you. I love it.
It's my fault. It's not people with existing gear lust. That's not a thing. It's me. It's my problem. Yeah.
Yeah. I threw you under the bus with my wife.
Yeah. I didn't hear what model that is though. What is that? That's a 57 you bought?
I don't know. How is this known? How would I recognize what model it is?
Oh, well, I mean, that's the single cut.
This was a gift. Santa brought
58. This is a current guitar though.
Yeah, it's got the C neck. Yeah, it's not a old like.
But that's the correct burst.
Because my local music store got some in.
Yeah.
Right. Garrett Park Music here in Annapolis.
Oh yeah, I know Garrett Park. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So they're like, hey, we got some Les Paul Juniors. I'm like, rock on and save one for me. And I go in there, I'm like playing this one and it's kind of beat up. And he's like, yeah, this is a 58. Like, really? I'm like, cool. How much? He's like, $8,500. I'm like, yeah, no.
What do you have in a smaller size, right?
What's that?
What do you have in a smaller size?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, it's like, okay, I love the idea of it, but I'm not spending $8,500 on a Les Paul Junior.
Yeah.
Right. I would a Les Paul standard.
Well, it is the only guitar you need. You can sell your standard now. You're good.
You know?
Right?
Yeah.
Now, I'd pay $8,500 for like an original on this. But,
good luck.
Right.
Well, yeah. Or 23,000.
Yeah. Right. Or 230,000.
Yeah. That's how much they are, right?
Well, it depends.
Hypes.
Yeah, right. Depends
so Ward's nickname is Mooch, but Keith's nickname is Hypes, and he calls me that, so I always just call him Hypes.
Yeah, it's confusing. Yeah.
It's weird to do that. So okay, so all three of us are in our 60s, and I don't mean to say this, although Keith has black hair still.
Plus, he's growing the beard out. Keith, that beard looks thicker than.
Well, I was joking with Aaron earlier because Aaron's growing a beard, and I got a comment after I grew my beard. They said, somebody in the comments put, I think Keith could grow a beard in the length of time it takes him to say, hi, this is Keith. Welcome to 5 Watt World. I grew this. I got COVID at the end of October and I let it go because I was just barely able to do the work. And then my brother thought I grew it for, No Shave November. I was like, I did. Yeah, I did. I let it go. They got crazy. So, and then on the live stream, I joked that I was going to let it go until I did the Guitars of Billy Gibbons episode.
Ooh, inevitable. I like it. No. I like it.
No, so I asked Keith Ward I said, do you know anything about military aviation? And what did you say?
I'm like, well, it happens that in the 6th grade, I was completely obsessed with World War I biplanes because I saw a biplane like a barnstormer land in a field in, Wayne County where I grew up. And I went off and I read everything I could find. And I said, and of course, we got to have Ward talk about the ultimate crossover Ward channel, everything music thing is the Rickenbackers.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Do that. Make it happen.
Yes.
You're talking about the pilot Rickenbacker. Hypes, talk about that.
Yeah. So they're right. You got a Ricky there.
Rickenbacker,
620.
Yeah. Okay. So let's cover that, and then everybody can yell at each other in the stream, and we won't have to entertain anybody.
Okay. So Rickenbacker, Ward. This is how Keith learned it's actually pronounced.
So the family was Rickenbacker. That's what it was. Of course, it's the German way of pronouncing it. But to distance themselves at World War II, they changed the pronunciation. They were very adamant about it, and then as the generations went on, they were very adamant about it. So people can say what they want to say about how you should pronounce it, but if you want to listen to the people that only own the guitar company, they want it pronounced Rickenbacker.
Never Rickenbacker. Okay.
Yeah. But the founder of Rickenbacker Guitars was first cousins with the German ace Rickenbacker.
Right. Yes.
So you know more.
I mentioned that. Well, so I did an episode about the top aces of all times. It was actually my first episode of 2022.
Right.
That Eddie Rickenbacker's in the laundry list there, and I mentioned that factoid, and I show the guitar.
So help me. So Eddie Rickenbacker was a World War. People are going to love this. No, is a World War I ace, right?
Yes.
This is the Red Baron.
Yeah. No, the Red Baron was a German.
Oh, and Eddie Rickenbacker was an American of German descent.
Okay.
Yes,
yeah, but he was a full-blooded American. Had the hat in the ring squadron. Kind of meaning we're going to go to the war even before America was fully committed to the war. And so he kicked ass in a Sopwith Camel.
Yeah.
And after the war, he, was active in the airlines before that was really a thing. Tried his hand at politics and some other things. So he was a businessman. He had a very
he didn't play 12 string. No, he didn't play 12 string electric.
I don't even know if he was a musician. That's one thing I don't know.
I actually don't know if the owner of Rickenbacker played guitar.
Well, this is interesting because Leo Fender didn't play guitar.
Leo didn't play, right?
Jim Marshall did not play guitar, right?
Nope.
Okay, who's the Vox? Who owned Vox? Was that a guitar player? Why is it that all these music companies are owned by people were?
And then Jim Marshall was a drummer.
Right.
Yeah. The reason everybody was hanging out at Jim Marshall's shop were the drummers. Like Ginger Baker knew, Jim, and then Jim introduced, and all that kind of stuff. So,
but he built the Marshall, the first ones, to basically as a copy of a bassman.
Yeah, right. It's a bassman, right? Tweed bassman, right? Yeah.
Okay. And another thing that Keith asked me, Ward, is did you carry a sidearm or a gun?
Yeah. Well, the way this started was Rick was saying, this is a live stream. We can't talk about politics, on here. And I'm like, can we talk about like 9mm versus 45 cal? Can we do that? Can we stretch it? We can do that.
The first time I qualified with a pistol as a plebe at the Naval Academy during plebe summer, it was a 45.
That's what I figured.
And then to answer Rick's question, yes, we carried sidearms when we flew over bad guy country, like over Bosnia or over southern Iraq when we were doing Operation Southern Watch, which was patrolling the no-fly zone.
So was it?
So you check it out at the duty desk. They give you. It was at one time we had Berettas, then we got 6 hours for the subsequent cruise, it was a weapon and 2 magazines. And so you'd put the magazines in one leg of your G suit, and you had a holster for the gun. And so in the event you got shot down, it fit right into your web gear,
right in here,
right. Yeah, and so. You'd man up with a weapon, and with the idea that if there was one guy between you and the rescue helicopter, you could take him out, because you're not going to piss off the guys who are going to be your captors if there's no chance of rescue. First thing you do is drop the gun and go, "Hey, I love you guys. You're awesome." Right?
Nice to be here.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah. How's the fish? Right.
Keith actually knows a lot about firearms, though. He's because he used to be a target shooter, though, right?
Yeah, I was a competitive target shooter when I lived in Wego, when I still when Rick was crashing at the house when he was being a rock star, and then when I moved to Vermont, I kept competing. My favorite story was I was actually tied with the guy at who was the firearms trainer for the state police in Vermont, and we were tied going into the final round, and we walked away from our squad, and squads are all just giving each other grief and teasing each other stuff. Mike was huge. Mike's 6'5", 230, no fat on him. As we're walking away from the squad, he turns to me very quietly and he says, very quiet guy, and he says, "Keith, are you driving home from here?" The state policeman. And so I shot my rounds, and on the last shot, I sent a flyer. And then the whole squad burst out, and I'm like, "Oh, I screwed up." And Mike's like, "That's bull," he's screaming and stuff. So classic boys with loud toys kind of problem.
I went to Keith's house one time, Ward, and this is years and years ago. And I was like, "What is this thing?" He has this press. He's like, "Oh, that's how I make my ammunition."
Yeah, I was making my own ammo then. Yeah, because I was shooting a 38 Super, and it was expensive to shoot a 38. And I went to a 9 because my elbow was giving me trouble. And
yeah,
anyway,
but these things about learning whatever they are, whatever your hobby is, but becoming an expert at these things.
Well, yeah, I would say the thing that everybody on the screen has in common is there's no casual levels of interest, right? It's all, it's 100% and I actually complained to a friend once. I said, yeah, I kind of get like to the 75% level, then I move on to something else. And they're like, no, you're 75 as everybody else 105. Like you're completely obsessed and you can't stop. And then anyway.
When Ward was here, we're making an episode on Desert Island Records. And then Ward will just pull out these records and he knows every song in order from memory. And just I keep looking at him thinking, I don't believe you don't do this all the time, Ward. And this is
well, that's my misspent youth back when you'd sit there in front of the speaker with the album jacket and memorize it, right? And read who the producer was and all of the liner notes. And, that's a lost thing in streaming.
I've been thinking about this. I'm going to go off topic here about that, but I was thinking about CDs. I've been cleaning up a lot of the stuff down in the studio here, and I still have all my old CDs. I'm one of the few people that didn't get rid of them. Keith got rid of his CDs. Ward, did you get rid of your CDs?
I gave them to my son. I had two giant plastic boxes. He works at a used record store in Shepherdstown, West Virginia. They hadn't been played for years. So yes, I got rid of them.
Okay. So I have all my CDs. I have all my LPs.
I have my LPs.
I
got rid of my 8-tracks.
All the remastered things on Spotify or Apple Music, Spotify for sure, they sound so much worse than the CDs did to me. And I'm wondering if I'm imagining it. I'm thinking, and I was talking with Aaron about it the other day, and he said it's probably because they keep needing to raise the levels of them because the levels of everything is so much louder. So these older records, if you go back and when you used to import your CDs, remember when the CD burners came in, you'd import the stuff into your computer?
Yeah.
And you'd have things that were really different levels for older records. You put on a Jimi Hendrix thing, and then you're constantly moving your iTunes around, and certain songs would be louder than others. So, but and
they can't resist. They can't resist, like remixing and ruining them while they're there. Jeff McElwain and Matt Schofield did a great video on their favorite blues rock records, and they were talking about how how far back you'd have to go to get the first 3 ZZ Top records in a format where you could actually hear what the original mixes sound like. It was like, these are the ones you need to get, the CDs from these years, nothing after that. So.
Yeah, so a lot of people don't realize that when records were coming out in the early 90s, for example, late 80s, everything was mainly came out on CDs. I mean, you have LPs, they were still making them, but most people bought CDs, and that was kind of the definitive versions of them. If you had Nirvana, Nevermind, Pearl Jam 10, any of these records, then the mixes you heard were digital. Yes, you could have the analog versions of these records, but most of the people only know the digital. They were made on 24-track analog or 48-track analog, whatever it was. They were mixed down to analog tape, but then they were transferred to digital and made into CDs. But my thing is that those CDs sound better than the remastered things. In my mind, they do. They sound better because some of these old records, I don't want to name records right now, that some of the remasterings are really bad sounding to me, really harsh, and they're too loud. And I think it's probably because they want everything to be of the same level on Spotify. I don't know. I don't know about Apple Music, but I'm just guessing about this.
Yeah. People come and go from the chat. I mean, live streams, Ward knows this too. When you do a lot of live streams, the average length of time people stay on, somebody just put in the chat, who are these guys?
Okay, let's see. Eastern Talk, Happy New Year. Ever consider doing something in my favorite band of all time, ELO? Yes, I will do an ELO episode. I've kind of stopped doing what makes this song great, for at least momentarily. I haven't announced that I've quit doing it, but I haven't done any. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate that. And Sean. Let's see.
They want an episode on Fender Japan.
Oh, have you done that or not?
I haven't. I haven't. It's because it's not easy.
Angry Sound
bottom line
music. There we go.
Research.
2023 is their year. Okay. And one other one here. Happy New Year. Subi, what's up? Love the beard, Keith. Look at that.
Subi. There we go.
Ward, did you ever have a beard or no?
I'll have one next week.
Probably. So when I went to Afghanistan and embedded,
You had a beard,
yeah, I
right?
did. I was trying to look like a tier 1 special operations guy. So that's probably it was a little bushier than Keith's is by the time we got out of there.
How long were you there?
I was there for a month in May of 2010.
Yeah.
We covered a lot of ground, you know, started in Kabul, worked up to Bagram, went out to Paktika province, saw a lot of kinetic stuff, went down to Kandahar and then Bastion, and then flew back up to interview General McChrystal right before he got fired. You may remember he got fired for a Rolling Stone interview that he did. Yeah. And his PAOs were bragging that we'll talk to anybody. We just talked to Rolling Stone. And
Oops.
then a couple of weeks later, oops. He's a great guy. I've run into him subsequent to that, and he definitely landed on his feet. But yeah, it was an amazing, saw a lot, you know, of highs and lows, and you don't spend too much time in Afghanistan before you realize it's a strange and in a weird way beautiful place. You know, there's a pathos about how much these people suffer. There's parts of the country that are just beautiful.
Yeah.
You know,
I was talking about that when I was doing competitive shooting. The guy who really did all our training went on to be a handgun, actually firearms instructor at Quantico. He's an FBI agent in Vermont, but he got into Vermont after Oklahoma City because he was a bomb diffuser, you know, guy, and had all the way up to nuclear training. But he also was in the first Desert Storm, so he spoke Arabic because he stayed after Desert Storm, and he was based in Egypt. So when they sent guys from the FBI, he was at the top of the list. And he was older, but the time in Afghanistan, he said, was much, much harder than like the time he spent in the Middle East the first time.
Yeah. So I've flown over Iraq. I've never been on the ground in Iraq, but I've definitely been on the ground of Afghanistan. And it's a complicated place. Nothing is as it seems, as I was warned.
Yeah.
Even innocent kids, you got to kind of keep yourself squared away. And yeah, there was this one shepherd that we were talking to who looked kind of like All Things Must Pass era George Harrison. He had that look, long beard, and he had this sort of peace about him. And they're like, hey, we're looking for the polling stations. You're going to have an election, you know, in Karzai's the president. And if you want to reelect him, here's where the polling place is going to be. And he was like, you know, I don't really care about that. He said, in the wintertime, I walked to Pakistan. So the border meant nothing to him.
Right.
And then in the summertime, I come back here, and that's my kulot, and these are my goats, and those are my kids. And that's kind of all I care about.
That's
you know,
it.
and I just realized I don't think the Occidental world has anything to offer this guy. So kind of like, what do we think we're doing here?
Yeah.
You know? And so it was sort of, it struck me that I don't want to say it was a futile thing. And this is 2010. Remember, we didn't get out of there until last year. But you kind of saw this, there's no framework for any traction with the promise of the Western world, you know? And so that this guy, I think his wisdom and the peace that exuded from him just struck me as kind of like amazing, you know?
Well, probably like you, I'm just old enough to have been registered for the draft. I was like the last group of people who were registered for the draft. And I remember registering, and I was, you know, amazingly, I was probably wearing the same outfit, you know, double denim. And I said to my dad, who was an art professor at RIT, I said, yeah, it's weird. I know I'm not going to go anywhere, but it's weird to register. And he goes, you never read the paper. You never watch the news. If you got called up, you wouldn't know where you're going to go. And I said, if I got called up, it wouldn't matter where I'm going to go. That was the response. I was like,
okay. All right, hold on here. Let's see. Chris Butler, Happy New Year, Rick. 5 Watt World Keith. There you go. Love your channel. Rick, you got to turn Rick on to John Cordy's channel. Of course, I know John Cordy's channel. How do people think that I don't know anything that my friends?
Yeah, Chris. I've told Chris that you know about John. John is amazing.
This is like nuclear fusion. 2 of my favorite YouTubers compressed into a single live stream. Nuclear fusion is, I guess it's compression, right? Fusing atoms is compressing them. Rick, a Use Your Wang interview would be amazing. I'm actually working on that, Daniel. I think that's hopefully going to happen sometime in the first quarter. Michael, thank you so much. Can we get a Jeff Beck interview? Working on that. And then guitars, guns, and fighter pilots. Fighter planes. More, please. There we go.
And with an acrobatic plane in his icon there.
I saw that here. Let's see. Please tell us why Thomas Dolby and Cloud are so distinctive. Oh, that's what I think for Ward. And then
that's a good question. We spent a lot of time on that.
The month's work. I'm hearing intervals so much easier with practice. There you go, Robert.
Nice.
I'm going to just do a thing. So the Beato New Year's bundle is up. It's got 2 days and 9 hours left. $330 off. You can get it at beatoholidays.com. That's my plug for the for this hour. Okay, so I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this YouTube thing. Ward and I briefly talked about this, Keith, about the about what it's like to be a YouTuber. Now, I don't talk about this stuff very often on my channel, and it's interesting to have 3 YouTubers here of our vintage. And when Ward said to me, Hypes one time at the beginning, he's like, how do you do this all the time? This is right at the beginning when Ward's channel started to blow up.
Right.
How do you do this? This is way more work than I thought it was going to be. Ward, you want to talk about that?
Well, until you get your what we call battle rhythm squared away, it's sort of daunting, right? Because you strike, or you catch lightning, and then that starts to fade. And it's like, so how do you keep it going? Right.
You're saying it starts to fade a day after you put out your video, 2 days
right?
after, right?
So the algorithm encourages content creation. And so they're not going to just let you have one hit and exist on that for 6 months. So, this is where a blank editorial calendar is kind of a scary thing. And it starts to, sort of cripple you with this anxiety about what am I going to talk about next? Especially when you run out of, in my case, first-person stories. And my wife's like, so what else are you going to talk about? Because you've told all of your Tomcat C stories. So now what? Right? So, but once you calm down and you start to explore other avenues and get into a rhythm, and for me, it's like 2 or 3 episodes a week, then, you can make it, and it actually is empowering to create content and watch the audience react and then do it again. And you kind of get addicted, maybe is the wrong word to describe it, but you want to keep doing it, and I haven't felt any twinge of burnout, or I don't see any end in my desire to keep growing the channel and to keep doing whatever it is that I'm doing in terms of winning hearts and minds and influencing youngsters to maybe think about joining, naval aviation, or which way should the war go, or, whatever. I mean, I've gone a lot of different ways this year. But to your point, Rick, at first it was like, seriously, like I'm out of airspeed and ideas, as we used to say in the business. Now what?
I like that. Out of airspeed and ideas. That's a good.
There's a big question mark on the canopy. Like I saw it. I looked down and there was a big question mark on the canopy right before I shot you.
Hypes, what do you think about this as far as coming up with ideas for videos?
Well, I have a completely different thing. I mean, I make a video. Well, now I actually have something happening every week. I do live streams on the off weeks, and they take a lot of administrative time to set them up. I like the community aspects of that. David Grissom has a signature DGT SE coming out, and I know David through Jeff Mackerlane. I know Jeff Mackerlane through you because he met you when you were setting up the Robin Ford interview. It's like, it's all this stuff weaves together. I love that part of it. To me, that's very much like where I was, and I'm sure that's very true about Ward. And you, Rick, you know all these people, I like that community aspect of it a lot. I have a list of short histories, guitars of, I'm going to run out of guitars of probably episodes, but even I'm constantly amazed at how much I can niche down, and people, it's still like, I just get a lot of views. Now, I'm not rocking the numbers that like Ward is. We were talking earlier before we came on, Ward's doing 3 videos a week, and his 100,000 is sort of like, where he starts to feel good about himself that week. Otherwise he's, I'm sure he's delightful to live with on a week when he's got 27,000 views 2 days ago.
So that brings up a good point, Keith, which is no highs, no lows. Okay. So If you
You're
want to
just
be a
running-
YouTuber,
you're
you know what the
diming the
analogy is?
compressor?
The analogy is being a golf pro. I've had a bunch of friends who are great golfers and tried to be golf pros. Okay. So the way you exist is one shot at a time. Stand over the ball and hit this shot. Don't worry about missing the cut. Don't worry about winning the tournament. So I don't fall in love with the big number, and I don't get bummed out by the little one. I mean, I can throw a stain at the stats. You know, I'm capable of a 15, 20,000 view episode, even now. Right. So I've, and this is what Rick and I sort of, you know, he's my therapist in these ways. You know, I
You have my
just, you
number?
got to be kind of zen about it, right? You got to
Yeah.
kind of just exist. Etra,
Yeah.
focus on this episode, kick ass, highest quality. Like you know, you don't push anything before it's time. And, you know, so I take a lesson from both you guys, but, you know, I do love a 1 million view episode, no doubt. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a cool number.
It doesn't suck.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So
I don't live in that world. So I mean, my goal is 100,000 views in a month, but everything I make is foundational. You know, it's all evergreen, and so hopefully it's all evergreen. So it's just sort of building over time, just building
Right.
over time.
Yeah.
And of course the channel builds, and then you get a broader. And you know, you were talking about right out of the box. I was in the green room. You were talking about doing an episode, and then it just lay there, and then something happened in the news, and then it blew up. I did a history of Martin guitars, of the Dreadnought. It's really great. I had a really good time doing the research, and it got nothing. 50,000, 60,000 views in 3 months. And then it was like Christmas time, and I did a video about the Beatles. And within that video about the Beatles, I was talking about everybody's D28s.
You referenced that, I think.
Just
right?
like in a passing way. And it's the only thing I could remotely think. And of course, what we know now is that YouTube's all about just numbers. And so if you're doing well, they look in your catalog and go, well, what else could we show people who liked what they just saw?
That's right.
And then I literally had a video that was laying there at 70,000 views, and it get 250,000 views during December when that Beatles video was doing so well already. Or like on the back of the Jimi Hendrix video I just did, it's pushing a whole bunch of videos that are related to that. The Stratocaster video, the JTM 45 video, all of those other historical things that are tied into that. So I'm sure people are not, you know, this is a bunch of YouTubers talking.
No, I think this is interesting. Vincent, thank you so much. I mean, to me, this is interesting. I always say that, Rick, love you do the show about the ventures. That's a great idea. Though.
I actually am. I'm going to do a short history on a Mosrite.
Declan, let's see. Love all 3 channels. Last year's New Year's live stream put Ward on my radar. Glued to the channel ever since. All the best for 2021. From Dublin.
Yeah, we know Declan.
Thanks, Declan.
Yeah, everybody knows him, right? We all know him.
Will I interview Vernon Reed from Living Color? You know,
that would be great.
Interview Vernon Reed, actually. Interview with Justin Johnson. That's possible here. Let's see here. Hold on. Rick, love your channel. Music quality thing could be due to lossless audio. Spotify doesn't lossless stream. Worth comparing. Huh. I have Apple. I just don't. The Apple interface is just so bad. God, I still pay my money every month for it, but it's just making playlists and stuff is really.
So somebody put in here. They want guitar talk. I'm absolutely fascinated with collecting. So, and I'll go down a rabbit hole about somebody else's subgenre of collecting. And I stumbled on, I don't collect watches. I don't actually own one watch. It's laying on the counter here, but they did a show where they had like 30 watch YouTubers. Okay. I didn't know there were 30 watch YouTubers. And what they each were answering was, and there's way more than that. These are the guys who had like high video quality and girls. So the fact is, what they had them say, and I'm like, I'm going to make a video, but we could just do 3 right here. What's the guitar you played the most this year? What's the guitar you played the most?
My signature guitar for sure.
That's a slam dunk.
Yeah, that was easy. I have not played my Les Pauls very much lately.
I noticed that you just did a short with your 61, or is it a 61 or 62 SG?
The 65 SG.
Oh, the 65 with the P9.
So I'm pretty much doing the thin body guitars late when I play the SGs, or I play my specials, only because it's easier to hold with a strap and easier for YouTube Shorts and Instagram. I mean, that's honestly why.
Yeah. Well, and clearly Cesar got to to mooch here. He's got his Gibson hoodie on. He's got a pair of Gibsons within reach.
That's right.
They sent this to me. I'm a major influencer, Keith. I'm not kidding.
Are you serious?
Did
They gave you swag? I got nothing.
Yes.
Ward, you're displaying your guitars in the background. I mean, that's definitely.
So the answer to that question for me, Keith, is absolutely the Les Paul Standard.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because my band's been gigging again and all the practice leading up to the gigs. So yeah, for sure. I barely touched my Taylor. I haven't played much acoustic at all. But it's probably 80% the Les Paul Standard and 20% the Rick. So we have some alternate tuning songs in the set. So it basically Stones, Gimme Shelter, and Brown Sugar. And so that's open E and open G respectively. So I use that Rick for those. So it's already tuned at the beginning of the set. So I just swap and do it that way. So
is it weird to go between the guitars on
yes.
the gig?
Yes.
Well, especially Rick necks are really narrow, right?
Yes.
Well, I got the 60s neck, so it's not like the C neck on this new Les Paul.
Yeah, but I meant the width of the neck, right?
Yeah. No, you're right. And plus it's a maple neck and the action's a little higher. So yes, it's weird. It sounds a lot different too. And I have to be very careful what I do with the knobs. And plus the knob orientation is like, I think I'm doing volume and I got tone and,
right. You're making a wah kind of a sound.
Yeah, no, you're kind of all over the place with that if you don't play it very often. But
those are really different guitars to go through on a gig, go between.
Well, this is why I'm excited to use the Junior instead of the Rick.
Oh, sure.
Right.
And that'll sound great in open tuning.
Yeah, that's right. And so also we do some acoustic stuff where I put the Les Paul on the neck pickup and dial it way low. And that's not awesome. And this one sounds woodier at the lower volumes, like we were just demoing here at the beginning of my appearance here. So I'm excited to do that with that one. We're gonna try to cover that Carlisle. Who am I thinking of? Broken Horses, Brandy Carlisle.
Brandy Carlisle.
Oh, okay. Right? And so it starts kind of acoustic and then gets louder. So I think I'll use the Junior for that.
Yeah, Junior can very acoustic sounding. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, but the answer is the Les Paul Standard for sure. I love that guitar. I've had it since 07.
Okay.
And it's been a workhorse.
Is it an 07?
Yes.
So it's chambered.
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah, I think 2005 to late 2007.
Those were chambered.
Were chambered. Yeah, so it's lighter.
It is lighter. It's not the.
They're actually kind of sought out. They're sought after. There's a guy with a YouTube channel in England named Ben Fletcher, and he looked and he found an 07. And he loves it.
Never heard of him. Okay, I got to do a couple more super chats here. Big fan of your interviews. Love to see. Let's see, a Gavin Dance deep dive or Will Swan interview someday. That's by No Name.
I'm gonna grab my guitar.
Thank you. Andrew Ward on Eddie Rickenbacker episode in the works.
Eddie Rickenbacker is part of an existing episode about aces, aces of aces. So check that one out. It's from January and it's still this year. It's from January of 2022. I profiled Eddie in that one, including his race car background.
Thank you, Ralph. And then let's see here. Try Cubus lossless audio from France. Never heard of that before.
Well, it's all about, like you said, Rick, it's about the UX, right? That's where Spotify is pretty damn good.
That's they excel there with
the user interface, right?
So somebody else had a chat about Steve Morse, who's a good friend of mine. It's another guy I know very well. I met him aboard the USS John F. Kennedy off the coast of Crete when he was doing a USO tour. He was with Kansas at that time. I was a huge Dixie Dregs fan back when I was in college. And we've done a bunch of projects subsequent to that. You may know his wife, Janine. I went to their wedding, is suffering cancer. And so he had to quit Deep Purple. First, he went on leave of absence, and then he had to quit altogether. So he's at home taking care of her, which is something that Steve would do. And I think you said Dixie Dregs. It's not Dixie Dregs that are going to tour. It's Steve Morse Band. And so that's Dave and the drummer. I'm blanking. Help me out. The guy who drums for Ricky Iglesias. I'm blank. Somebody help me out in the chat. Great guy, but it's going to be Steve Morspan that's touring, not Dixie Drags.
Yeah. A couple other things here. Please do something with Jay Mascis from Dinosaur Jr. You know, I saw a picture of Jay Mascis today.
Van Romaine. Thank you. That's right. That's what I meant to say.
Jay Mascis is just like with his white beard. Ward, you see Jay Mascis with his white? It just
yeah.
He looks like a
marches on thing. Yeah.
Time marches on. Hypes. What do you got for your guitar there? What's your guitar?
So the guitar that I played, I actually got a couple PRSs this year, but the Strandberg, this weird, and it's a single pickup guitar, Ward. That's why I got to say it to you. This is Alan Hines' fault. This is a Strandberg Salem headless guitar. Wow. And I'm not a very big guy. I'm like 5'10", $150. So a smaller guitar, ergonomic guitar like this. But this single pickup exploration that you're embarking on now is something I've been doing this year. And this is wired like a 50s Esquire, where I just got the guys at Ish Guitars to do it, where one of these is straight through, no tone control at all. And one is actually a fixed capacitor. So they called it the mud switch that when Leo had it, but I'm actually playing with which capacitor to put. And then one has actually the tone control. But I mean, basically this is like, I keep thinking I'm gonna do an episode called Bar Rig of the Future, because it would be like something like this, a Catalyst and an XL, a Stomp XL, and
right.
But crazy guitar. And
that looks like a fast neck though. That's like a shred guitar.
No, well, it does have a flat neck. So
no, it looks fast. It looks really fast.
Really fast?
Yeah, that looks like a fast neck.
It's fast. I mean, but it's got this weird 3-plane.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
Incredibly comfortable, and it's actually kind of fuller down here than here. They actually have 20-inch radius fingerboards because they were working with Alan Holdsworth.
Yeah,
just almost completely flat.
Yeah,
I think Alan's were like 24-inch. No,
I thought it was.
Were they 20?
20-inch, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what these are. All of the Strandbergs are 20. So, and actually, I'm going to have Per Nilsson from Meshuggah, that toured with Meshuggah and Scar Symmetry. He's going to be on the show this month.
He's an amazing guitar player. One of my
amazing improviser. Incredible. Yes. Everybody should go. If you don't know Per Nilsson, Google Per Nilsson, Alan Holdsworth. He did a thing where he's playing over the chords for a Tabacron. Oh,
yeah, it's absolutely beautiful.
So beautiful. Yeah.
So Kona asked Keith, how many frets on that guitar?
This is 24.
Okay.
It just looks really small, and it is a fan fret, but it's very.
What about the dots?
The dots are on the side. Yeah.
Okay, so no dots on the fingerboard.
No, they're on the side. Like they're like on the edge here.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
Like when you're playing it, it's like they're not there. I mean, but they forced us to play classical in school, right, Rick? So, and it's 25.5 on the bottom and 25-inch on top.
Scale. Oh, so it's a what is it?
It is a multi-scale, but very slightly multi-scale. And I got to tell you,
that's fanned. They look fanned, or is that just
fanned? Yeah, that's multi-scale, same thing, right? So
okay, yeah,
hard to get it in frame. So you see it on the bridge. You can see it really on the bridge.
Look how light that is, Ward. He's got one hand holding.
Does it have nut locking?
This guitar
nut locking at the top.
What?
Nut locking at the
head.
top?
It's headless. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's like it. Yeah.
So you thread the strings
it's beautiful
backwards?
guitar. Roasted neck.
I've never played
it's it's an amazing guitar. It weighs 5.25 pounds. Because there's no headstock, no tuners, no.
Yeah.
Ward, how much your Les Paul weigh? About 9 pounds.
It's a 9-pound, yeah, and that makes sense that Keith said it's chambered, right? So, it's not a 12-pound,
right.
70s Les Paul.
Yeah, I just did an episode on customs, and everybody was wading in with their favorite custom stories, and they would always put and it's always like the high side, north of 10 pounds.
Yeah.
Les Paul customs are. Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna
with my old guy back. That wouldn't be fun in the fourth set of the night.
You must be in shape if you're doing a 9-pound guitar.
Okay, so
that's another reason to have the junior.
Okay, so I have my 60s. What is this one here? This
might be like a 54
gold top with P90s, right?
56 reissue, I think.
Yeah, 56 reissue, right?
Okay,
yeah.
and then my.
That's your 94 custom, right? Which is
1990 custom.
1990. Okay.
These weigh exactly the same. They weigh. I would say they weigh exactly the same. I don't think there's any different in weight.
I've played. I didn't play the custom when I was there, but I played the gold top. I always liked that guitar. It's pretty heavy.
Yeah, I all my Les Pauls pretty much weigh the same. I'd say they're probably what's a typical Les Paul weight? 9 pounds or something?
9.5. Anything sub 9 is a light Les Paul, I'd say.
I can't really tell a difference in any of them. The only thing about the only reason I don't play them because I love the way Les Pauls play, but when I have the strap button on and I have to hold the neck up a little bit higher because it's just easier to edit the things because we're in this video vertical video format.
I mean, this is so comfortable. It's got this weird. The bottom is done so it would sit on your lap like that. So,
yeah.
So, not like I'm going to do with Guitar Instagram. But.
So it's
you're in no danger of that.
Hold on, a couple more of these things here. Let's
see
here.
I actually do play guitar, but people are like, "How come you don't play guitar? Do you even play?" And I'm like, "Okay, I have a history channel, and I have friends like Rick Beato who played on my Jimmy Page video." I'm like, if I can get Rick to play, you think I'm going to play? I've kind of priced myself out of playing on my own channel at this point. I mean, now I might have to have Ward play, on some things here.
Okay, Mondo's Bongos. Hey, Rick, love your channel. I played in Fairport garage bands, discovering Cream, Hendrix, Zeppelin, etc. 60s best buddy on High Street. High Street is about 3 streets away from the street I grew up on DeLand Park A in Fairport. Let's see here. This is Timothy. Rick, could you interview Brad Whitford or Pat Thrall? I could. Pat is a great guy. I met Pat back in 1999 when I was working at what is it? It was Avatar at the time, but it's now the place where I did the.
It's the studio in Woodstock.
No. It's the studio in New York that the not the Hip Factory. Oh my God, why am I blanking? What's that?
Record Plant.
No, the place that I did the Matheny interview, the Sting interview, the Berkeley owns. Oh my God.
That was the Record Plant.
No. Avatar and then Power Station. Is that it?
Power Station.
Power Station, yeah.
There you go.
Power Station. I get confused because in my brain, I'm thinking back when Pat Thrall was there.
Mike Lloyd jumped in, saved us. There you go.
And it was the first time. Did Mike save us here?
Mike
it was the first time I ever saw Pro Tools. Was Pat Thrall showed me, oh, check this out, this new thing, Pro Tools. I was like, what is that?
First time I saw Pro Tools was Steve Morris's studio that doubles as his hangar. He's an aviator.
I really want to definitely want to do a Steve Morris interview, Ward.
Yeah, didn't Steve?
Yeah, I don't know. I set that up, Rick, like 2 years ago.
I know.
You can remember.
I know.
You had the green light.
But I can consider doing an interview with Tom Bukovac or Dean Parks. Okay, so Tom Bukovac, I will do an interview. I've done an interview with Dean Parks that I never put out. It was with Jay Graydon, Dean Parks, and Tim Pierce. But there
was an audio problem, right?
No. The lighting is so weird on it that it's just and we're so we had 2 cameras going at the same time. I can't figure out what to do with it. It's just it's a mess. I need to hand it off to somebody to edit it. And it just goes on and on and on, but some hilarious stories because Jay played the guitar solo on Steely Dan on Peg. And then Dean Parks toured with Steely Dan and used to play it live. And then he was starting to play it. And then Jay's like, you're playing it wrong. Give the guitar to Rick. And then I'm playing like, what?
Oh, this is all in the interview.
I handed it to Tim Pierce. And Tim's like, no, I'm not taking it. And then we gave it back to Jay.
That's great.
You're playing it wrong. The Dean, like, what? So wait, how do you play this? I actually should just release that as a short because
that's a short. Right. Talk about it short.
And then I was saying to Jay, I was like, no, that one lick goes like this. I'm positive of it. A couple more things here. Layla said no flutes, so she heard Jethro Tull. I have to turn Layla on to Jethro Tull. Favorite album 2022? Decided mine was Tremonti Sing Sinatra. Oh my God. Tremonti Sing Sinatra. You guys know what that is? So Mark Tremonti from Creed and from Alter Bridge did a Mark Tremonti did a Frank Sinatra tribute record, and he sounds exactly like Frank Sinatra.
Really?
It is
It's great.
It's unbelievably great.
Yeah.
So did he get like a Nelson Riddle style orchestra?
Yes, he got guys from Sinatra's orchestra that are still with
studio
him.
musicians. Glad for the work.
You see him sing, you look at him, and then you hear this voice come out, and it sounds just like Frank Sinatra. And he has great phrasing.
That's great.
It's really remarkable.
I mean, he's no Sid Vicious, of course, but
Right.
Well, yeah.
And
I really should do a video about that record. And he did it in the David Bendeth interview. You do a huge interview scored. Who is it? At least give us a hint. I interviewed Keith Jarrett, and which I haven't finished editing yet, but it's one of the
Keith Jarrett, who never does interviews.
He never does interviews. One of the most important interviews that I've done, and I'm really excited about it. It's a long interview, and I just need to get through the editing of it. So it'll come out probably in about 3 weeks or so. Rick, have you ever heard Ella Fitzgerald recorded Ella Abbott, Joe Beam, her Bossa Nova record? Yes, I know that record. Oh my God. I was speaking of Ella Fitzgerald, there was a great video that somebody had on, I don't know where it was, but with Frank Sinatra and Ella Fitzgerald singing together. It was amazing. Oh my God. It was amazing. Let's see. Love, Lotra, live in Duluth. I was touched. Hope you get to see them live. Bliss. Please listen to YTL's other band, Black Eyed Snakes. Cool. So do you guys ever stumble across channels and say, I can't believe I never saw this before?
Sure.
You think that you've heard of all the military aviation channels, Ward, or the Guitar Gear channels, or the music channels, and then you'll see some channel that, like, how have I never seen this before?
Right, and they have like 700,000 subscribers, and you never heard of them, right? And they've been doing it since 2009. It's like, where's this guy been? Yeah,
right, yeah.
Well, it's kind of like people that say, I just discovered your channel, like my channel, and I think, my God, my channel's been out for it'll be 7 years in June. 7 years, unbelievable. Ward, can you imagine 7 years of this?
2 years in, no, but I'm up for it, I guess. Yeah. But no, for me, it's a lot of history channels that have, to Keith's point, have 1 million subscribers, and they're doing buku views per episode, and I just stumble on them, based on like Battle of Midway or something, and it always blows me away that I don't know about them already.
Right. Yeah, I'll stumble on them when I'm searching for, you talked about Garrett Park guitars. I use images. They do a beautiful job with their photography, and they get old pieces in sometimes. Like you said, like he had an old Junior that he was teasing you with. They'll have great pictures. And so I'll do that. And then I develop relationships with these stories. Eddie's Guitars in St. Louis. Rick, the guy that's the manager there.
Granville.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, like, and then you go searching, and all of a sudden you stumble on a place like me, I keep coming across vintage stores I've never heard of. I mean, everywhere in the world, wherever they are. If they have high-res photos, I'm going to, steal from their site, send them a thank you, and give them credit. But I just keep coming across these things. And it's like that old joke about, Burst Les Pauls about they made 1,700 of them and there's only 3,000 left. It's that joke, Everybody's heard that.
Do the math. I had not heard that.
Oh, really? Oh, it's in my. See, you didn't watch the Les Paul episode.
I'm using that. I did watch the Les Paul episode.
The other inside YouTuber,
Yeah.
The other inside YouTuber thing is the process part of it, where Ward calls his things assets. He collects his assets for the videos, and Keith I don't know what you call them, Hypes. When you're collecting all your images and things like that.
I actually do all of that.
What do you call that though? When you're doing that stuff? Do you have a name?
I mean, the assets is the correct word. It's just I don't have time to think about naming it, because what I'm doing is I'm searching for a 1977 Music Man Stingray image in a Coke bottle green, and if I can't find it, it's coming out of the script. Or what I find is actually I use a lot of books and people I really respect. But these guys don't have their hands on all the original guitars. And so they'll repeat what they were told by either the company or in an interview, or they've read it someplace. And then you get the guitars and it's just not true. Like, that wasn't a bolt neck guitar. It's like, you can't find a single image of that. And you realize, the thing that I'm afraid of, and I tell people this on my live streams all the time, it's not that, people would quote me or anything. It's that I would get something wrong, and that somebody on a forum would beat on somebody else with it going, no, Keith from 5 Watt World said, I'm just a guy doing research, and digging, and people are going to like quote me and, you know, abuse each other. No, not in my name. No, thank you.
Well, so you bring up another good point about being a YouTuber, which is the unintended consequences of having a channel that is viewed widely. So all of a sudden you are the voice of ground truth in ways that you didn't intend or foresee. And it comes back in a way where you're being either misquoted or quoted out of context or whatever. So I guess file this under good problem to have. But what I have taken a round turn on, as we say in the nautical business, is the facts and getting it straight. Because I was playing loose and free in the name of content refresh in the early days. And in some cases, because in some of my episodes, I'm trading on other people's lives, like in some cases, the worst day of their life, like when they crashed a jet and ejected. And so I'll sort of cobble together the facts as I know them or as I heard anecdotally and just create the episode. And then the principal would call me and go, you got these 3 things grossly wrong.
Yeah.
You know, and you're like, oh, hey, but how about it got a 250,000 views? You know, that's pretty good.
But you're famous today.
You don't say that, do you?
No, of course I don't say that. But they're like, hey, can you change it? I'm like, actually,
it's
no.
out there.
All I can do is
I'll put something in the
out
notes.
that part. I've done that where I've just taken, 306 to 315 out because it's factually incorrect.
Right.
And hope it doesn't screw up the narrative. But
okay, so you guys
I
was going to say, you guys don't remember this. When I started on YouTube, you could actually put text overlays on the video, and they did away with that in 2018.
You could put something in that said "oops" or something, right?
Yeah. Or you could correct mistakes. If I had a date wrong or something, or I had a typo in a title, I could
layer. I use the blur function in editing once to fix a typo.
What you do is what?
Use
the blur function, because you can blur it in the editing tool.
Did not know that.
Yeah. And so I just, because it'll
use
the blur function in case you've got, if you don't want Gibson to show, it'll
but doesn't it end up looking like a wardrobe malfunction? I mean,
kind of,
come on.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
But at least it actually move it. It didn't fix the spacing, but it fixed the typo.
So you can actually select the spot that you do it, Ward?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
didn't know you could do that. Ward's teaching us.
You should learn about this YouTube, Rick. It's really amazing.
When I did my 100,000 view video, or 100,000, my plaque, 100,000 subscriber plaque, I did a live stream unboxing, and I didn't realize that my address was on it.
On the box.
Yeah, and somebody texted me, he's like, you can see your address.
You better cut that.
Okay, I held up my log books, trying to show how many flights I had, and my social security number was on this and so I had to blur that. I used the blur tool, but somebody pointed it out in the comments. You're like, hey,
this is how you learned about the blur tool. Yeah.
My favorite recent one was, is it?
Yeah, right. I did a recent episode on the guitars of Eric Johnson, and a friend of Eric's, who Eric stays with and plays his guitars and actually has a bunch of Eric's guitars. He reached out to me. And he's like, hey, Eric really emailed me. He's like, Eric really wanted to know how much he really appreciated you doing the episode. And that story is a great story about the band uniform that he wore in 1988 on Austin City Limits. That's a great story. That's completely wrong. You got that completely wrong. And this is actually what happened. He was 32 years old when he bought it. It wasn't even his school. He found it in a junk shop, kind of a thing, in a pawn shop. And it's like, and so I just added that to the description. It's like, what are you going to do? Yeah, I've read that. I've read the story that I had in multiple guitar magazines.
And I've read that story too.
Yeah, right. That he had walked into his band room and stuff. And basically my thing is, Ward, I actually did a head shoot for the channel, and I did this face where I was going like this weird face. It's like, that's how I feel when people say, oh, you have it completely wrong. I'm like, where's your citation? I can tell you exactly from where I got all the stories from. That's as far as I can go. It's like, I can tell you where I heard that story, but that's all I got.
Okay. All right. Hold on. I got to read some of these. Any possibility of a Knopfler interview? Not right now. Maybe though in the future, hopefully. Ventures Guitar already did. Deluxe white guitar Chinese. Do you know about this guitar? Johnny Ramone Mosrite Mark
I haven't done that episode.
And then back in 2023, we need a video or stream about Jim Hall's concerto, mind blowing every time.
Wow. You got me to buy that record, Rick.
Timothy, is it possible for you to land an interview with Alex Lifeson, discussion on sound? Is it possible? Yeah. but I don't know when. Love all your educational materials. What a blast. Leslie, so all of us here in Duluth loved your low tribute to Mimi.
Nice.
Yeah, that was so sad. Hey, Rick, absolutely love your channel. More low-end bass content would be greatly appreciated. You know, I used to do a lot of bass videos, and I haven't done any.
And they do well.
And they do well. I just have to remember to do that. So
mine too. When I do histories of basses, they have a really slow start, and all of them over 250,000 views now.
Rick, thank you for all you give. Love from Scotland. Pretty late there in Scotland. That's cool.
Yeah.
KC, thank you so much. Appreciate that. And then I have to do an ad. Sorry, guys, you're gonna have to sit through this. So, Beato bundle. Aaron told me mention what's in the bundle. Beato Book Interactive, 500-page PDF, hundreds of audio examples throughout the book, dozens of video lectures to clarify important music and theory concepts, and 500-page textbook instruction notation examples. Has guitar tab, has it's just everything you need to know about music theory. Beato Beginner Guitar, 28 video lessons, downloadable PDFs for complete beginners. I gave it to my son Dylan this week because he's telling me he's going to learn the guitar, and he brought his guitar upstairs. I said, "How are you going to learn?" He says, "I'm going to go on YouTube." I said, "Why don't you take my beginner guitar course?"
Yeah, right.
And I said, "I'll send you a login for it." My ear training course, 80 video lessons, hundreds of interactive training modules, 27-page PDF that goes with it. And my Quick Lessons Pro guitar course is a 5-hour video course with guitar tabs. And so all this for $109, right?
Wow.
You can get them all together. It's everything I sell. The bundle, 2 days and 8 hours left. You want to support the channel? That's how you do it. And you guys can talk about your, Keith, Ward, what do you tell people about your channel, where to,
well, so you can support it, with super thanks or become a patron at patreon.com/wardcarroll. My product is, the Punks trilogy, right? So I wrote, some novels. This one I'm best known for. This is the sequel. And there's a third one called Punks Fight. These were all republished when the channel exploded, reissued rather. And they're available on audiobook. If you want to know what life is really like in a Tomcat squadron, these 3 books will explain it. And even if you're not in the business, you'll see people I've had a lot of people come to me that have 0 time in the military and said, that squadron CO reminds me of my CEO. So it's just sort of group dynamics, and the people behind, the machines, they're actually human beings, flawed human beings. And so that's what these books are about. So that's kind of my product suite. So you go up any of my episodes, and I have links in the episode description for how you can get those things.
And subscribe to Ward's channel.
I just put his link up again.
And Keith.
Yeah, so my channel's 5 Watt World. I really settled into doing a lot of gear and musician histories, history of what guitars people played on what songs and those kinds of things. Those have been really fun for doing this last year. As far as supporting the channel, my Patreon has gotten bigger and bigger, and I have lots of different levels of Patreon, so you can do that. I actually have I should call it the Heroes Bundle. I did a set of HX Stomp patches that are really all my favorite players: David Grissom, Eric Johnson, those kinds of things. I had a lot of fun. I always think that Rick used to say that all his friends are record producers, even if they don't make their living doing that. And so, like, playing with tones in the Line 6 world, I think scratches that itch for me. I really enjoy doing that. I actually did a whole John Mayer pack, and then Line 6 dropped new software, so I have to redo the whole thing. So it's got room. So you can support me there. You can just go to 5wattworld.com. And all the links to all of my locations, merch. I sell a lot of stuff. I think wearing, this is a PG show, right? I could
that's it.
So I have a,
look at that.
So
you're like Poison wearing your own merch.
Well, this is the only purple shirt I have. I wanted to be festive, and it just says enough. And sometimes I need that reminder. Underneath the clothes, it just says enough, Keith. It's just so many layers of enough in life. So that's why that's there. So sorry, Rick, I didn't want to ruin your rating. We probably get banned now. So yeah, that's 5 Watt World.
Okay, so somebody asked in the comment, Ward, how did you get the nickname Mooch?
So I borrowed a lot of stuff on my first deployment. I was ill prepared.
It's not a
Like
convoluted story.
Like you would
No,
think.
we were in port in Palma, de Mallorca in Spain. And you know, one thing led to another, and we're at the bar, and I was like, hey, you know, can you hook me up this round? And we're at dinner, and like, okay, everybody put in, and I'm like, yeah, you know, I was only a Lieutenant JG. I was very junior, and I was yanked right out of the training squadron to go on cruise. So one night we're just at a place there, and somebody just looks across the table and says, "You're a mooch," and that's all it takes. And it just was my identity for, you know, my whole time. And then it's like Bono or Cher, right? You know, it's just one name associated with me.
Okay,
It sounded strange until I brought it back to life, associated with the channel. You know, now a lot of people call me Mooch again, so it's kind of fun. I'm like Ben Kenobi. Right?
Could you turn around and grab one of those cool helmets and it says Mooch across the top? And
yeah, I have. Well, I got
you got your basic Star Wars blast shield there and everything.
Somebody put right here.
Oh man,
Right?
there you go.
That was my
nice
Department of Squadron. It used to say Mooch here. It faded with you know, supersonic airspeeds. My name came up, but this was my actual helmet.
No kidding,
right? Yeah,
the horns and everything.
No, the AC/DC horns did not. I think the lights.
I was gonna say those don't look regulation.
These aren't regulation. No,
they seem like
the lights
still
flash.
They have to be metal, Ward, right? If they were.
Yeah. No, I saw AC/DC.
You have those on for now with the band, right?
I saw them a few years ago. In DC, Axl Rose was the front man that year when he toured.
Yeah.
Dave Grohl was in the crowd. Yeah. So anyway, I do have a helmet. I don't wear it when I play.
Somebody put in the comments, and I just couldn't stop laughing. Moose the Mooch, which is one of my favorite songs to play, Ward, because it combines one of our dogs, Moose, with Mooch. So it's a Charlie Parker tune. I used to play it on gigs all the time. Moose the Mooch, one of my favorite. There you go. Favorite Charlie Parker. It's a rhythm changes tune. One of my favorite Charlie Parker's songs.
Well, I do have an episode about how call signs are awarded. You know, the real truth behind call signs. So check that one out. It'll give you the whole, I guess, etymology of how that happens. There's all levels of how you get them. Huh. That world's changed a lot. I will say some of the call signs we used to have are not kosher anymore.
Politically correct.
Yes.
Bill says first time I've seen Ward. I'm assuming Mooch was written on the side of his plane for 20 years.
Yes, I just explained where it came from, right?
Yes, you did. And then we have Robert. If I only had 1% of my musical knowledge, I'd appreciate your channel. Well, you probably have more than 1% of my musical knowledge, actually.
But that's why we come here, because if you view these episodes, you're going to have at least 1%.
Right.
Exactly. Annie, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Steven, so much better than football. There you go.
Who won the Michigan TCU game, by the way? Who won that game?
It'll be in the comments there.
Yeah, help me in the comments, because I was doing my live stream.
Okay, so tell me about how this, since you guys are both StreamYard hypes, you use StreamYard too, right? Both of you guys do.
Yeah, that's what I use for the lives. Yeah.
You know, first of all, what's great about this, the chats seem to move slowly in it. They don't move like they do on YouTube. They're easier to read.
Yeah, actually, when I run a StreamYard stream, I open YouTube, and then you can do a pop-out chat in YouTube, and then it's easier to. Frankly, it's more live, and I have that open. I don't find the live stream in StreamYard to be because it is slow. It's not really keeping up with what's happening on the screen.
Oh, is it behind?
It is. I find it to be a little behind.
Or do you do that too, or you just read it?
No, I do. I look at what you're looking at here.
Oh, okay.
You know why, Keith? Is because now you can do the lower third thing, right? I don't have, an Aaron, so I'm doing it myself.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't have an Aaron.
I thought you had an Aaron.
Oh, dude, you're bigger than me now. I think the last time we were on here together, maybe you weren't, but now you're way bigger than me.
No, it's just your audience has become more selective. I just did Spinal Tap.
I like that.
He's not losing appeal. It's just the audience is getting more.
It's not like it's a college town.
Yeah. But I just like that functionality where I can just, if I like a question, I just can put it in the lower third and read it. If you do what Keith was just talking about, you can't do that.
Right.
Yes,
You're right.
this is very nice to be able to do this.
What
Please-
just happened right there, right?
Yep.
Hey, trolls, what's up? Please get Alex Skolnick in your channel. You know, I met Alex at a guitar shop at Carter Vintage Guitar last time I was in Nashville.
So David said, I bet Rick Nielsen would come on. What do you think, Rick? Would Rick Nielsen come on?
I don't know. Ward, you know Rick Nielsen. He'd
I
come
already
on, right?
arranged this. We're reinventing history. I had that hooked up along with Steve
He
Moore.
did.
Yeah.
He did. But I wasn't doing interviews back then, Ward. I didn't
Okay.
have a camera
So
crew to
you
do
want
this
Rick?
stuff.
So basically, to David's point, this could happen. Stay tuned.
Okay, so this will happen. Okay, this is Glenn Michael Thompson. What about an interview with Sean Phillips? Amazing songwriter, exceptional history in the world. Sang Unsgt. Pepper's songs for Donovan could sell it. I could likely set it up for you. Okay, Glenn, write to me.
Email.
Let's see. Hold on. And then we got my connection to all of you. Keith, I shot USPA.
USPSA.
Okay. And 3-gun for years. Mooch, I flew C-130s for 19 years in the United States Air Force. And Rick, my brother, is Phil, who runs Matchless Amps. Look at that.
Very cool.
Wow, that's pretty.
That Venn
pretty
diagram goes across all three of us.
A C-130 is a pretty massively big plane, right, Ward?
Yes, I've ridden in them all over the world. Yeah, great airplanes.
Okay, so I'm trying to think what else I that I wanted to talk to you guys about. Now everybody that's on here, I talk to Ward and Keith all the time, so it's about a lot of different things. But we, you know, obviously we talk about YouTube stuff, and it's very handy to know people that are other YouTubers, because there are so many things that only YouTubers know about doing this. And
I never talked to Ward, but I hear about Ward from you all the time. Yeah.
Well, this is our annual get together. This is our second year in a row we've done this.
Exactly
so the things that people don't think about beyond the content are that you have to be a graphic designer. You have to be a sound, you know, to make thumbnails. You have to be a good copywriter, right, Ward, to write titles, things like that.
Yeah.
You have to know. So one of the things that Ward did, Keith, is that he got these lavalier mics that are clip-on wireless mics that he started using recently.
Yeah, I actually recently just sold mine, because I never use them. Yep, same ones, Rode 2s. Yep.
And it's really helped his videos.
So Ward, do you actually use a lav with that plugged into the input, or just use that as the mic?
I use this as the mic, but it's here. I use a Sony SV2 or SV1, right?
Yep.
Here's my camera, right?
Right.
With Rode on top.
Yep, that's the receiver.
I was trying all manner of audio. In fact, when I was doing my year in review, I did snippets from, you know, episodes, and I was sort of lost with audio for the early part of this year. But now this is totally squared away. But for live streams, I use, you know,
right, the USB mic. Yep.
Right. But I love this Rode system.
I was helping somebody
endorsed by Rode.
Yeah, I was helping somebody get set up to do like Tai Chi videos, you know, start a channel. And it was that live setup but you know, it's pretty chunky. So you can actually plug, they make a lab that goes with it, and that's really tiny. And then she could like clip that on the top, you know, here, and then run a wire to that as the transmitter. And that was great.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I got to check that out, because this is chunky and people notice it.
Yeah.
Right.
But the thing I always love to tell is that, you know, Zach Childs, who has a channel called Ask Zach, he wrote for Vintage Guitar Magazine for years, and he has a channel, and he has about 42,000 subscribers now. He does the whole channel on his iPhone. And for a while, he used to do the audio on his wife's iPhone and a video on his iPhone. And I used to joke that, you know, even if you skip the part where his wife can do without her phone for an hour while he films, which is incredible in a different way, he now actually does it all right into one phone. And I went and did a live stream with him. He just took the lav mic and put it between the two of us, which is just a little condenser mic. And it sounded amazing. It's like people say, oh, I can't afford to get started. No, that has nothing to do with it. To start a YouTube channel, you just have to decide what it is that's unique about you, and then what it is that's relatable about you. So what is it, like I don't know jack about, what it would be like to be in the military, but we all know what it's like to be in a group, to be a part of a community. I think it's the reason that people that never played sports are fascinated by baseball movies. is because it's a community story. It's a story of a very tight-knit group of people who go through something together. And actually, that's what I tried to do with the channel. I mean, that's why I named it 5 Watt World. The first video I ever made, which is awful.
All of our first videos are awful. Well, I don't know about
absolutely.
Ward's
But
first
at the end,
my first one was awful.
But at the end of the video, I say, and most importantly, thanks for being a part of the 5 Watt World, because I was always trying to build a community. So, you know, watching your videos and stuff, or like hearing how names got assigned, that's absolutely fascinating. So I love that. So I think that's what it is. I think Rick has that. The thing that blows me away about Rick's channel, would pretend like he's not there for a minute, is that it's the reach is so broad, and it really is most impressive to me when I'm with him, because we'll be in the car and some music will go by and I'm like, could you turn that off? And he's like, what? I listened to that. And I'm like, I can't, you know, like I did a video with Dave Honorata where he accused us of being music snobs. And I told this story about my dad, you know, and I dig in a ditch on the farm. My father used to lean back on his shovel, wipe his brow and go, this is a lot like work. and Rick had me listening to Top 10 as part of a video. And I was like, this is a lot like work, listening to the Top 10. And he loves it. He enjoys it. So, okay, you can bring him back on camera now, Aaron.
Yeah, he's back. Hey, Rick, how you doing?
Exactly. How you been?
You know, I was thinking about the other day about making a video on things that people don't know about me, that and
we're gonna make that video.
I've been binge watching. I binge watch TV shows that are finished, right? And I will sit. So I'm watching The Last Kingdom. I always watch things that my wife watched because we like a lot of the same shows, but we never watch them at the same time. But I have to watch the show because I have to watch episode after episode after episode. It's this whole, you know, this obsessive compulsive thing that I have. So I've been watching the Last Kingdom for. The other day I put it on and I watched it from 3 in the afternoon till 3 in the morning. The other day, yesterday.
That's like the longest vacation you've had since when?
Yeah. So I literally will I'll sit in the control room and I'll just watch it on my iPad. And these are hour-long episodes, but I'll sit for 12 hours and watch the thing. And I'll just be eating and I'll walk upstairs. She said, "Where is it now?" And why'd you get me stuck on this thing? She goes, "I knew you'd like it." But we never ever are on the same shows at the same time. She's always behind me or ahead of me. So
you got a lot of Top Chat to clean up.
Okay, hold on. Let me see here.
Yeah.
Let's see. To
Rich
clean
asked
up.
if I've been stationed at Pax River. I have been.
Say again?
Southern Maryland. Rich Johnson says, if I've ever been stationed at Pax River. And that actually my first job out of the Navy was at Pax River working for the V-22 program.
Well, actually, and then you know, you kind of blew past this, but you did media for a long time. Rick always talks to me about how good you are at titling. Yeah.
So I was the editor of military.com for 9 years, editor-in-chief of a military website in Hollywood called We Are the Mighty that still exists for 2 years. And then I became president of a military spouse website here in Annapolis. And I've worked at the Naval Institute doing myriad jobs, including their content side of the house for 5 years. So, you know, yes.
Warren is an expert at titling and has saved some of my videos. Hold on, let me saved a bunch of my videos. So is Keith. Hold on. Happy New Year, Rick from Belfast. You interviewing Stu Copeland and Sheila E. would be great. Yes, that would be great. And that will probably happen. Deep dive in the music of Robin Trower. Okay. Jack says, Rick, Ward, and Keith, like to thank you for your videos. I spent over 2 years in a nursing home rehabilitating. If it hadn't been for your videos, I couldn't have made it through. Happy New Year. God bless you. Thank you. Thanks, Jack. Appreciate it.
Jack.
It's awesome. Van Halen had a guitar outro on Drop Dead Legs. Luke. Drop Dead Legs. My brother loves that tune. Let's see. Is it Daniel says, is it necessary? I love that tune too. It didn't make my top 10 Van Halen songs, but is it necessary nowadays to not only have a YouTube following, also Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok? Is it necessary? No, but I have I mean, I'm on all different social media platforms, but I focus mostly on YouTube and on Instagram. But I posted a YouTube short today, and if you guys haven't watched my YouTube short stuff, well, you should. But I post on TikTok, I post on Instagram, I post on YouTube, but really I focus on YouTube and Instagram mainly. And then anybody else besides me think Tommy Bolin is unsung and underrated? Yes, I would. No, I would say that.
Yeah. I just started doing Instagram a year ago. What I was saying about community, Instagram seems to be like a place for people who really, really are dedicated to following the channel. And it's easier for people to DM me there. It's easy to email me from my webpage, but people just don't tend to do that. They DM me directly from that. And actually it is a glimpse into sort of like what's happening here. Because I post only 3 days a week. So do you do Instagram, Ward?
I just relaunched an Instagram page. So yes, I do a lot of Twitter, as Rick knows.
I've never done
Facebook.
that.
I have a legacy page that I never go to.
Right.
I haven't done TikTok. I still got a problem with the China piece there. But I understand the value of it. But I think Rick is correct. Empirically, for a YouTuber, there's not a whole lot of referral traffic. YouTube is an ecosystem unto itself. So you don't really need to post an episode at Twitter and have that cross traffic come to boost your number of views.
Yeah.
The algorithm at YouTube is pretty self-sufficient.
And if you're watching social media people who blow up in one of those other places, their long-term goal is to make it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all trying to make it over here.
Well, I know a Tomcat Rio who's huge on Instagram and nothing on YouTube, and he's frustrated by that fact.
So there's a comment here, Renzo. Renzo, good to hear from you. F20 Ward, this is for you.
You think? I'll take
Renzo, it. The question is back to you: who's flying either airplane? Right. That makes the difference. Those are
What is a Sukhoi Su-57?
That's the Felon. It is their 5th generation fighter.
Okay.
It's featured in Top Gun Maverick at the end.
Oh, so that is that.
It's a cool airplane. Thrust vectoring, can turn inside itself. Amazing, symbology in the helmet and all aspect weapons. So it comes down to the man in the machine, I'm happy to say.
So one of Ward's episodes was about the Neil deGrasse Tyson tweet about the Mach 10 scene in Top Gun. And
which Rick recommended I do.
Yeah, I said, Ward, you need to do a video about this
immediately. Yeah.
And I did, and it was very popular.
You did okay.
I didn't savage Neil. I just questioned his, when a non-native aviator dips his toe in that water in the sort of using the logic of science, it can come off as kind of, elite guy, doesn't know anything about what it's really like to fly an airplane. So I just sort of picked apart his argument about how if you ejected at Mach 10, you couldn't survive. And so that was
what's the fastest that anyone's ever flown and ejected and survived?
Mach 3.2 in an SR-71. Survived.
Holy cow.
So that's what, about 2020?
What's the speed?
2,200.
Well, it depends on your altitude.
I knew Ward was going to say that. I knew it. I set you up for that, Ward.
We just talked.
I was
lobbing him.
To say that. And I couldn't even get it out fast enough.
It's fast, right? And
see, I always say this to Ward that I'll say something like that, and Ward's like, it depends on your altitude.
I'm that guy.
Everything.
Well, the other thing is, as the structure is compromised, the airplane slows down fast. Right. So as soon as it starts breaking up, he's not going Mach 10 anymore, and the airplane will go subsonic very quickly. So, he was just trying to be like Mr. Cool Guy. And I like him when I see him on Bill Maher or whatever. But he was kind of out of his league in this subject. And so I just, again, antiseptically talked about things and it was kind of a fun episode that was sort of Rick's like in one of our daily confabs. He's like, "Hey, how about this? Have you seen this with Neil deGrasse Tyson?" I'm like, "I have not." So he sent me the episode, and I'm like, "Okay, I can kind of do a counterpoint to that." Yeah, that was a fun one.
I like
Well,
when
it was a good thumbnail. It was a good thumbnail.
That was a really good thumbnail in that one. Okay, so the I want to say that I am a Patreon. I'm a patron of both Ward and Keith, and once again, I would people that are fans of them, they should support them if they can on Patreon. Any type of support is welcome by these guys, and definitely support them by clicking the subscription button, which I want to talk about for a second here. So, YouTube doesn't. How should I put this? I've explained this on my channel a few times, but I don't get into this. This is a good place to do this, and this is really goes for all three of us. If you make a video, if your video gets recommended to somebody and they click on it, and then they start watching a bunch of their videos, you'll get on Ward's homepage or Keith's homepage, and you may not be subscribed to them, but their videos may always show up on your homepage on YouTube, but they don't always show up. So that's the importance of hitting the subscribe button and hitting the bell. For me, the reason this is important, why I've started doing a call to action again in my videos, is that I was talking to somebody the other day, and they said that it would be easier for me to get some of these bigger interviews. I don't know if this is true, but if I was at 5 million subscribers. Now, most people don't know what these things mean, but old school publicists that represent a lot of the older musicians, they're the ones that I'm trying to get to. They don't understand social media because they're going to I'll say it here. I tried to get an interview with Bono from U2. He has a book tour, and I would love to interview Bono, but I reached out through the channels that you would reach out, and I couldn't get any headway. And he was doing things on, an 8-minute thing on CBS This Morning, and that was not talking anything about his book. And then he did a thing in the Irish Times as a print thing. Of course he would do that. But on my channel, an interview with Bono would do incredibly well. And I know so much about U2 and about their history. So, but that's a person I can't get an interview with, as there are many people. People are saying, "Hey, can you interview this person? Can you interview that person?" And most of the interviews that of people that I've gotten are people that have reached out to me. And, some of these big people that I don't know anyone that knows them. So the more of these higher profile interviews that I get, like, for example, the guys in Rush, I don't have any connection to them. And I would love to interview Alex and Getty. That would be amazing, but I just don't know how to get in touch with them. And one of the things when you reach out to a publicist for them is they look at your subscribers, and they don't necessarily know how many views your channel gets or anything. They don't go in there. A Sting interview on my channel gets millions more views than an interview on one of these, Jimmy Fallon or anything like that. That's only going to be 3 minutes long or 5 minutes long, whatever it is. My hour-and-a-half interview with Sting gets 2 million views and has much more reach than that. So, anyways, that was just
so subscribe.
Yeah, so subscribe.
Let's push these numbers up and check the statistics here.
Ward's trying to get to 320, right? Ward, you're 319, is that right?
Yeah, 320 is a good number. Help me out. Hook a brother up.
Pipes, what are you at now?
I don't know.
2 what?
2 something.
Yeah.
2 something. Had a good December. It's going faster. I mean, but it's kind of like what you said, Rick. Only at the very beginning, and Ward will appreciate this. Because I'm sure you've had this now. It sounds like it. At the very, very beginning of my channel, Rick said, make 25 videos and then come down here and come on a live stream, and we'll talk about your channel. It'll give you a boost. I mean, this doesn't hurt, right? So I did that. And when I got back here is when I made like the Stratocaster and the Les Paul videos. And I had a day where I had more subscribers than Rick got. And it
No,
was
you
a
had
lovely,
many days where you had more subscribers than I had.
maybe 2. Maybe I could bring up the chart, but it was a test. It was a lovely test of our friendship. We've known each other a long time. Rick's can be competitive. He's much cooler now, but about everything. But it was
He's no less competitive. That's,
no less
what do I
competitive.
not know about Rick?
Yeah,
He's
right.
he's intense.
Well,
in a good
mostly
way,
with- and
in
mostly
all the
with
best ways.
himself, you know.
Yeah.
Once
He doesn't rest on his laurels.
No, right. I remember when he broke 1 million and he was like, I'm done. Like, what else is doing? I'm like, 2 million, 3 million, you know. There's other people who are bigger. Oh, right. Yeah. So now
I mean, it's absurd the number. I mean, to think about the numbers like that. And people ask me if I think about that. And I said, no, I don't really think about that.
Yeah, well, I do. One of the things I do is I'll do consulting, like usually like twice a year. I'll do a batch of consulting with a YouTuber who's trying to get some traction, and I help them with, you know, titling and all the basic stuff, you know, and even their gear.
He's great at this. Yeah.
Yeah. And well, it's because I've done a lot of consulting and I enjoy it, and I like the aspect of it. But the kicker is you have to enjoy, like Rick is starting to say earlier, there's so many things, there's so many different jobs in the channel. It's not that you have to love all of them. It's like you don't have to love all the parts of any job, but you can't hate it. You can't like hate. Right. And I know musicians especially, they hate building a thumbnail and a title. And I'm like, then don't make videos. If you can't start a conversation, you can't have a conversation.
You're doomed.
And that's what that is.
I have so much fun making thumbnails and that stuff. That's just,
yeah.
I've lost track of the number of times where Rick calls me and he texts me a thumbnail, and I don't know where he is because he's got a nice car. I can't tell that he's driving. And he's like, oh, here, try this one. I'm like, did you just do that at the stoplight? He's like, yeah, I'm doing it on my phone. I can
make a thumbnail in 20 seconds. I can be
while you drive. I'm not driving. I'm at a stoplight.
Or I'm in the drive-through somewhere, you know, getting something. And like,
right.
I'll make 3 thumbnails for, you know.
A lot of work happening right there. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at the beginning of the channel, when people start channels, I'll usually give them the thumbnail, give them a little thumbnail lesson, right, Ward?
No, absolutely. I mean, that was
Ward calls it
YouTube 101. And we obsess over our thumbnails and our
was so disgusted by one of my thumbnails, he just sent me a new one. Here, put this up.
Well, that's what happened in my first episode. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, I'm like, hey, look, Dad, I made a thing. He's like, yeah, it sucks.
And he went into my video, clipped my head out of the video where I was making a face, put it on a blue background, put a white around it, and he's like, just put this up.
That's exactly what happened. That's
so
exactly what happened.
My videos, people, and you go back near the beginning, you'll see the video that's Rick Beato.
He's that show dad. It's the tough love, you know. You're the little protege.
That's right.
Dad, my ice skates are hurting. You're like, get back out there. Another triple axel. That's Rick.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
And people, if they really were looked at it, they'd say, that looks like one of Rick's thumbnails.
They said, right.
I've helped many of my friends with their thumbnails. Yes, that's true.
Right.
But you have to be a graphic designer in this thing. That's
that's one of the many jobs you got to do.
It's one of the most important jobs, right, Ward? Right?
Yeah, I mean, without a thought, like I think Keith puts it perfectly, you got to start the conversation, you know. And so without a good thumbnail and a good title,
right,
you could have the greatest episode ever, but nobody's going to open it up.
That's right.
You know.
Yeah. I there's a guy that I did consulting with, and he reached out to me and he said, hey, you know, would you mind kicking around some titles? I said, sure, send me a link to the video. And he's like, oh, I haven't made the video yet. And I said, well, actually, it is good to think about what the title is, but I can't tell you a good title unless I know what you actually are going to say in the video, bud. And I really like this guy. He's really good. And he's like, oh, no, that makes sense. Because, the bottom line is, if you get people to click and they don't stay, it'll kill the video.
Yeah.
If it isn't about what the title says it's about. Then
that's
it really
right.
that is
so that's a good point too. So you can't do clickbait. Clickbait's not a thing.
Yeah, right? People say that title is clickbait. I'm like, no. That's what the video's about. It's a good title. It made you click. That's not clickbait. Clickbait is you get there and it's not what the video's about.
Well, the algorithm, because you get accused of clickbait if you do like, I never thought this would happen.
Right.
And one of those that, you know, I've done from time to time. And I know all of us, well, I know Rick has done, I don't know, Keith, if you've done that, but it's only clickbait if people don't watch it. Right. And so the algorithm will neck down your pipe will get squeezed way down if people bail immediately.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So you really can't get away with clickbait in YouTube.
No, you can't.
No.
You know,
No, absolutely
No.
not.
And
The people
so I
that
always
think that
push
that's like
back.
a magic, a silver bullet don't understand that.
Right.
That in fact, you get punished
You
by
do.
the system by not satisfying.
Right. Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Right.
So here's this question for Ward. Ward, fellow Marylander here, College Park. Do you have a PPL and do you
Is
still
a private pilot's license? No, and no.
No
I
and
don't.
no.
The
Or
only
did-
way, yeah, I fly DCS. I don't have time or the, I just don't have the bandwidth.
Where's a YouTuber, so he does not have
Yeah.
time to
Yeah.
do anything, right? Hold on.
Yeah.
Year of the Beato Bump, Scott Flick. There
You're
you
pregnant?
go. The Beato Bump. That's good. Mark, thank you. Scott, thank you and Happy New Year. That's right. It's New Year. I forgot about that.
It's getting
Mark,
close.
thank you. Getting close. 3 hours left. So what's the hold on, don't focus on huge brands, find random small bands and share your fame with them. I'm not famous, Mark.
Well, this is something that I get all the time. I don't know if you get this word. People say you should, well, we had one earlier. Somebody said, do a video about, crafted in Japan fenders. That's a great story. But if people don't have enough of the guitars or they don't know the story enough, they won't click on the video. They don't want to have a conversation about something they don't know. They don't want to have a conversation about a band, that they have never heard of.
They don't know.
So you're not going to, you can't, people misunderstand that as if you are talking and everybody's listening. No, I say something I want to talk about and then people click on it if I'm lucky.
Well, I think the best you can do along those lines is if there's a trend of talented acts that aren't making it because of the inherent ways that the either record labels or promoters work, then that's a phenomenon that Rick could talk about writ large, and so that becomes a story that's worth hearing about. If you're focused on one band, the numbers just don't work, and you make a good point there, Keith, that nobody will watch it. I've tried to do some of the more rare stories and it just lays flat. Not that we're chasing numbers and, necessarily, but there is a relationship and you start to get a feel for what's going to work and what's not.
Well, and it takes me 2 weeks to make a video. It takes me a week to do the script and the research at minimum. Often it's ongoing, collecting books, and then I throw myself into it. And then I'm going to film and then edit for, because there's on average, I have 300 to 500 images in a video. So it's going to take me days to do it. And then to put a video out that basically doesn't give me a paycheck for 2 weeks, I can't do that. It's the other thing is people say it's amazing that at this point in your life, you found something that you love to do. And I'm like, I write a term paper every 2 weeks. I don't know if that would be fun for you, but I didn't think this is what I'd be doing now. But, it's still a job. It's still a job and you got to treat it like it. You got to respect it like a job.
The idea, I was just going to say this, Ward, the idea, people think that I can break a band or something because I have a lot of subscribers.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't break a band.
No, they wouldn't click on the interview. They wouldn't. Right.
Like if some unknown group that I make a video on, it's going to get no views. So it's,
well, and you've done this, right? Like you talk about, this is the lost song. I was the producer.
and that
went
worked
nowhere.
a couple
They were a
times.
lock. It was supposed to be the next big thing, and it didn't happen.
Yeah.
But of course, the video is really not about the act. The video is about the fact that things like that, quality things, get unnoticed all the time.
That's right.
Which is so relatable. So the only reason that video works is not about the artist so much. It's that we all have things that we think are amazing and they don't get caught.
These hopes and dreams of people that, I hold up a hard drive and I said that there's
digital dust
records on here. They have 10 songs of what's that?
Digital dust.
Digital dust. There's 50 songs on this hard drive, 50 albums on this hard drive. Each have 10 to 13 songs or whatever. And I don't know any of them right now because this hard drive is 18 years old and none of these bands are together anymore. But this was everything. Each single song on here was everything to these bands when they made this.
It was their big hope for life, right?
That's right.
Boulevard of Broken Dreams, right?
Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
It was going to happen. The record company was thumbs up and it didn't happen. And everybody got a drug habit and they broke up and got day jobs. That's the oldest story told in rock and roll.
And everybody can relate to that story. So those videos do work. It's the videos on the Boulevard of Broken Dreams. And I don't mean the song that because people can relate to that. But trying to break a band or make videos about unknown bands is, you know, a couple here. Let's see, interview Bob Pace, Iowa Blues. I could set it up for you. Okay. Let's see here. Have you followed Jim Cavallo's career? Read any of his Vinyl Treasures Guitar Player magazine? Love to see the two of you chatting. You know who Jim is? Hypes.
Yeah, Jim Capolongo. He's in among other things. He's got his own group, but he's also in Nora Jones' band that she had called the Little Willies, which I thought was a very brave band title for like 5 guys and a woman. But it was titled because they wanted to be like Willie Nelson light. That's why it was called that. I had to go look that up. Not that I needed to know that.
Okay, so I gotta interrupt here. So I am obsessed with magic tricks. I just have to throw this out there. I've
This is the world's greatest non sequitur.
You're starting a magic channel? Is that what's
no,
it's worse than that or better. I don't know what
so I said to my buddy Mike Loy, who's on here, he's moderating this with Aaron, and I said to Mike, I was like, Mike, I want to hire a magician. How do I hire a magician? He's like, what do you mean? I want to hire a magician to come over and do magic. You mean for the kid, for the kids? I said, no, for me. Right. I mean, I've only seen a few magicians. And he says, well, why can't you watch them on YouTube? I said, because I want someone here that do sleight of hand, card tricks, coin tricks, things like that. Can I?
You told me this. I told you that it's time for the Peter McKinnon, Rick Beato collab, you know?
Right.
McKinnon's a magician. He'll do all those.
I love magicians, and I would hire one to come over and bring the kids down here and stuff, and that would be a really fun thing to do. So if anyone knows any magicians that are in the Atlanta area, reach out to me. Ward, is that strange or something? Because you know what you reminded me of when you said Willie Nelson. One of my favorite YouTube videos of all time is Willie Nelson's card trick that he does for his sister. Have you ever seen that? It's got about 5 billion views. He does this 10-minute long card trick that is unbelievable.
Willie Nelson does?
Willie Nelson does the most incredible card trick.
So you want to learn magic tricks is what you're talking about.
I don't want to learn them. I just want to see people do them. I would love to have Willie Nelson do that thing.
Is this the new strategy for Rick Beato 2? You're gonna diverge Rick Beato 2 channel.
No, I like to be entertained by things like that, and magic is a really cool thing.
You know, there were a lot of comments in the wake of us talking about how we couldn't make a band famous. It's fascinating to me that people want to believe that that's possible. That you know, Ward's level of fame or Rick's level of fame, you know, would be enough to get somebody's attention. That's not how videos work. Rick might be able to introduce them to people that could help their career, but then we're back to, you know, that's not our job. It's weird. Yeah.
The other thing, because David Gilmour's name keeps coming up in the chat, and it sort of reminds me of the utility and what each of our channels is about, you know. And so Rick's core utility is showing, you know, homegrown guitarists and other musicians how to play stuff and how to get music theory and make it come alive. So instead of interviewing David Gilmour, and how many views did you have on your Comfortably Numb episode, Rick? It was like 3 million, you know. So, you know, that's kind of like David Gilmour, and then, but even a utility that's better than, because he's a real gentleman. I think he'd be a great guest. That would probably be a 1.3 million view episode.
Oh, easy,
right?
Yeah.
You know, I think you got to kind of be true to what the function of the channel is at the same time, you know, and that's kind of what we demonstrate through the performance of the channel. So, you know, go to anybody's homepage.
And no magic tricks, right? Or on the channel.
Yeah, probably that's probably Rick Beato too. But is it a magician just standing in front of you and doing tricks and you're just watching him?
That's the idea. In the control room.
Because if I was a musician, I show up to your house and it'd be like, so where's the kids? And it's like, no.
We're gonna
it's not dude in the basement. The guy in the basement wants you to do a one-on-one.
The kids would be here watching it too, you know. But
this is what we're gonna get for your birthday.
Okay, so now it's not weird. Okay, good.
Right. But I want but I don't want
A little
kitty
less
tricks.
weird.
I don't want them to be, wrapping balloons or anything, making little animals out of balloons.
You have that on the contract.
You don't want
No
to
balloon animals.
You don't want to. Okay.
Just card tricks. You touch
Card
the
tricks and
balloons,
coin
I'm
tricks.
throwing you out.
All right.
Sleight of hand. You don't even have to cut anybody in half or anything.
That takes a lot of gear. Right.
Yeah. Well, also, somebody asked about Roger Waters. I had the opportunity to interview Roger Waters in DC back in 2015. He was doing a charity show at DAR Constitutional Hall with wounded vets, and it was with Music Cares, which is a organization dedicated to using music therapy for wounded vets. It was amazing. I wept. He's a great guy. His politics are pretty intense, and which is okay with me. I had him sign Ummagumma, which I have an album form, and it's the original album, Ummagumma. That version of Astronomy Domine is the definitive version, by the way. But
clear that up.
I think he'd be a good guest just because he's very conversational, and the conversation would go places that you don't expect. He's an easy interview, unlike some of the guys you've talked to where it's a little, you're kind of playing this game of jujitsu with the interviewee, right? I won't name names, but sometimes they make it hard, or it's got to be kind of this ethereal thing. It can't be a linear conversation. That's not how he is. So I think between David Gilmour and Roger Waters, assuming you could get
to interview both of them at the same time.
No, yeah. Hey, now there you go. That's an episode.
Doof Greed.
Yeah.
That's a great, nice channel. That's a good name there, Doof Greed. Let's see here. Hold on. A couple more here. This is a question: top 3 Rush albums. We'll get to that in a second here. Could you divert a little attention back to smaller guys and hey, there's Sting, and then for the last 5 minutes, here are 5 bands I've seen recently. Yeah, I mean, I could do things like I did a record of things I'm listening. I did videos on things that I'm listening to with bands that people don't know. Many videos like that. I've done videos on Instagram people that nobody knows that at the time or didn't. Have anyone seen the 40 billion plectrums I accidentally let go of once? Nowhere to be seen, I think. Plectrums. Pics, you mean? Yes.
All right. He's from Britain.
Thank you, Michael. Let's see here. Rick. I disagree, Rick. Look what happens when you did the episode with Gordon Lightfoot. What do you mean? Gordon Lightfoot is known by everybody. What do you
know? Unknown guy, Gordon Lightfoot?
Well, less known to
broke Gordon Lightfoot.
Yeah.
You're huge.
I broke. I discovered through
the
version of Pandora's Discovery Mode. I came to Rick for great insights into modern music. Cool.
See, but I think that is an example. People want it to be true. They want it to be possible that you could break somebody out.
I love the Purdy, Trucks, and May interviews. So much good stuff. Musicians. Thanks, Chuck. For the folk and country fans, I can recommend it's Otis Gibbs' channel. I don't know Otis Gibbs.
Me either.
Rick. Hard drives and digital dust. I'm an archivist. Do you have a plan for preserving your digital files? Are you okay with them becoming inaccessible? My files are backed up a million places and stuff. Even my old hard drives are. Ear training. Does it get easier 3 months in still screwing up downward intervals? Downward intervals are hard, Mark. They are. So it's just practice. When I mentioned my old guitar teacher, Steve Brown, who Keith knows.
Oh my God.
We talked about the episode. Steve is one of the best solfeggers and sight singers that I know. But Keith, I talked to Keith about
I'll tell two
yesterday, Ward, about where I did a video where I honored my guitar mentor, Steve Brown, and Keith studied with Steve.
I'll tell two stories if I can. Two Steve Brown stories. The first one is the ear thing. And I'll say really quickly, I've said it before. I think, and sorry guys, but I think Rick's ear training course is the best product he has because you can be at any level and it will kick your butt. And it's wonderful. Also, unlike you might be a little intimidated by the Beato book at first when you got to think of it as a reference. But the fact is, the ear training course immediately engages you because you realize you're going to be able to. You've heard the upward ones, and Rick's right. The downward ones are hard. So the Steve Brown story, the first time I ever went to Steve's house for a guitar lesson, because remember, I know Rick because I called Steve and said, I was working in the admissions office at Ithaca College. And I said, I want to take guitar lessons. And Steve was like, yeah, who are you? Yeah, I got a guy who you could take lessons with.
I work in admissions.
Yeah, I work there. I know you, Steve. And he's like, I just hired a guy, and we'll see if you give him lessons. So that's another whole thing. I did a video about that. Go watch the video. But after Rick moved away, and I needed to take, so I took a lesson with Steve, and I went to his house, and he has this big picture window, and he's got a desk. He had this desk in his living room where he would sit and transcribe like big band charts. But he was doing it from a cassette player, like a little stereo boombox that was like this big. Like the speakers are like this big. And he's writing out the horn part. And he's writing out like the trombone part. I can't even tell there's a trombone. And he's writing it out, right? So that's the one Steve Brown story. It's magical, like Rick level sort of magic act ear training stuff. The most recent one was when I lived in Ithaca recently. This is like right before
I love this one.
I took a guitar lesson with Steve, and I arranged to take a lesson with Steve. So, this is
Steve just turned 80, so he was 77.
Yeah, 77, I think. He just had a birthday, right? So I arranged to take a 1-hour lesson, and I know Barb. I've known her since the 80s, and
Steve's wife.
I knew her. I knew their kids when they were little, Miles and
Randy.
Randy, right? So anyway, so I go to Steve's house, and I think first he was obviously disappointed that my jazz chops had not progressed in the 20 intervening years. He basically, and Steve will appreciate this. I hope he's watching this. He basically yelled at me. And I thought it was an hour lesson. I'm like looking at my phone, which was laying on the stand, and I'm like, he's not going to yell at me much longer. I was there 3 hours. He yelled at me about stuff I did wrong for 3 hours. And at the end of it, he put his hand on my arm and he said, man, I love you. And I wouldn't take the time to do this if I didn't love you, man. And he totally meant it. He totally meant it. And you know what? I'm still working on stuff from that lesson. It's just like a talk about
me after the lesson, Ward, and told me this. I laugh for days.
You laugh every time I tell the story. It kills you because it's so Steve. He's so adamant. I mean, he built the jazz program at that school. He was completely invested. It doesn't surprise me in the least that he was smart enough to hire somebody who had come through his own program to then teach. Rick was the second jazz instructor they ever had. Right?
Yeah. Well, Steve was the first.
Steve was teaching it all.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. And then they hired Rick to come in and tell the kids in the 1 o'clock band that they were idiots.
When Keith was sitting in the hall in his first lesson, Ward, he was sitting down. Now he worked in admissions. And
I was like probably in like khaki pants, white Oxford shirt, and a navy blazer with a rep tie,
But he had this guitar. Tell him about the guitar though.
Right. So I had a guitar that was easy to travel with. I had a Hohner Steinberger copy, completely unknown to me. It's the exact same guitar that Mick Goodrick was playing. That Rick had just finished studying with at New England Conservatory. Yeah. Or are you talking about the classical guitar?
I'm talking about the classical because that's actually the first guitar you brought in.
That's true. Yeah. So I had a classical guitar that was owned by Rochester Institute of Technology. It was a 1956 Velasquez guitar. It's like it's the kind of classical guitar that Keith Richards would buy, or Paul Simon. Actually, each of them own a 56 Velasquez classical,
which are worth what would they be worth today?
10 grand. Yeah,
more than that
now. But the joke was, for a long time, Velasquez was he lived into his 90s and he was still making guitars. And for a long time, I thought about selling it because I was never that level of a classical player. And the person in New York that I was going to sell it through, who's gone now too, Beverly said, "Well, Velasquez is going to pass away, then the price is going to shoot up." Well, he never died. He just, the guy kept building guitars, and even the guitars he built in his 90s were amazing guitars.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a great story. Yeah. Anyway, so those are my 2 Steve Brown stories. So there you go, Steve. I love you, man. I hired when I worked at Binghamton
for 3 hours. That's
right. When I worked at Binghamton, I had a jazz quintet. It's the only time that I did steady gigging. I had a weekly, and when I had like one of the students or one of the guys in the band was going to be out, I'd call Steve on the phone. And I didn't know this at first because I never, unlike Rick, didn't play gigs where he played bass. And I'd call him up and I'm like, "Do you have a good student that could come and sit in on a standards gig on bass?" He's like, "Well, I'll do it." and he would come down from Ithaca, and he would do the gig, and he did it. I had him sit in twice on bass and once on drums, and the drumming gig was like us playing the Jewish Community Center. Like, and
well, that's the most fun. Steve on drums is amazing.
So at the JCC, yeah.
But I played more gigs with Steve. You think I'm 60 years old than any other person ever, even in any of the bands I was in, because we did multiple gigs a week, right, for years. And he was playing all different instruments. So
yeah, Peter is my first name. Wants to know if I was at SUNY Binghamton. Yeah, I was at SUNY Binghamton from the time I worked with Rick in from 89 until 2001, when I went to work at University of Vermont. So and Rick, when I lived at time, Rick was working in Philly at the end of your time at Ithaca College.
I was living in Philly, and I was
living in Philly,
still.
Right, and teaching. And he would stay at my house, and he had a key. He would come in after we went to bed, and he'd be gone before I got up. That's what I remember about that time.
I drive for 4 hours and teach for 2 days, teach my whole schedule.
Yep.
And then drive back to Philly.
Yep. Anyway,
those were fun drives. Although you'd always be driving out of the snow if it was cold in Ithaca. It was always much warmer in Philly than Ithaca.
A couple of things channels, because I'm sure we bored everybody into leaving.
Norma Coggin, let's see, it'd be a great interview. He's still active. He must be in his
we should look him up.
late 70s.
Late 70s, yeah.
Presto Beato channel, rim shot.
Nice.
Madison Cunningham. Yes, everybody wants me to do a video about Madison Cunningham, which I will do. Anybody heard of Lewis Cole? Yes, probably the best album I listened to all year. Amazing musician. Rick turned me on to the best lesser known musician I've heard, Alan Mearns. Alan's amazing. Alan texted me earlier today, wishing me Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's, Alan. If you're watching out there, for all of you, what guitar in 22 blew you away? 2022.
Well, I didn't discover him this year, but I've listened to Pear probably more. And honestly, Chris Butler mentioned him earlier, somebody that follows my channel. And I watch John Cordy. This kid makes 2 videos a day. I watch him every day. He's got jazz chops. He's got he plays in a standards band. I always laugh because he always is so disparaging about his cover gig. And I'm like, how can you say that? What about people that you played their wedding and you're saying all these terrible things? He's like, those people don't watch guitar.
But they were asking about guitar, not guitarist. But that's,
Oh, okay. Sorry. Never mind.
Never mind. That was a good album. Mooch, what was the first album that changed everything for you?
I can answer it one of 2 ways. It's either Revolver, or a broader in terms of everything was the Woodstock soundtrack album. So I saw that movie when I was going into 6th grade. We just moved to Holland. I saw it in the theater. And to that point, I had nothing but Beatles albums through Let It Be and a couple of Love and Spoonful and Dave Clark 5 albums. So imagine me walking in and seeing the likes of 10 Years After and The Who and Joe Cocker and so forth and so on, right? And Jefferson Airplane. So that literally just blew the doors open. And the thing that was cool about record stores in Holland at that time, I lived in The Hague, and you had these record stores with the booths where you'd go and say, okay, I want to listen to this album. And you'd sit in there in the listening booth and listen to the whole album before you bought it. So I really did expand my horizons with all the bands that I just named and others. And also the Dutch music scene was pretty cool. There were a bunch of bands, and this is before Golden Earring was known for Radar Love. They were a huge band in Holland. First concert I ever saw was in Amsterdam. Warm-up band was the Golden Earring, and the headliners were, wait for it, The Who. It was the Who's Next tour in a big gutted train station called Oude Rij. I went back to Holland in 2019 and went to the Oude Rij.
The Who was huge right then, though.
They were huge, right? I mean, this was still live at Leeds set list.
Yeah.
And you can imagine hearing the Who's Next songs, Bargain and Won't Get Fooled Again on the tour so that was amazing. And at that time I was in 7th grade and I was in my first band, with Joe Grace, Andy Benson, and Mark Anderson were the guys in our band. We used to practice in Joe's attic, and there was a poster on the wall of Paul Kantner and Hendrix and Janis Joplin, and they just seemed so dangerous. Just the images of these guys. And so that was super influential. So that's a long answer for the album that changed everything. That's got to be it, I guess. But I was a huge Beatles guy. I mean, you can tell by the images behind me. And Rick and I were talking about sort of the Beatles' career as a metaphor for what we do with our YouTube channels in terms of pushing boundaries. As soon as the audience has this derivative sense of what you do, you kind of provoke in a productive way. So there's something to the Beatles having done that as the model that I relate to. There's that one thing of John's arguing in the hairpiece bed with Yoko with this female journalist, and he's saying, "I'm sorry, we're not doing Hard Day's Night and the Mop Tops and all the witty repartee, but I've grown up. Apparently, you haven't." And she said, "Oh, yeah, how much have you grown up?" And he says, "I'm 29." And it's a cool exchange, but it's sort of definitive in terms of the art. Right. And we're just talking about Dave Chappelle and if you haven't seen his acceptance speech for the award he got at the Duke Ellington School there in DC, it's amazing. So he's a challenging comic, right? He's dangerous. And so he quotes Duke Ellington to say art needs to be dangerous because as soon as it's not, people wander off. And I think that's true for a YouTube channel. And I'm not talking about completely changing lanes. I nibbled at that recently. I'll tell our new friends here that I went to the J6 hearing as a guest of Elaine Luria, who is a Naval Academy graduate and was a 20-year naval officer and is on the House Armed Services Committee. So the Venn diagram overlaps to my channel theme. But she invited me to attend the last J6 hearing. So I was in the room when that all went down a couple of weeks ago. And I interviewed her about a whole bunch of things. She got removed from office, so she's leaving. And I wanted her to reflect on her 2 terms as a representative from Virginia, et cetera. And then I made the mistake of asking her about J6. And the comments, everybody's mansplaining me about, I don't come here for this, right? And I'm like, all I did was ask her about why she did it, and I didn't state my opinion, although if you Google me, you can see what my opinions are on these things. It's in the public record. But in any case, that was sort of a lesson in attending to what it is your channel does, to what degree are you willing to push that boundary? And so I'm satisfied that was a necessary episode, but as Rick and I have discussed, I'm not going to wantonly go those places just to piss the audience off. I mean, I love my viewership. I love my subscribers and my Patreons. I want to be true to what it is that brought them here. But
that's a good way of putting it.
There's this weird thing that happens in this thing called trading on public taste. And again, Rick and I have had these conversations about where do we go next and how do we keep it going? It's a fickle beast. So I don't know the definitive answer, but I do know that I know what entertains me. And I know that my background is sort of eclectic, to use a cliche word. And so I want to sort of fuse the channel with those elements while I'm true to what's kick-ass about flying fighters and so forth and so on. So the Beatles, though, are the model for me of how you do that right, how you grow your hair and play the sitar and
so Ward, if
backwards things.
Where is your channel? If you had to take a Beatles record, are you at Meet the Beatles in your channel, or am I at Abbey Road right now?
No, you're not at Abbey Road. You're not at Abbey Road, but you are at Revolver.
I was going to say Revolver.
Yeah. So I'm gonna introduce feedback. I'm gonna do some backwards loops. I'm gonna, again, that was the Elaine Luria most recent episode. So I think entertain, delight, educate, and little p provoke. You've got to be willing to, I don't want to anger people just, and these days it's easy to do, as we know, on social media. But I do want to get them to think. And so this has happened around Ukraine. That war is polarizing, as we know, in the political landscape. And you mentioned Zelensky, it's already a political conversation. And so I talk with my good friend Justin Bronk about what weapons are the Russians using? What are the exact arms we've given the Ukrainians, and what do they do? So that's not really a political statement necessarily. But when I did that thing about the ghost of Kyiv, I got a lot of grief as I was carrying the Ukrainians' propaganda water, which wasn't my intent. So, I'm okay. I'm a big boy. As we've said, I've been in the space a long time. But what I know is if you fare into the prevailing wind and you let the audience tell you what you should do next,
Right.
they're going to ironically and with great malice walk away from you.
Right.
And so you can't do that. You've got to lead, and so you lead by showing them the way. And this is what's hard about keeping a channel going. And I've seen people go in the conversation, Rick, when's the next, what makes this song great? And you've seen those increasingly don't do well.
I just
right?
don't, eventually you do one thing. That's a ridiculous amount of episodes, 115 episodes. And, I get to the point where it's, I just moved on from making those kind of videos. And I don't know if people notice, I haven't done one in well over a year. So,
And
but
not
I
all
mean,
of them were awesome, right? They didn't all perform.
Right? No.
Well, and the most important part is if you're not excited to make them, you shouldn't be making them.
Yeah. And I make videos on things that I'm interested in. And when I'm not interested in something, hold on, there's some more chat. Somebody mentioned something about how, let's see here. Hold on. Rick, join the show with Mark and Dave from Tone Talk. Do you know Tone Talk, Hypes?
Yeah, Tone Talk, Dave Friedman. You know those guys.
Yeah.
They do these really long.
I've been on their show. As a matter of fact, I was on their show 3 years ago, and Dave gave me the idea of doing the guitar strings episode.
It's huge for you, yeah.
It was huge. Yeah. And then I interviewed Dave about. I interviewed 4 different amp builders. I did Soldano, Friedman, Tone King, and what's the other one that Rhett used to have that head of, or maybe still does? That's like a Vox. What's that?
Port City?
No, it's like they're like Vox.
A Matchless?
No. I'll think of it. Anyhow, so yes, I did. I was on their thing, and that led to a great episode. Love Amazing. So I hope you mind. I'm trying to not jinx the Georgia game of the Peach Bowl right now. My wife's probably watching that right now.
Maddie K. Maddie's a big 5 watt worlder.
Looks like Teen Wolf 30 years later with a family and a mortgage. Love y'all. Happy New Year.
I first live streamed with the beard. Somebody was like, Keith Wolverine.
Are there any songs I like from Dire Straits? Of course there's songs. I love Dire Straits. There's Mooch. I want to know more about the Dutch connection.
I lived in Holland for 3 years, 70 to 73. My dad was the assistant naval attaché at the embassy. He was a Marine Corps major, and he made lieutenant colonel while we were there. Went to an international school, lived in a Dutch neighborhood in Scheveningen, which is a fishing village adjacent to The Hague, Den Haag, and went back 46 years later with my wife, who'd heard all these stories for all these years in 2019. I love the Netherlands. It's the coolest country on the planet. It very much informed my art and my guitar. Like I said, I was in my first band over there, and my neighbor was a Dutch hippie named Bart van de Velde. And my dad had this reel-to-reel, and Bart would come over and record albums for me. So the Yes album, the Groundhogs, all kinds of British bands and rare Dutch bands that, Where Are They Now file. So that really, as I said, not just Woodstock, but just that whole culture, that whole music scene. And they're very laissez-faire. So nobody's like, you're only 11. What do you know about it? They're like, hey, come on in and play and we'll do it. And so I was sort of above my peer group in terms of my music aptitude and exposure, right? So that's my Dutch connection.
Well, Keith is Dutch.
On both sides.
On both sides.
Second generation in this country. My family's from Zeeland, far southern and northern Belgium. Obviously, this is the Belgian look. And I actually study Dutch. When I get done here tonight, I'll study Dutch and French. I was going to ask you if you remember any Dutch.
I do.
Yeah.
Tot ziens.
Say again?
Tot ziens.
Tot ziens.
See you later, right?
Beato Netherlands. Yeah.
I was sort of conversational Dutch when I lived there. I could make my way around the markets and buy model airplanes and guitar strings or whatever. But
that's great. That's great.
Yeah. So this is a nice, this guy writes, I'm all for Mooch voicing his political opinions. If he's a leftist, I'm glad he tells it so he won't make the mistake of following or supporting him. What about I said was leftist, right? So this is the problem with the dialectic. right? And Rick and I have had this conversation too. I'm not a Democrat. I'm a former Republican that's now what we call in Maryland unaffiliated. So this is the problem with the national discourse.
This is as far as we get the award. We don't do politics on it.
No, I know. So I'm just responding to that comment by Ken. Right.
Okay.
So let's move on. Let's move on, Rick. We're not doing politics here.
Start playing again. You binge watch Last Kingdom. I binge watch you. But what I really want to know is, where do you and Keith get your denim shirts? Well, Keith's is a Levi's shirt there, right?
Yeah, this is a Levi's Barstow shirt. The joke is that this is actually the same shirt that I've worn in every single. I only wear this when I film. It's still fading over time. The joke is that, you know, I only wear it when I film. It's getting pretty rank. And then when I remember watching Paul David's, and I was thinking that the beard looked good on camera. I'm like, I think it's good texture, you know. I think the denim does that. So you can buy these anywhere. This is the basic denim shirt. Rick,
I have many different types of denim shirts.
All different ones. You have one of these. I got you to get one of these. Yeah, you never wore.
Yeah, I've got many different types of denim shirts.
Plus, it's got snaps, right? Those aren't buttons. You can snap.
No, this is a Western style shirt. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it helps with the big breakaway thing I did earlier.
Yeah. When you're jumping off the horse.
Who invigorated your playing and got your fingers really moving? Me? Oh, I don't know. I learned so many different things all at once. So I actually, who got my fingers moving? Well, I played the cello and the bass. So when I started the guitar, I had chops. I could already play things. So.
See, somebody's correcting my non-Dutch pronunciation of Zeeland. So here's this thing. Rick and I talk about this. If you use a foreign pronunciation in the United States, it's seen as elitist.
It is.
It's if you use a French pronunciation, if you actually try to pronounce as it would be pronounced there, people look at you like you're pompous, like you're a jerk. And I think, frankly, it's I'm not going to go down too far on this because I can go long. I worked in higher education for a long time. There's an anti-intellectualism in this country, part of which is deserved and part of which is a shame that we actually kind of divorce ourselves from the rest of the world. And it's in languages. I mean, I think the only place you ever heard German pronunciations were like on public radio as a kid.
Okay, so I have to say this. I say Bach.
You do. I was going to say that.
I always do it out of respect. I mean, come on, right?
Right.
And people like that, actually. Rick, let's see. The question was, what guitar player blew you away in 22? So Keith was right. I rewound the stream to be sure. Okay, so sorry about that, Christopher. And thank you for that.
Chris, it's Rick's stream. Don't out him on his stream.
And then
this is his house.
Alex, thank you so much. Alex Griffiths. Okay, hold on. There's more super chats here. Mike Watson, thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. More Rory Gallagher and Iron Maiden. Happy New Year from Cork, Ireland. Well,
there you go.
Time is like 2 in the morning, right? 2:30.
Yeah, fantastic. Happy New Year.
Musicians, you know.
Holiday sale crazy. Buy it now. I did. Don, thank you so much. By the way, okay, I'm going to do an ad here since this is an ad-free channel. My Beato Book New Year's bundles on sale for 2 hours and 2 days and 7 hours and 21 minutes still. It's my 4 courses, my Beato Ear Training that Keith said anybody can use, which they can.
It's credible.
My Quick Lessons Pro guitar course that's based on my YouTube shorts and quick lessons that I do on Instagram. My ear training course, by the way, is 80 video lessons and hundreds of interactive training modules. You want to develop your ear and be able to figure out things really quickly. That's how you do it. My Beato Book Interactive, which is my 500-page Beato book, which is now interactive, which has video lectures, video lessons, and has audio examples with everything. And I rewrote the entire book pretty much from scratch when I re-released this thing, which I worked on for 2 years. And my Beato Beginner Guitar method that my son Dylan hopefully will learn how to play the guitar. He will not. He said, well, let me show you something. No, I need to learn it on my own. All right.
So you gave him, you locked him in his room with the Joe Pass Virtuoso record.
No, I don't even, I don't tell my kids anything. My dad said, best advice my dad ever gave me, and it was my standard dad thing. Rick, I'm not going to be around forever. Figure it out for yourself. And that was the greatest thing. And my parents never gave me advice like that. They always said, just figure it out for yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, if you asked them for their opinion on things, they would give it to you. But for the most part, they were very big on, being self-reliant. When you're from a family of 7, you learn to fend for yourself with everything.
Yeah. Rick's Dutch connection is that the people who lived across the street from him were off the boat from Holland, and they all spoke Dutch at home.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been in Rick's neighborhood. He's like, right there. Those people are right there.
The Sminks. They have 7 kids.
Yeah.
We had 3 families on our street that had 7 kids. So I think there were 21 kids that lived on my street. And how long is my street? 200
10
yards?
houses, 12 houses, maybe.
Yeah.
Your block, it's not that long. Yeah.
Yeah. And there were 21 kids on one street.
Right.
So we would have full, when we have baseball games, everything was like 18 players, full basketball games with 10 people, 10 people playing and stuff. So that was a great thing of growing up in Fairport. I never finished that episode that Keith and I shot an episode, Ward, in my hometown. And one day I will finish it and edit it. It just was a lot of footage and I didn't finish it. I thought, like, I don't know, if I put this up, people aren't going to care about this. This is way too much of an insight.
How long ago did you shoot that?
Last summer.
No, 2 summers ago.
The summer before last. Yeah. This year's kind of been a blur for me.
Yeah. Right. Heartless. Have you ever heard of Ninja ISU? No, I've not. Thanks, Chuck. Is that a metal band or something? I'm in my 50s, love music, no talent. I practiced a few months. The beginning of, do you think I could carry a tune or two, Alex? Carry a tune as in sing or play? Keith, it's pronounced. Okay, that was the pronunciation there.
Zaylan,
and then we have
Zaylan.
Question for the panel. What are your favorite amps and amp sims and why? Favorite amps. Ward, you want to go first with that? There it is.
It's just lean the camera.
GSIM 800.
Yeah, that's by far my favorite amp, and I've been around. I've owned every possible tube amp you can own, so that's my favorite amp. I haven't done any of the sims. I don't know anything about the modeling world, so
I'm going to check that box for you.
Okay, please check that box.
Yeah. So I went through a period of time where I was building tube amps, and I would never tell you that I would like ship in a bottle kind of guy, but I will tell you that building a tube amp, the level of detail is so engaging. It's meditational to build an amp, and the idea that you're going to get to play it at the end. I have two of the amps of the 15 amps that I built. I have 2 left, and one I just got back from somebody who sponsors the channel. I have a clone of a 1958 GA40 Gibson t-shirt, GA40, and I keep hearing that they're going to build them again. But honestly, the amp that I played, if we did the guitar I played the most this year, the amp I played the most this year is a Catalyst 60, an amp that costs what a boutique drive pedal costs. And I can't get over how amazing the model that they did of a Dumble. And I have 2 of them. If you mix that with like a Dumble and a Fender, it's incredible. It's incredible. The time we live in is so bizarre. And I said, like, I'm going to do a video on like bar rig of the future that, it'd be a single pickup guitar and something, probably Strandberg, and this stuff. It's just, I understand the holding on to the tube thing. But frankly, even, I don't want to get political about this, but even the process of building tubes is just incredibly bad for the environment. And it's just not going to keep going. I just don't think it's going to keep going. So anyway.
Well, when people ask me, somebody asked me at one of these live shows that I did, what are your top 5 Beatles songs, or these things change all the time. What is my favorite amplifier out of the 60 that I have here? I don't know. I mean, I love Marshalls. I love Voxes. I love Fenders. I love Oranges, High Watts.
You own one of the nicest deluxes I've ever heard. And I sat in Dan Lurie's basement for 8 or 9 years as he repaired vintage 60s, black panel deluxes. And your silver panel deluxe that Peter Stroud built is one of the nicest deluxes I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's a great amp. I haven't really taken the amps out and played. I haven't plugged into anything because I haven't made an episode. I used to make a lot of episodes where I played my amps. And one of the things I'm going to do, one of my New Year's resolutions, if we can talk about that, is to actually make some more episodes where I record things, because that's just fun. I make videos of things that are fun for me, and I love recording. And I have all this gear, and I like doing comparisons of things, and these things are fun for me, even though that's not really what my channel is now. I still want to make I want to make some more videos where I record drums, and I want to develop my channel more. I've made more videos with an actual videography film crew, even ones that I just did this Tim Henson video that we recorded here, Tim Henson from Polyphia, but I did it with this kid Grayson that has a film crew. He came over, and just higher production value videos. That's I like it when I don't have to shoot them, even though I still always edit my videos.
Yeah.
Ward, what do you think about that as far as the editing part of it? You edit your own videos. By the way, Ward, your editing is gotten so good.
Well, thank you.
I mean, really good.
Well, I agree with Keith's sentiment that you've got to own every part of the process, or enjoy every part of the process, or don't start. So it's about a 50-to-1 time ratio, post-production to production.
Wow.
You know, and as you said, collecting the assets, figuring out the meter of it, doing the edits, putting in the lower thirds.
Wait, 50-to-1, what does that mean? I mean, you spend
50 hours for every 1 hour. You know, and
right.
I shoot something that it takes me 2 days to post produce it, and it's like, you know, woodwork. You give it one pass, and then you give it another, and then you realize that there's too much of a gap here, and you know, so it's like the same way I write, which is iterative. So I've had some people approach me like, "Hey, I'll do your post production," and that just strikes me as work for me, right? So because you'd have to get in my head, and there's so much subtlety and nuance to how I do it, that I don't want to send you, you know, Dropbox, here's a raw file, and you send me back something that's completely not my vision. So now I have to do it myself. And so I've just viewed it as it sounds like pejorative to say a necessary evil, because it's not really an evil, but it's part of the job that takes the most time. Right. So I do my own 2-camera shoots. It's a poor man's multi-camera thing. Rick gifted me Final Cut Pro. I still haven't learned how to use it. So I still use iMovie as my software for editing. Yeah. And I squeeze every bit of functionality out of it.
I will start mentioning you to people I consult with, because people are like, "Oh, I got to buy all this stuff." I'm like, "No, you don't.
No, you don't." So you know, 2 cameras. One's a Sony ZV-1. The other one's my iPhone 11. And as we've already said, I use the Rode, you know, lav mics, and that's about it. The rest is what's in my head, and using filters and transitions wisely and sparingly, and just have killer content. You know, it's like if the story itself is compelling, just like hear a cool song acoustic, you're like, that melody holds up even without distortion or production, right? And that's the same with an episode. And so I think where my episodes have been popular is because the content is just great. The narrative is
you have to have a great narrative, and no matter what this is the thing that all YouTube channels, it doesn't matter what the topic is, what the subject matter is, and I can help people with their YouTube channels no matter what the content is, because it's a story. You have to have a narrative. That's
Well, it's funny when people say, you know, I should use an editor because I could put out more videos, because they're assuming that the script writing is the biggest part of what I do. The fact is, I'll do so many passes on the edit. It's funny, when Word was just talking about that, I had this image of somebody deciding how long I was going to pause to emphasize something. Nobody else can decide that for you. What I just did is me. It's the way somebody put in the comments very, very sweetly. They said, yeah, Keith has a very relaxing voice. I'm not trying to put people to sleep, but I do want to pause for you to take in the information. And somebody else deciding. I did early videos where I would just arbitrarily go in and top them because I thought they were just so long. And people were like, I can't breathe. When I watch your video, I can't breathe. And so I went back in and I went, if I was saying this to Ward, if I was saying this to somebody, it has to feel like that. And of course, you know, people say you talk too slow, you talk too fast. My standard response to anybody who watches the channel is opinions vary. 5 minutes is short. I'm like, no, you know what? 25 minutes on the Les Paul is really short because that's like 300 pages into a 20-minute video.
That's right.
So that's and that having an editor. One of my favorite YouTubers is Marquez Brownlee, and Marquez still does his own editing for the same reason.
With 16 million subscribers or 17 million,
Gigantic
whatever.
channel, right?
Yeah, and Mark Rober, he still does his own editing.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people, Mr. Beast has probably 10 editors or so, but no one could edit an interview that I do with someone. There's certain things that need to be cut out that,
there's a mechanical step, and then there's the pacing, and nobody can pace your stories. Like I said, you can't decide for Ward, when to pause, what is important about what's being said.
Stuff like my interview with Tim Henson, we get in the weeds about gear things, and I edited that stuff out because it's a lot of that stuff is things that are known that Tim's talked about, or it's so inside baseball, as Ward likes to say, that it doesn't need to, I don't think it adds to the flow of the interview.
Well, and that's actually an area where that's where the scripts have taken me less time, because I understand better now what's going to make it to the video. What pushes the story forward is easier for me to see. I literally used to write 30-page scripts to create an 11-page script or a 13-page script. I don't do it anymore. Yeah, I'm sure you, Ward, that's a long time ago in your writing history. You've been a writer longer than me.
That's the ratio's right on. That's true. And now I do an hour and a half to make a 30-minute video, right? I'll talk to somebody and it'll go on for a while, and they'll be, boy, I really went on. I'm like, yeah, it's okay. This is going to be a 20-minute video. Right. They're like,
oh yeah, I had a video that my video with Greg Bissonette when he was here. We did a video on drum grooves that was out. It was well over an hour that I think I edited down to 20-something minutes, and and I made it. He talked about all these different grooves, and I was like, I'm just going to do this a drum history video and just take all these segments out that he played that were great. And the video flowed so well. I mean, I probably could have made 3 videos out of everything that he recorded. I probably should actually go back to that and edit some of those things. Okay, guys, after your opinion on Greg Hawk. Greg is a phenomenal guitar player, one of my favorites, and one of the funniest human beings. He's hysterically funny, an incredibly good improviser. And
I've used Greg's playing because I know the people at Wildwood now from having made lots of videos, and they have great photography, and they do a lot of reissue runs. So if you're talking about a reissue, they just did an amazing run of 57 reissue 57 Les Pauls, customs, with 2 pickups, which is wrong, but don't get me started. Anyway, but Greg is playing all that. And I reached out to them. They were immediately so cool. And then Greg has been a real saint, Prince about saying, nice job on the video.
I love Greg. I can't say enough great things about him. I will watch his Instagram posts where he's just doing ads for his gigs coming up because they are so funny.
Yeah.
He's got an incredibly
ridiculous player.
Rick, I have a friend who won't watch your channel because he says he never mentions the Beach Boys or Brian Wilson. He seems to take it personally. Any thoughts on Brian Wilson? So one of the reasons I haven't talked about the Beach Boys is that I don't know, like with the Beatles, I don't know if I can play any Beach Boys, and some so much of the Beach Boys music, you have to play it to talk about it. So a lot of music from the 50s and 60s, I don't talk about because I don't know if it's going to get blocked or not. So it's not that it has nothing to do with Brian Wilson or my love of the Beach Boys.
Well, hopefully that'll keep evolving. They'll keep evolving the copyright law, and you'll be able to do that.
And this has really improved on the channel since the beginning. Groups like Fleetwood Mac now, Lindsey Buckingham blocked all of his music. I had my my What Makes Us Sound Great taken down on Go Your Own Way. And after I don't know if this has anything to do with Stevie Nicks with Dreams, when they had that huge TikTok revival of the song with the guy on the skateboard. And then I don't know if it has to do with that. They realized the power of actually being on these social media platforms.
Right.
And now that video got unblocked and I have no blocked videos anymore. So somebody said, asked me, Rick, can you tell about golfing as a kid? Okay, I'll tell the story. I told it one time before, but when I was in fourth grade, my dad in the summer, my dad said, okay, get your golf clubs. We're getting up tomorrow morning and you're going to work with me. Okay. And so we belonged to this public golf club, Wayne Hills. It happens to be right next to where Keith grew up.
Wayne Hills property borders my family farm.
This is back in the 70s. So I was in fourth grade. So I was 10 and 11. So every day of the summer of when I was in fourth and fifth grade, my dad made me get up at 6:30 in the morning, ride 40. How long is it to Lions?
Oh, it's an hour. Yeah.
An hour with him
in
his Penn Central truck, and where he'd listen to AM radio and not say a word the whole way. and
because it's your dad in the 70s.
My dad never said a word, and we'd listen to jazz on the radio, and my dad wouldn't say anything, and I just kind of look out the window as a 10-year-old. And so we get there and we get to the railroad. We get to the railroad yard, which is what, 1 mile from where you grew up?
2. Yeah.
2 miles. And my dad had this little hut that was his office. It had a bathroom and a main room, and it was just a one-room thing. And so we'd stop at this convenience store. He'd get me 3 or 4 donuts and a carton of milk. And I would go there and I'd sit there and I would eat this. And my dad would get on the phone and yell at people for an hour. And I would laugh as my dad would be yelling at people and thinking, like, this is amazing. My dad doesn't just yell at me. He yells at everybody. It was so great. And he's yelling at adults, people that come in the office. And then my dad would kind of laugh about it and stuff. And so then he'd get in the truck after about 45 minutes and we drive over to Wayne Hills. He'd give me $5 to eat. And he said, okay, now if it's a twosome or threesome, you go say, hey, can I join you? Can I play along?
Fourth grade.
At 10
leaves you there.
Leaves me there all day. And I played 2 rounds of golf every day of the summer. And I would go to the clubhouse and eat lunch with the $5, and I'd go back out and play with another group. Now, these are people that were World War II vets. They'd be old people that would be, this is the 70s. So these are, people that fought in World War II would be out there playing, and adults, men that would be drinking, or, a guy and their wife that would be playing, in a duo, and I'd play along with them or play with a threesome or something. And this was amazing. I don't know how my dad knew that I could handle this. No parent would ever do this.
Well, one of the things I love about this story is that your father showed incredible confidence in saying to you, just do this. Just go introduce yourself to adults and play golf there.
Right.
I was there actually for a family party, and the clubhouse
recently.
Yeah, just last summer. And the clubhouse is enough the same that I sent Rick pictures. And one of the things that Rick left out was, when we grew up in upstate New York, these were little pockets of ethnicity. All my relatives were Dutch. They all came from the same part of Holland, the Netherlands. And Rick was in a town where it was all Italian. I actually thought about living in Fairport, and I was like, I shouldn't study French. I've been wasting my time. I should have been studying Italian. If I'm going to live in Fairport, I got to go back and study Italian. But everybody, 90% of the people you played golf with were probably Italian.
Yeah.
Clyde and Lions?
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely, especially then.
Definitely. I mean, on the north side of the railroad tracks, it was all Italian.
Right. The big joke in my family was,
except for the Dutch family across.
Yeah, right. That a Van Paris married a Frantangelo, and then I was related to everybody in the county.
So I played. Keith was in 6th and 7th.
I was in 6th grade. Yep. Right.
I was going there and playing golf every day of the summer. Ward, is this strange to hear this or no?
No, I had a similar summers. Yeah. In Webster Groves, Missouri, and in Traverse City, Michigan.
Oh, in Traverse
City. Same deal. And I love golf. That's my
I love golf.
My vice now. That's the one thing I do with regularity besides create YouTube episodes. Yeah, and I'm happy for that. I think you hit it on the head. In retrospect, it was trust and sort of accelerated socialization.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think a golf course, particularly a semi-private or private club, is the perfect atmosphere to do that. You can be there from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Pick me up at 4:30 in the afternoon
or later, right?
Yeah.
So you do lunch and dinner.
Yeah.
And it's just like, and there was this policing of the members that you weren't going to be able to grab ass. That wasn't going to be tolerated for very long. So you learned how to comport yourself. You learned a great sport for life, golf,
Yeah.
and all of the
Learn
socialization.
about etiquette.
The guys, like you said, you played with World War II vets and other, this whole mix of people. So after a round of golf, it's very rare, if ever, where I've come off the course with people I didn't know before we, teed off on number one, that I didn't like them when you were done.
Right.
And I don't care how well they played, as long as you
played with
bad,
strangers many
quickly.
times, right? You would go and you've gone to the course, right, and played with people you didn't know. Just
a lot.
That's very common.
And even when I'm in this men's group that I play with on weekends now, I don't know. You'll get thrown together with people at random, and I don't know. There's many times I don't know who I'm playing with, and it's always fascinating and wonderful because everybody's backstory is amazing. World War II guys have got cool stories. And now these days I play with doctors and lawyers and former naval aviators and all kinds of folks. And it's a blast, right? So I think it's about golf and it's about that structure around a country club. And it doesn't have to be a private club because I think, like you said, a public course is the same kind of thing. So yeah, I had those summers. It seems like, very Midwestern, very Americana, like you guys are talking about upstate New York. I don't know if that's an era gone by now, but I talk to parents these days and they would never let their 11-year-old out of their sight for an entire day after day.
Yes, with strangers.
Or the 16-year-old.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right.
So I don't know. I guess it was a different era. I mean, we sound like, Mark Twain or something, but that to me, it taught me a lot about what I was capable of, what the expectations were, what character is, protocol, politeness, all these kinds of things. I learned golf etiquette, and that's a real, you can tell
thing.
Somebody by how they behave on the golf course.
That's right.
And again, I don't care if you're a 20 handicap or a 5 handicap, so yeah, I thought that was all a gift,
Yeah. Well, that's part of the lesson, the 20 handicap or the 5 handicap. It's like playing music with other people. I go to there's a once a month song circle thing that I got invited to when I moved here to Syracuse. And there's players of all different levels. And you know what? We're all just playing music.
It's interesting that the golf analogy, a 20 handicap or a 5 handicap or, a scratch golfer. You just scratch.
Very, very much like a bunch of people sitting around playing guitar.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and I also learned not to judge people by how they're dressed on the first tee. Right.
Did you get suckered in, did you?
Well, okay. Yeah. And the old guy who can get up and down from the ball washer, he's going to own your lunch. And I got a good swing and I can crush the ball 280 yards, all the time. But it's like he's getting a birdie and I'm getting a par or a bogey, and the way he did it, no style points, but he's putting it in the hole in fewer strokes. So there's a lesson there.
Yeah.
That's why the older you get, the wiser you are about course management. I'm a better golfer now at 63 than I was at 33.
My dad, you're trying to kill the ball.
Yeah.
Rick.
Right. Yeah. Club head speed has nothing to do with how hard you swing. Golf in the Kingdom is a cool book, by the way. And I highly recommend that for anybody.
Ward, I don't know if you knew this or anyone on my channel knew this, but my dad had 2 holes in one on the same round, 10 minutes apart. And he was in the New York Times. He was in Golf Digest, everything in 1975. Wow. And he almost had a third. He hit 2 feet from the hole on a third par 3 on this course.
In the same round.
In the same round. Yes.
That's nuts. I've had one in my life on number 17 at the Naval Academy course in 1999. I hit a 110-yard lob wedge. I can't hit a lob wedge 60 yards now.
The closest
how shocked were you, Ward?
Well, it was funny because I was playing with the men's group, playing with a guy named J.R. Goddard, who was an A7 pilot, flew for U.S. Air for a number of years. And as I hit it, he said it's in the hole, right off the club.
No kidding.
And so it landed, bounced, and then did this cool, like TV Pro zip into hit the pin and just dropped. And I had to kind of process it, and then did like an uncommanded tiger fist pump, like, yeah. And then I had to buy the bar, right? So I called the wife. I'm like, bring the checkbook because we're going to owe a lot of money. And I have the plaque right here. It's up here on my wall. It's the number 17 at Navy.
Well, my
1999.
dad must have had to buy the bar with
Yeah,
two
you get a hole in one. You buy the bar. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, hold on. A couple other things
Yeah,
here.
you got good stuff there.
I meant carry a tune on the guitar. Singing is no for me. I don't need to be Eddie Vedder, but a couple Beatles songs would be nice. Absolutely, you can play. Yeah, you just got to practice. Try to practice every day. That's really the thing. Rick,
Eddie Vedder's just a chord banger, by the way. You can be Eddie Vedder.
My parents are applying pressure on kids to be musical these days. Many parents are. I approach it like I figure it out. I'm not a pro. They'll figure it out if they like it. Any thoughts? Yeah, I don't ever press my kids to play instruments or anything like that. It's my kids all play instruments right now. My daughter Lennon's playing the violin, and well, Dylan's not. Dylan, well, I don't know. We'll see if he's playing.
Could be. He's upstairs. He has your course.
Yeah, I don't even know.
You don't know.
Rick, do you like Depeche Mode's music? I do. Yes, and I will do a video, Stephanie. I will definitely do a video. I was just talking about Depeche Mode the other day when I made my Cure video. Ronald, enjoying the videos and book and ear training. Thank you, Ronald. Really appreciate that. Happy New Year.
Nice.
Keith, there's an anti-intellectualism going on. Let's see. Part of it's deserved. Hey, Rick, does listening to your friends, Pat Metheny and Sting, exclude me from this? Wait, my friends, those guys are not my friends. Pat Metheny and Sting are not my friends. I mean, I'd like to think that they're my friends, but you know.
Well, there wasn't room on the live stream tonight for that.
Ward and Keith are my friends. So
Brian May is your friend.
Brian
is, yeah.
Right. Okay, so let me just say we've been over 2,000 people on the stream the whole time. But for people that have just joined us, Ward Carroll has a YouTube military aviation YouTube channel. You should definitely subscribe right now. Go click a new tab open and subscribe to him. And Keith's channel is 5 Watt World. If you guys don't know these guys, which probably a lot of you guys do, but if you don't, or you may watch their channels and haven't subscribed, but click the subscribe button. Same goes for my channel. If you're watching this now and are not subscribed, please hit the subscribe button. It actually helps out a lot. And it helps me with if I didn't have 3 million subscribers, I wouldn't be getting the interviews I'm getting. Probably. That doesn't matter how good my interviews are or how bad they are, whatever. It's, what do you guys think? Would I get these interviews? Would I interview Sting if I didn't have a big YouTube channel?
No,
no,
not Sting.
Well, the bizarre thing to me is that they focus on subscriber count when really, if you think back to the old media days, it would have been circulation. Circulation equates to views, but they don't know where to go look for views. They don't know from Social Blade. They don't know how to figure out. I gave John Cordy a couple plugs. John does 2 videos a day. His videos are much, much smaller than mine, but he has like 50% more views per month than I do on average because he's just more gigantic catalog.
More chances at bat, as Ward would say. Ward usually, maybe you wouldn't say that, but
what's the phrase?
I like the Ward has the sports analogies. Usually baseball, though.
I got analogies. They're all over the place.
I got Miller
analogies. I'll mix my metaphors too.
Okay, Ward, where do you get the amazing historical military graphics from? They're awesome.
Generally, I scrape them from other YouTube channels, but I don't know which one specifically you're talking about.
Scrape is an interesting word that I don't use. That's more of an old school.
That's gen1.com verbiage.
Yes.
Really.com.
Yeah. Heartless Guy has a really cool song by a video by a 30-year-old Japanese hard rock band. Everybody should check it out and all their stuff. Okay, cool. There's a lot of people have wanted me to talk about a lot of the Japanese rock bands that are out there. There's a huge movement of Japanese rock and pop, and which I haven't really delved into that much. Band-Aid is a band. Let's see here. Hold on. Where's this one here? I'd be interested in hearing you talk about drums more specifically in regard to odd meters. I love your channel.
Well, that's what the Bissonette episodes were all about.
Yeah, and I've done a top 20 odd time signatures videos. I've done many videos on odd meters, many videos, my tool videos, carnival.
Actually, the way you explain counting odd times is the only place I've ever heard an understandable explanation of that. Just
Yes,
I almost understood how to do that now.
Exactly.
But that being said, I have 1,111 videos, including tonight's episode. So to find these videos, you have to know what the titles are.
Right.
Now, if you type odd meters in, that top 20 odd meters video will come up. But some of the videos where I discuss odd meters are Rush videos, are Tool videos. So many videos that our artist Genesis, I did Dance on a Volcano, did a breakdown of that. That has 11/16 bar. That's got 7 bars of 7.
Love that one. I love
That was amazing. That was a lot like work, right, Rick?
That was a lot like work. That was fun. That was hard to count.
I was going to say, but that was, you had to pay attention
because to count some of these things, you have to 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, and count them out like that. Are there any musical genres you haven't done videos or plan to? Best songs ever videos? Rory. That's hard for me to say, Rory. Musical genres I haven't done but want to do. Yes, many. I mean, I honestly haven't done songs on old standards, like Tin Pan Alley standards, things from the 30s, Jerome Kern, Rodgers and Hart, Victor Young. I mean, there's many old songwriters that I love that I haven't really done any videos on. Yeah, so there's many topics I haven't touched upon. And then Happy New Year's, guys. From Ireland again, David Gilmour interview possible. Donegal, is that how you say that? How would you say that? Donegal. Possibly ever. I hope a David Gilmour interview will happen in 2023. I think that it could. Robin Trower or the Wonders. Come on, man.
Come on,
Eddie.
man.
Come on, man.
I encourage people to start their channels almost every day. People are like, you should do this. I'm like, you should do that. I'd watch it.
Rick, John Gill, apologize for not knowing your two guests. I will subscribe to them also. Rick, your courses have helped me in my guitar playing. It's awesome. I really appreciate that. I want to talk about, hold on, one more here. This is James Jones. Thank you for your excellent videos. Can't wait to see what 2023 brings. Hoping for a Joni Mitchell interview. I got a Christmas present from Joni Mitchell, my third one in a row.
Man.
And she, I'll show it to you. This is I have it right here. This is a very cool box set that I got from her of her.
It's beautiful.
Did
she do the cover? Did she paint the painting?
I don't know.
I bet she did.
Maybe she did. It's the Asylum albums, 1972 to 75.
I'll bet she did the cover.
It's so cool.
Amazing painter.
Yeah.
Because they're not on Spotify.
Has For the Roses, Court and Spark, Miles of Isles, and The Hissing of Summer Lawns, which are all phenomenal records.
Court and Spark was one of our 10 best, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And when I asked Joni, I've said this before, but I asked her what record, when I had dinner with her, what record was the perfect mix of how your song, where you felt your songwriting was the best and the recordings were the best, and she said Court and Spark and Hijira, those two records. But Court and Spark was the first thing. She didn't even hesitate because the production on Court and Spark, the way that the arrangements came out, was the first record that she did. That Tom Scott, who did a lot of the arrangements, who's a great saxophonist that played with Steely Dan, played with everybody. Tom Scott and the LA Express, Larry Carlton, all those people. That's why they were involved on Joni's records, because of Tom.
Right.
And so I hope that a Joni Mitchell interview will happen in 2023. It's great that she's out playing again. It's fantastic playing the guitar. And one of the interesting things was that she said that she relearned from watching videos of her, probably on YouTube, and her really unique right hand picking pattern. You guys have seen her, the way that she finger picks. Is fascinating. I love it. And when you watch her play now, it looks like she always did. Maddie K says, okay, hearing this, I'll be happy to host a golf outing to whatever venue you prefer, gentlemen. No pressure, but let's play. Maddie K. There we go.
There you go.
Our preferred venue is Augusta.
Right. You can cover
We
those.
have to come down here.
Cover those greens fees, Maddie.
I didn't realize you're from Fairport. I'm from Penfield. Got my first drum kit at House of Guitars 1980. Mr. Schultz, thank you. I am from Penfield. It was probably from my house, probably the border of Fairport and Penfield was probably a mile away or so, going down Main Street, or which becomes what is it, 9 Mile Point Road once you cross over Whitney Road, because it's about 9 miles from Lake Ontario. And then there's one more here. It says, Rick, you are YouTube goals. I've learned so much about music. What's that?
YouTube Gold, I think he was trying to do, right?
Oh, gold. Okay.
Yeah.
It says goals, but he probably meant gold.
And I've learned so much about music, also how to be a YouTuber from you. I wish you all the best 2020. You're in a country music channel. It's like a baby music channel, baby channel compared to yours. Grady Smith. Thank you, Grady. Appreciate it. I'll have to check out your channel.
I took a minute to go put Ward's a link to Ward's channel into my channel over in the stream.
Thank you. Look at that.
There you go.
Let's see here. I think that, have I gotten to all those yet?
Somebody actually, it wasn't a top chat, but somebody asked about a Daniel Lanois interview.
Yes, Daniel Lanois interview is going to happen soon. What are your biggest musical theory fears? I don't have any musical theory fears, really. Okay, so tune in. There's Rick. There's Keith, 50 World. I subscribe to both. In the middle, Ward Carroll. It is. I subscribe to him, too. What the hell is he doing here? Am I a nerd or what?
That's a good question, Rick. What the hell am I doing here?
This is where I do the plug. If you haven't seen, if everybody that's on here has not seen the episode where Ward is visiting Rick and he's in the studio and they do, what was the name of the video?
10 perfect albums, right? Isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
It's fantastic. It's so much fun. And it
Yeah.
lets Ward do his musical nerd out and not get out of his own lane on his own channel. There you go.
Ward is incredibly knowledgeable about music, and could have had his own music YouTube channel.
Still could.
Still
when
could.
he runs out of personal stories, like his wife said.
Okay.
Ward, you never run out of personal stories, do you?
No, and when I do, I'll just make new ones up.
Which is what you told your wife when she said that, right?
Over in the secret land, you know.
So I'm on my 1110th episode. I made a video on Steve Brown and my guitar teacher, and I said to my wife, "Have you ever heard of Steve Brown?" She said, "No." And I think that people know all these things, and I thought to myself, how could I have not made a video on Steve after 1,000 episodes? Who's one of the most important people musically to me in my entire life. And there is no good answer other than I just hadn't done it.
Yeah.
And then when I saw on Facebook he turned 80, I thought, I've got to make this video for Steve.
Yeah, I've known you since 1988,
87,
87, 88, and it's still, you'll say something and I'm like, whoa, go back. You what story? What? So if I don't know all the stories, then these people don't know.
Well, when I start recounting these things about that gig I played at the Haunt, and I was like, yeah, Tom Killian played drums, Pete Schwazik played bass, and Steve, and that people said, how do you remember who played on the gigs?
Yeah, right.
And then I had a picture from the gig.
Yeah.
From Tom Wadsworth. So how do I remember these things? I don't know. I just remember them. I'm a 40-year fan of Big Country. Any thoughts? Their early albums seem like something you'd like and appreciate. I do like Big Country. Ward, you want to say anything about Big Country?
One hit wonder.
Ward
That's what I
told me
want to say about Big Country.
Big Country is great band. Let's be provocative. Issue a challenge. I think Presto Beato should be a thing. What does that mean?
I don't get that.
Presto was.
It would look great on a t-shirt.
It's a t-shirt.
Beato. Rick would be coming to Fort Worth, Texas anytime soon. You know, I'm actually coming to Lubbock, Texas. I need to take a drink here. Lubbock, Texas, which I've never been to talk. This is a thing I'm doing, a talk at a university in April, but I'm not going to announce it now because I don't know I don't know the date, but I will announce it when it gets closer. I told my wife, I said, can I drink this whole thing? Is this going to be enough to drink for the episode? I'm just about out of it.
Going through it, right? Yeah, right.
It's crazy. Ward, you're not drinking anything?
No, maybe I should go get something. If I go downstairs, my wife's not going to let me come back upstairs.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I got to get off because I got to get the dog out here.
Yeah.
Rick, any interest in a Zappa
bird
episode?
dog.
What makes it sound great? Well, maybe. We'll see. Okay, so and then Donald Fagen interview. Rick, what about that? I'm trying, Jim. And then can you talk about Canada's band Tragically Hip? You've ever seen them live? My brother Ray is the most big was a huge fan of the band and has wanted me to do a video on them, but I haven't done that yet. Ward, do you have access to the Pentagon for historical military images?
Well, Divids is available to the public. They do, put out images. They're publicly available. I have access to the Pentagon. I go there semi-frequently for interviews or whatnot.
All right, so Hypes, you got to go now, right? Big enough.
I've been on here a little longer than I was originally planning to be here. Yeah,
Okay, so Ward,
just a wee bit.
if you guys want to what do they say? Dip out, as my friend Mike says.
Depart the pattern, as we say.
Depart the
yes,
pattern.
Depart the pattern.
Come
You
in.
guys, you go. I have another guest coming up here very soon, so I'm going to vamp for a little bit, talk about a couple other things.
Roger.
Guys, pleasure once again. If you guys don't subscribe to 5 Watt World or Ward Carroll, please subscribe to their channel, support them on Patreon. And
I'm a moderator. I'll throw them in the chat on my way out of the door.
yes, and thanks guys for being here. Happy New Year.
Oh, it was
Happy
fun.
New Year, Rick.
Thank
you for the time and the mentorship and the friendship. And Keith, it's good to see you. I hope we
always good.
can cross paths in person very soon.
There you go.
All right. Happy New Year, guys.
Yeah. Take
See
care.
ya.
All right.
Bye.
See you guys. And there we go. See you, Hypes. Okay. Now, Mike, Loy, are you there? Because I'm going to invite you on. Can you do it? Because I want you guys to meet Mike. I want to bring Aaron on too, but I don't know if Aaron will come on. Aaron, will you text me and see if you'll come on? Hold on, Mike. I'm going to send you a thing. Let's see here. How do I do this exactly? Where's Ward? Okay, here we go. Copy. And then paste. Mike, can you be on? Mike Loy, here we go. Boom. And then, Aaron can get on if he wants here, but I want to get Mike on here because I want you guys to meet Mike Loy, who I've known for years and years. I'm going to answer a couple of questions and see if Mike shows up here in the green room. Rick, James Herster here, very early and continuous supporter. I pray to get to meet you while I'm in Atlanta visiting my grandson in Buckhead, even 5 minutes. So much. Thank you. James, write to me when and let me know when you're going to be here. Email me on my website. Have you come across the band Beatbox Sax Channel, Synthesis and BYU? I've not seen that, Andrew. Thank you. I'll check it out. Tinu Vial Greenleaf. I really screwed that up. I hope I can figure out how to pronounce that. I have no idea that you have no idea the magnitude of inspiration, education, positivity, healing, and joy you've given the music community, especially during COVID. Thank you for this. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's so nice. Rory, we love you in Ireland. Currently wearing my Everything Music t-shirt. Look at that. That's awesome. Thank you, Rory. Jefferson Walker, listen to guitarists such as Carlton Pastorius touches my soul. Do you think artists such as they think of a spiritual connection with the audience when they play? Definitely. Definitely. Let me see here if Mike, I was going to play some music for you guys, but the music, so the way that this is set up, I couldn't figure out how to do this exactly. I was going to play some songs, but but I don't have it. Unfortunately, I don't have it hooked up where I can do that. I want to tell people one thing that I've forgotten to do is to tell you to subscribe to my second channel, my Rick Beato 2. I just started posting on there again. Those of you that don't know, I have a second YouTube channel that I have original content on, many videos. My video with Ward is actually on my second channel. My interview with Brian May is on my second channel. It has probably almost 200,000 subscribers. And I just started posting on there again this past week. So hit the subscribe button on Rick Beato 2. Play some Tim Henson techniques, somebody said. Here, Mike's trying to install. What are you trying to install, Mike? You just click on the link. Or do you have to actually have StreamYard? Maybe you do. No, I think you just click on it and you get, no, maybe you have to have it. So Mike's going to be coming up here. I'm answering some more questions here. Rick, we know you love Lennon, but what about McCartney? Any chance of an interview with him? Oh my God. What about McCartney? I'd love to interview Paul McCartney. Any chance of interviewing him? I hope I can. I don't know. These people are really hard to get in touch with, you know? Rick, can you teach us down thirds and fourths in the meantime? Mark, I'm not going to teach ear training on New Year's Eve. There's my, okay. So I'm going to bring on Mike Loy. I'm going to tell you about him. Mike just cut his hair off. Let's see here. How do I add to stream? What's up, Mike?
What's up? I have my hat on so no one can see my hair.
Okay, so Mike is an important part of this channel and has been. Mike has worked with me on all my live shows, and he came to Iceland with me when I did the talk there, and he comes on all the video shoots that I do and organizes all that stuff. And we also have a long history working together. I produced multiple records for Mike.
A lot.
Different projects going way back to 2007.
Yeah.
So I met Mike when Dylan was, a month old or something?
Oh, yeah. Very, very young.
Yeah. So Mike's known my family forever. And I don't do any of these trips without him. We have an interview coming up in Los Angeles that we're going to be going to in about another week or so, which I'm really looking forward to. But Mike you've been in the chat here, Mike, right?
Yeah, I've been posting about the sale we have tonight, and just reading the comments, making sure they're approved. Someone just asked Rick if I was related to the bass player Jerry Loy of Chicago. I have no idea.
Okay. Is Loy a common name, Mike? I don't know. You're the only Loy I know.
Oh, come on. You know Myrna Loy. I'm not related. I'm not related, but
right.
That was my nickname in high school baseball.
I wasn't even thinking about that. But I don't personally know any Loys.
Yeah.
Except for the Loy family, I guess, right? Your family.
Yeah, that's about it.
Although I don't know your kids or your wife or anything after all these years.
You want to say hi to Eleanor here?
Yes. Where's Eleanor? Hey, Eleanor, how are you?
Good.
Good to see you.
Good. She's an aspiring YouTuber. She's dreams of having her own YouTube like yours.
Do it.
But, probably with like makeup and other stuff.
Eleanor, what are you, 11? Is that right? You're 8. You 8? How old? 10? 7?
7.
Oh my gosh. I can't tell. I can't remember kids' ages, Mike. I have trouble remembering my kids' ages.
Yeah. Yeah. So, our kids are basically the same age, though, within a little bit of reason, Aiden and Dylan are the same age.
Yep.
My middle one, Holden is 12, going to be 13 when school gets out.
Lennon's 13. Yep.
And then Eleanor 7. Almost a Halloween baby.
What day? 30th?
Yep.
October 30th. So tell me about this makeup channel that you want to have. What would you do?
I'm just doing probably morning stuff, just stuff that I would probably do in the morning. all my videos are probably gonna have makeup involved.
I love it.
Nice.
That's so great. Wow.
What about yours, Rick? Are you gonna have it? Are anyone?
Layla wants to do a game. Layla wants to do a gamer channel, but she hasn't started yet. But she's she has all the lingo and everything that you have to have for gamer to be a gamer. Eleanor, you're staying up till the new year, right? You're going to stay up till midnight. It's early there though. It's an hour earlier.
Party time. Yeah.
Mike, you heard me talk about the magicians, right?
Yeah, I already contacted like 3 Atlanta magicians, man. I'm working on it. Some random dude's just gonna show up at your house, knock on the door, and like, how a rabbit's gonna fly out of his hat.
Someone's saying Carol playing "Pardon Me" on the keyboard was the coolest thing ever. Carol was my assistant. Did she play "Pardon Me" on the piano? Grady, just so you know, goals means you're an inspiration. Goals, yes. Okay, so goals. I want to emulate Rick, which is true. You rule. The channel is goals. Awesome. What makes this song great? Country series. I will eventually FKA Skull. I'm gonna this year I'm gonna do more country. I'm gonna do country videos, not more. I haven't done any country videos. Okay, I think I read that one. And I read that one.
Someone said Magic Mike on the comments. Wrong type of magician.
Yeah, let's see here.
we
Rick,
want
news. Let's see. Be fast, fantastic interview. Listen to my town. He's done the album art for tons of artists. Yes, Greg. I don't know if an album art video would do well on my channel. Maybe it would. I don't know. Just wishing you and everyone a happy new year. Dr. Dent 7. Thank you. Dr. Gent, listen to me. Mike, you probably didn't think. Mike, do you have a website? Somebody's asking.
Do I?
No. Mike, do you have Instagram?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm a little bit of a kind of like an old man with the social medias, but it might be at Mike Loy Jr. Maybe.
Okay.
We can try it, but not
I have a question. Why do you have TikTok and you don't even have anything uploaded?
I don't have TikTok.
Yeah, you have TikTok, remember?
I do?
On your
Instagram.
phone. No, it's TikTok.
Oh, it's so I can make sure you guys aren't doing anything bad.
You don't even have anything to log in.
Well, I gave up when I tried.
Your phone is bad. We don't do things bad.
You're well behaved.
Only for like half of the time, but when I meet Holden, that changes.
So, Mike, when we go, should we talk about? No, we can't talk about the interviews. I don't like to talk about the interviews before they happen, of who we're going to do. But Mike has been on a lot of the interviews. Everything in 2020, 2022, and we're working on some really cool ones that hopefully are going to happen in the next couple months. I see the people that one of them, somebody mentioned in the comments, I'm not going to say with who, but one of them is pretty close, I think, of the people mentioned. But some of these ones are really difficult to get. And Mike, you want to talk about that, about why these older artists don't understand about YouTube?
Yeah, I mean, it's a sort of old world music business where, your labels and your agents and your managers, it's sort of, which I personally sort of enjoyed in my music career. But now that everything has changed, you're not even worried about sales being on Universal or something. But a lot of people operate their management and publicity based in the old 80s models, right? Very as like the kids would say, boomer-tastic, it's stuck in the old days. Like, your people, it's the future is people watching watching YouTube instantly and streaming music on Spotify. And so when they're trying to give their clients, which let's say Ringo Starr or anyone that's super huge, that sort of they're so big that they don't really they're not just running out to the shopping malls and stuff because they're too famous. They're trusting their publicist and their managers to relay information about what's important for their career.
Yeah.
And most of them, in my opinion, obviously everyone is my opinion, is that they're out of touch. So like Rick this channel reaches way more people than the morning show or Cup of Joe with whoever on whatever news station that I don't even have. I'm 41 and I don't even have cable TV.
Right.
Because it's old.
I don't have cable
I had
TV.
cable TV when I was 15. So it's like, I think there needs to be a conversation with the managers who have managed these artists forever, that the artist trusts, which is important, that these are sort of very big transitions that are happening, as you've seen transitions that you as a producer, big transitions. You're not making $400,000 for a record, for a hit song, for a hit record.
Right. Record budgets of $400,000 went out in 2005.
Right. It's gone. So the same thing with, who we're going to try to.
But these artists work with publicists, for example. They're the ones that set up the interviews typically for these huge artists. The people that everybody's mentioning in the comments section. These are a lot of the publicists have been with them for years and years, and they just don't understand social media and the reach of a platform like YouTube, for example. And you can try to explain it to people, but it's you can't even get through to the people to explain it to them.
It's pretty tough. It's like the old world, like getting a record deal, as Rick knows, was very hard. But you had to really get through a bunch of walls. Everyone had to basically believe in you, which is good. I mean,
everyone when Mike says everyone at the label, if you get back in the day when I was started out and I was trying to get a record deal, people would you'd have these junior A&R scouts that would come out and they'd see your band. They'd go back and report, and if they bring it up in an A&R meeting, they'd play it for people, and then everybody in the room would have an opinion. And if the head of A&R thought it was cool, then he'd maybe come out to your show or something, or they'd bring you up to do a showcase. And people used to do showcases. When I started, I had probably 25 bands that got record deals, but that stopped happening in 2005.
Yeah.
And now there's no barrier to entry. Now people can get known through TikTok or through Instagram or through YouTube, whatever. Is interesting with Tim Henson, because Tim Polyphia is a band that got known on YouTube. They have a million subscriber channel for the band, and Tim has 800,000 followers on his YouTube channel. And then who's another one? There's other people that have gotten big. Obviously, the people that have gotten massively huge because of TikTok. That's kind of a known thing. But okay, I got to read a couple of super chats here again.
Yeah.
Let's see. What makes a song great, terrible on a completely AI generated song? Lyrics and music evaluated just like any other song. Michael, that's actually a pretty cool idea. I might do something like that. Okay, I read that. Let's see here. Let me go back. I don't know how I missed some. There's a lot of these here. This is very cool. Thank you, Jack Howell. Thank you for contributing to the pool of oboists. Super cool. You have the ear to have an ear in the wind section. I love oboe. It's one of my favorite wind instruments. Dylan played oboe. Actually, Dylan has retired from the oboe now. But I love the oboe. Let's see. F. Chris Grimm, absolutely love your work on here. We're of the same vintage, which makes the references really resonate. My favorite person on the planet is Julian Cope. Is his music on your radar? Yes. Peggy Suicide, one of my three greatest records of all time. Great record. Really great record. Okay. Mike S. Hey, Rick, was at your Chicago show, sat directly in front of your brother. My brother was there. Yeah. Didn't get a chance to ask, but what do you think of UFO, especially Michael Schenker? Michael Schenker is amazing. Love UFO with Michael Schenker. Great guitar player. Mike was at the Chicago show. Mike worked the Chicago show. Mike, what was the one that the green room was 5 floors down, and it was my by the time I got down there, my knee was killing me.
Oh my gosh, was that
Seattle?
Seattle? Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy cow!
So the
Amazing, like that skit on SNL when
it was
Chris Farley's like walking up the stairs, and you're like, I was, and I'm like, I'm out of shape. You're
yeah.
I am, but I was like wheezing every time I went up the stairs to run, and I'm like running around trying to get set lists and whatever else, and it was rough.
Yeah, walking down and to get ready to go on, and my knee's killing me. So I've had a knee injury for everybody out there watching here. I went to the orthopedic doctor yesterday, and I have a shredded medial meniscus or something like that inside my knee that I need to have surgery for. But the irony, Mike, is that of course I go to the doctor. He tells me this yesterday, and my knee feels great today for the first time in 3 months. So
yeah, we get along because we both have like bad joints,
Right. So what do? Do you go and get the surgery, or you just leave it alone? Or
I'm pretty stubborn. I like to just hobble it off.
Okay, hold on. Love your channel. We ever do a What Makes a Song Great in the Beach Boys song? Somebody asked that question earlier. Yes, I need to see what the blocking things are. I didn't do the Beach Boys before because of that. Just like the Beatles, you can't play on YouTube. Thank you, Tim, very much. So I will look into that. A lot of the YouTube copyright content ID things have changed in the last, even in the last 6 months or so, they've changed. So things that got blocked that got blocked before do not get blocked now. So we'll have to see what happens with that. But I'm hoping that I think I got to everyone here, Mike.
Nice.
This is Mike, have you been wait, I missed this one. Oh no, I got that. Dr. Dent 7. Have you been watching the okay, I just lost my chat now. Okay, I got my chat back. Have you been watching the comments on the actual YouTube app or on this, Mike?
I'm watching the comments, so Mike, that's why I kind of turned my face because I have my phone just sitting on my computer screen.
Because I'm wondering if the comments are moving faster, because the comments move very slowly in StreamYard. I'm going to open it up here. I'm going to turn my phone down.
Seems faster on YouTube.
Yeah, because you don't really get, if I ask a question, people don't really answer it quickly. So I'm going to look here. I'm going to click on it. And I think that I think I have it in slow chat mode here, maybe. Yeah, and this does not really go back very far. I can't really go back on here. Okay. Somebody asked me about Justin Hawkins. That was one of the things. And I said, I'm going to be on Justin's YouTube channel. I'm not sure when. I did an interview with him about 2 weeks ago or so. And I just sent him my footage from my camera a few days ago. So I don't know. It'll be sometime soon, but Justin's amazing. He's great singer, and has a great YouTube channel. Somebody said interview Michael Anthony from Van Halen. That'd be a really interesting interview. Let's see here. We go down to the bottom here. I got Tim's there. I've been pretty good on staying on this here. Okay, what is this here? Secret till legal account. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Happy New Year. There's a super sticker. Wow. Oh, that's my lovely wife right there. I can't believe it. I got a super. She's watching. So cool. Hey, babe. Angry Sasquatch Music. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Greetings from Iran. Any chance of doing a video with Billy F. Gibbons? I'd love to do a video with Billy Gibbons. Remind me about that, Mike, to really look into that.
Okay.
I actually have Billy's phone number.
Yeah, that would be a great one.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Can you come to Dallas International Guitar Festival? Are you familiar with? I wonder if I think somebody reached out to me about that. About Fly Everything. I think somebody reached out to me about that. When is that? Rick, will you please do some mixing tutorials, Tim O'Connor, in the future shows some Pro Tools sessions like you did with What Makes It Sound Great, Adele. I will do some more Pro Tools videos like that. I like doing those kind of videos. I want to do more videos on recording, engineering. That's one of my things in 2023 that I want to do. Mike, can you believe it's going to be 2023?
The last 3 years have really went by. If I didn't have more gray hair now, I wouldn't have even known it was 3 years. It's been crazy.
Yeah. I'm looking at some things here. Recording drums, somebody said. So I haven't done a drum recording video in a long time. And one of the things about some of these recording videos is I have to use my old assistant GL or Ken.
Oh, GL, the best.
So Mike knows Ken, or GL as we call him. It's his nickname. Because I worked with him from 2000 until 2017, basically 5-6 days a week. I mean, 6 days a week for the first 10 years or so. We would do sessions, and I need him to do these things because I can't film a video and record a drum set at the same time. It's just too hard. It's almost too hard to even do record guitars to do that. I really need him.
GL, come home. We miss you.
I know. GL, please.
Come on, man. And Rick, same words. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So yeah, I would like to do that. And next year, hopefully, Stu Baxter. Thanks, Stu. Appreciate it. Hopefully next year I will do, no, not hopefully. I'm the one that's in control of doing it. I will do more recording videos next year because I have a recording studio here and I'd really like to do that. I think that I'm changing my tune. Ian, super sticker. Thank you so much, Ian. Appreciate it. I think I might be changing my tunes on producing stuff, Mike. Maybe I will. I don't know.
Well, at least I'm retired, man. Like I've failed you 4 different bands. So you find some younger kids that are better than me. But I will be excited for that. I mean, one of the best producers I've known.
Well, maybe one time I'll do a song or something like that because I really miss recording. When I say I miss producing, it's really that I don't say I miss producing, but I miss recording. And they go hand in hand, basically. And when I talked to Justin, we talked about this, and he asked me why I don't like to produce anymore. And I said it's really recording vocals. Now, if I worked with singers like Justin, he is a phenomenal singer, and it's tedious to do vocals. It is. Not with Mike, it's not, but with most singers, with a lot of singers, it's tedious to do vocal recording. But I love the recording process. I love doing drums. I love doing bass guitars.
That was my favorite, watching you and GL, either one of you you guys could edit on the fly. Like while the take's happening, you guys, or whatever it was, you guys would be edited before before you'd even come back in from the booth.
It was so fun to do that, especially And I got really good when I would edit vocals. If I heard a good line or something, I would immediately comp the vocal, and I always knew what lines I needed. If there was we do a few passes of the whole song or sections, and then it's like, okay, we need this line, we need this, and that was a real skill. But I think that it was the day-to-day drudgery of it. Especially later on when there was no promise of a record deal for the bands. I think that that's part of the thing that, and Tim Pierce says this, that when the pot of gold, this is his quote, when the pot of gold was not, when there was no pot of gold on the other side of an E chord, is how Tim would put it, that once that was gone, that there was no good rock music anymore. That took the incentive out of people joining bands or something. It's kind of an interesting idea, but when I first started producing and people would get record deals, just the thought of getting a record deal for bands. I mean, I admit it myself, when I got a record deal and when my band Billionaire got signed, I remember taking the contracts that got FedEx to me to the rehearsal space, Mike. So we rehearsed at this place in town that had probably 30 different rehearsal rooms, and they were all bands playing all the time. Every rehearsal room was filled. I remember walking into the place, getting out of my car, and walking in with the FedEx envelope with multiple contracts that needed to be signed. And I was walking in the hall and I'm thinking, meeting the guys, everybody in this place wants what I have in my hand here, this major label record deal, right?
The good old days.
The good old days. And we executed the contract and sent it back. Little did we know what a disaster it was going to be, but it's pretty much a disaster. The chances of, I remember somebody told me this, that when people give them CDs, that, people used to give you CDs. If you got 100 CDs, you could pretty much throw them all out because the chances of one of them being good is so small. And I thought that was really cynical. And I said, come on, there's going to be 4 good ones out of the 100. Because that was the ratio of when bands were on major labels. Somebody told me this, that 4% of the artists, this is back in the day when A&R would sign, A&R people would sign people, 4% of the artists would make the money for the entire label that would float the whole label. So even the pop artists, if you were on Atlantic Records and you were a huge band, you would, if you were Led Zeppelin, you would be making money that would make the John Coltrane albums possible.
Yeah.
Or whoever it was, not John Coltrane, because they were not doing records at the same time, but those huge artists funded the whole entire labels, and it would be about a 4% success rate or so, something like that.
Never mind. I was thinking about something about the Billy interview when you went to when Billy was trying to think of Naima in that song. That's my favorite part of the video. When I kept watching it, and you just read it, like you just boom knew it right away.
Read his mind. He goes John Coltrane tune. I don't know how to say it. As soon as he said I said Naima.
Yeah, it was the best part because
Billy said you literally read my mind.
Yeah, when you were a producer, that's how it was always be too. You'd be like, boom. And, for anyone that's doing ear training and stuff, not to try to sell it, but when I was in the booth recording vocals, Rick would always tell me stories like he does on his YouTube channel. But he taught me this number about how many possibilities are in a Rubik's Cube, right? I only have this screen. I definitely can tell you that it's 432520032744898560000. And he just told it to me 3 times. He's like, look, this is how you can memorize ear training and music stuff. And back then, well, that was probably 2010 or something.
Right.
I knew right away. I was like, oh my God, like whatever it happens, like the ear training. it's going to work for everybody.
Yeah, it's just, and ear training is one of the things where you just have to practice it and keep practicing it. It's until you begin to recognize things, eventually you get it. And it's the guy that was asking me about the descending intervals. Descending intervals are harder than ascending intervals until you master them, and then they're exactly the same. So it's just like anything. It's just that daily practice with it.
And I hope that number's right if anybody wants to double check me. But
somebody's gonna double check you. Okay, I got some more super chats here. What about a Mike Stern interview? Love to do a Mike Stern interview. That's one that could definitely happen. Rick, do you remember when Dave Rolfe recorded a Louisiana band called Broadmoor in 2008? I do remember. Dave was working here at the studio. And were you in Broadmoor? Brady? I totally remember Broadmoor. How would you say that? Puish? Recently, I am representing blues artists. Ashesh Dango. I found that venues still need phone calls or not responsive to emails. What's your suggestion for new artist manager? Mike, this is in your thing here.
Well, I mean, I think it's sort of 432520304. Yeah, okay, I got it right, Big Beluga. If you're just coming up, the best thing you can find in a manager is someone that you fully trust that will help you make your brand bigger or your music career bigger. Because if it's not growing, there's no point in having someone help you because you can help yourself. So now, I mean, it's weird because it's a double-edged sword because you want someone to help you.
Right.
At the same time, you have to have something that they can help. So there has to be some sort of demand or your best friend that will work tirelessly to try to help you out. Like what was Zeppelin's manager or
Peter Grant.
Grant was a friend. He worked his butt off to try to make that band succeed. And so a lot of the older bands was just like, it was
just a friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tour managers and tour business stuff like that too.
Okay, so talk about this, Mike, for a second about the people that you've toured with and worked with.
My first career experience, I moved out to LA when I graduated high school. Joined a band that was on Interscope. Great dudes, and then we ended up getting dropped because you had to compete against 50 Cent and Gwen Stefani, bigger things, selling millions of records, and we were only selling 100 some thousand. So our manager was like, hey, if you want to have a career and have a family and stuff, work behind the scenes. So I started my first teching gig was with Panic at the Disco in like 2005 or something, and then I've been touring ever since. And now I work for Sufjan Stevens, the Shins. I've worked for Kevin Costner, Bob Weir from the Grateful Dead as a guitar tech. Sometimes I'll be a production manager or something, but for the most part, work on vintage guitars and stuff for touring, just keep them.
The National.
Ready. I've been touring forever. And
work with the National.
Oh, a great group of dudes, and I've worked for them for 12 years. So I think they're, I'm sure they'll tour at some point next year. And Sufjan's a musical genius. I always tell Rick that he needs to go back and look at the Age of Odds and stuff like that of Sufjan's records, because he's a master of the Dave Smith instruments. But and I'm trying to think of if I'm Regina Spektor, one of my gigs when I went.
Amazing.
When I would say that I went over to the indie side, because the scary part is when you work for sort of some rock bands, you don't want. I'm not a big get paid a little bit and get guitars thrown at you kind of guy. So the best thing I find about folks like the Nationals are well educated. They've worked hours and hours on their craft. They're musicians first. The twins, Bryce and Aaron. Bryce is a composer. has worked with Inarritu on he with The Revenant and his new film, which I don't really know because I don't watch TV, but but then Aaron had great success. He produced Taylor Swift's
right.
COVID records and co-wrote some of those, and that was great. Good for him as a producer, right? Like, because how do you in this new...
No, it's hard work. It's hard to be a producer nowadays. There's almost no there's no back end for producers,
right?
Really.
And Stevie, if you ever look on YouTube somewhere, you might see me playing the Orange is the New Black theme song in some tours with Regina.
There you go.
I'm not going to tell you where because I look too fat for the camera, but
okay, hold on. A.W. Stevens, flying solos night for New Year's Eve in Baltimore. Born ATL, agree with Keith. Love for the community feel. Bought the bundle for Christmas. Thanks for making an accessible course interface for blind users. Learning a lot. You're very welcome. And Robert Doherty, Rick, love your channel. This is my first time watching a live stream. Love your reactions, listening to complex music tracks and great guests. I too would love to see Alex Lifeson. I'm if I had to guess, I think that an Alex Lifeson interview can happen in 2023. What do you think, Mike? What do you think the chances that are?
Yeah, we can make it happen.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially if some of the folks see this, it's like we just want to document this magical history of our music through the last 60 years or so.
Yeah.
Because it really is something special. And Good Morning America, they're just going to ask you about your book or your new CD-ROM or your Apple.
Mike, we don't do CD-ROMs. When people give me their CDs, I still or they'll give me a CD-ROM. That actually happens still.
Yeah, that'll happen. It's just and it really is done. I mean, it's a chance of me listening to a vinyl record than a CD. So
okay, here's a question here. FP Monica, what makes the song great for Squeeze? Different to I love Squeeze. You know what? I haven't listened to Squeeze in a long time, and I need to. When I'm trying to think of stuff like what is something new or something old that I want to listen to, and Squeeze is something that I would put on. There's a lot of early 90s stuff that's not grunge that I really like. Late 80s, early 90s stuff that I like to go back and listen to, and it just doesn't come to mind when I sit down to listen. But I need to revisit Squeeze. This is, oh wait, okay, so I read that one. Let's see here. Do interview with Getty and Alex Rush, go 5 million. There we go, Billy the Kid Norwood.
There you go. 2 goals.
Let's see here. Rick, you're probably one of the few people that look amazing with gray hair. Good job, man. There's nothing. It's all genetic. Riddick Sharma. I don't have any choice over having gray hair. It's genetic. I mean, I guess I could dye it, right, Mike?
Rick had a beard down to here and black long hair and was like, looked like a metalhead, like fully. I had a huge beard until yesterday, Rick.
Yes, it's still freaking me out. So my hair really went gray starting in 2013 or so. Started to go gray and then just went completely gray. It's crazy. Yeah.
Well, they call them everybody. It's like a silver fox, right? That's what they call it.
I guess, but it's so strange to I can't imagine myself any other way anymore. It's weird.
Yeah.
I had a dream though that I dyed my hair black the other day.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was very, very strange. And I thought it looked so weird. I thought it looked terrible. No need to shout out. I'm happy to support. Thank you, Merck. Appreciate that. But you get the shout out anyways.
Right.
Disco Scotty, you should talk about Bob Del Rosso, head and gentleman blues guitarist from New Jersey. He taught Bon Jovi how to play the guitar. I don't know Bob. I'll have to check that out.
I go back through here and make notes, Rick. So we'll have some
At
notes.
Chris Grimm. Also, have you looked at the tubes? I have looked at the tubes. I was going to have a tube song on one of my videos recently. That was in the it was in the mix when I was talking about something. I don't know if it was the Lukather solo on Talk to You Later. I can't remember, but it's it was something that I mean, I definitely had a tube song on one of the lists. Angry Sasquatch music again. Rick, do you know producer energy Tony? I don't know Tony Dockside Studio. Is this that? I think you asked me that before. Is that possible?
That
Chris Puckett, epic Adam Franklin interview. More early 90s. Happy New Year. Thank you, Chris. I love Swerve Driver, massive fan. And that Adam Franklin record or interview was very hard to get. I wrote to Adam multiple times. And finally, he wrote me because his next door neighbor said to him, "Hey, have you heard of Rick Beato? You should check out his videos." And that flipped the switch, I think, in Adam's head. And I got the my Swerve Driver interview. I need to reach out to Adam.
leads me to the next thing is if anybody lives next door to Bono, can someone tell him? Look at, yeah,
Bono, come on. Bob Mould of Husker Du would be great. Love Bob Mould. Matter of fact, my first gig in Atlanta was opening for Bob Mould with a group called Thing One, Thing Two, a duo that I played with, and we opened for Bob Mould, and he was amazing. What's up, Kinch? Good to see you. Streetwise Guitar, big shout out. Love Kinch. He's one of my dear friends. You should check out his YouTube channel and subscribe. That's another.
I saw Larry Webman on there. Is that our friend?
You saw Larry? Was Larry on here?
I saw he's commented on here, and I can't imagine. You know, it's
Where is Larry?
friend Larry.
I'm looking on here.
Scrolling. Yeah, Larry Webman. We'll see if the shout out if he's still there.
Larry, if you're here, click again. There's Larry. Larry, what's up?
Yeah.
Larry is my booking agent for my live shows.
Oh, what's up, Larry? There he is.
Larry, maybe do another show in Europe later on after London. Not in the same time period, but maybe a few months later. Can we do Switzerland or something like that? Like go in the middle. That way we can travel everywhere around there, and we can go to Italy and go to Germany. It'd be great.
Copenhagen. Come on.
Let's see here. Europe it is. There we go. Larry, good to see you. Happy New Year, by the way. I see a comment. I should talk to Stone Temple Pilots with Dean and Robert DeLeo. Okay. I am going to be talking to them. Dean texted me a little while ago, a Happy New Year's video right here. And Greg Bissonette texted me Happy New Year. Hey, Greg, if you're on here, I love Greg. He's absolute genius.
We got a comment saying, "Come on, Aaron. Come on the screen, Aaron."
Aaron, are you there? Is Aaron here?
Yeah, he's been there. He's commenting.
Aaron, you need to come on. Can you come on or what? Aaron's one of the most important parts of the channel. He's the only one that hasn't had a video about him, yet he's, without Aaron, there is no Rick Beato channel pretty much. He's in his pajamas. Oh, come on. Just put on your baseball hat. You're not.
Have you seen my sweater, Aaron? It's the same as, come on.
How about doing an interview with Jackson Brown? That would be great, actually. That would be great. Oh my God, I saw Jackson Brown play in 2003 at Chastain it's an outdoor amphitheater here in Atlanta with Chris Isaak opening, and it was 90 degrees out that night. And he was phenomenal. Jackson Browne was amazing playing solo, but Chris Isaak was incredible too. And Chris Isaak, Mike, sweated more. He was wearing his sequin jacket. His sweat dripped off his nose like a faucet. I've never seen anyone sweat that much. All over his guitar all night, like in his entire set.
Yeah. See, I know a couple like that, but I don't know, if it's appropriate for me to be able to say that because I work.
Yeah, you better not say that. But yeah, Chris Isaak was it was so hot. It was, it was 90 degrees at night with, 98% humidity here in Atlanta. And he was wearing all this stuff, but his hair never moved. Never moved. Amazing. I thought he would be drenched by the end of the show. I thought his hair would be flat to his head, but it looked great entire time. Okay. Mark Milstein says, highly recommend checking out the Licorice Quartet. Former Jellyfish members. Yes, my dear friend Tim Smith, who has been on my channel many times, and Roger Manning are part of the Licorice Quartet. I did a record with Roger and Tim. Roger produced it, and my friend Rob Aldridge that passed away last year, who I made a video about, with our band Umajets back in 1996. So, and I've talked to Roger since then, but they made a great record probably a year and a half ago or something, Licorice Quartet.
Do you still talk to Dan? Remember the producer from Atlanta that played drums on one of my
Absolutely. Dan Hanna. I talked to Dan last week.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
I talk to Dan all the time. Dan's awesome. I will tell him you said hi to Mike that we were talking about. I need a call. I'll call Dan tomorrow. Was hoping you might talk about Joe Satriani's new record sometime. So speaking of Satch, they're playing in he's doing like a G4 thing out in Las Vegas that Phil X is playing, Mateus Asato's playing at. I'm not sure. It's Steve I think, but that's going to be out in LA or out in Las Vegas. I want to say it's a couple days in the first week in January. So somebody says they heard I'm interviewing Dojo Cat next. Am I interviewing Dojo Cat, Mike? I don't think that's true. Somebody says, Rick, are you a Helmet fan? Paige Hamilton would be a cool interview. Paige Hamilton is awesome, and Helmet is a great band. And the Meantime record that Andy Wallace mixed is phenomenal. When I started getting into Andy Wallace's mixing, I mean, he did Slayer, Rain and Blood, and he did Run DMC with Aerosmith, Walk This Way, and then he did Nirvana Nevermind, and he did the first Rage Against the Machine record he mixed, and he did the Helmet record. He mixed that, which is a killer sounding record, and that song has a great video for it. Let's see here. I'll say it again. Who's asking? King's X. Somebody said to me, Rick, you never talk about King's X, which is not true, because in my top 10 Drop D video, I'm responding to the person that said I never talk about King's X. In that video, I'm pretty sure that I did that, and I'm looking up. Hold on, top 10. I'm going to look up Drop D. Let's see here. Drop D songs, 2.5 million views. And that was one of the top songs. I had it was a song off Dog Man. I'll tell you what it was. Anybody, if you don't know the Dog Man record, I mean, Gretchen Goes Nebraska is King's X is amazing, but Dog Man is a Brendan O'Brien record. Dog Man. Dogman King's X. No. Where's the record here, Mike? Hold on. King's X. Black the Sky, was that it? Let's see. King's X. Black the Sky. I think that was the one. No, that's not the one I had. No. Faith, Hope, Love, I think it was. No, It's Love is the tune I had. It has an amazing drop D riff. One of the best drop D songs, because it's got so many cool parts to it. Love that song. Evan, hey Rick, the Beato Book is great. Maybe the best theory purchase I've made anyways. Just wondering, what's your go-to lick when seeing if a guitar is right for you? Oh, Evan, great question. Mike, my go-to lick. I don't know if I have a go-to lick. Let me think about this. If I were to pick up a guitar, I'm going to pick up a guitar here. Do I have a go-to lick?
Boom. It'd be like your last quick lessons where you like ripping the board.
I don't know if I have a go-to. I'm not sure that I have a go-to, that I really have a go-to riff. I did play Stairway to Heaven the other day for my nephew who's learning the guitar. And he said to me, "Do you know Stairway to Heaven?" I said, "I do." And then he was learning Disarm by Smashing Pumpkins.
Ooh.
And he was playing the chords. Oh, hold on. Let me tune my guitar here. I can't play a guitar that's out of tune like this. Sorry. But he was playing Disarm and it was using just basic chords. And I said, well, Billy doesn't really play it that way. And so we brought up the YouTube video of Billy playing it, because I remembered that I think he starts on E minor 7. Oh, this is really flat, Mike. There we go.
That's a while.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure Disarm is and I was trying to tell him about doing downstrokes and stuff. And I was explaining to him about that you can play straight E minor. You can play it like that and it will sound like the song, but you want to learn these things exactly as they're played. And those little nuances. And I told him, I said, that's the difference between, and this is something that you'll see a lot of YouTube channels that'll teach these songs and do simplified versions of them. And that kind of, that's what always separated I think that's one of the things where my playing really, when I first started, the fact that I was able to figure out things when there was no internet, there was nobody to teach you songs. You just had to figure them out yourself. You didn't even have guitar tuners. You just tuned the record.
That Billy video, he was like, yeah, it's about the 9ths and the 7ths in
That's
there.
right.
Filling it up, giving its own personality.
That's right. I guess it's because I'm Canadian. I always feel the tragedy of the hip. It was missing band and what makes us sound great series. Love your channel. Ryan. So my brother Ray is a huge fan of the band, was a huge fan of the band. The singer passed away tragically of cancer. Probably 3 years ago, maybe something like that. And he is always telling me to make a video about the Tragically Hip. But really the thing about that I haven't made any What Makes This Song Greats. I make them, I just call them something different now, So I do still make those videos, but hold on. Here's another one here. Man, this is amazing. The super chats and stuff is unbelievable. 70-year-old drummer, started 20 years ago, still suck, but the way you break down songs really helps me understand the song structures and timing. Do you take requests? David Robinson is mine. Do I take requests? I take requests, I think. Wearing out cassette tapes, learning tunes. Mark just said there. Yes, the old cassette tape. That was the way that you learned songs, is off cassettes, or you drop the needle on the record, but you pretty much ruin the records. And the records that I still have, because I never got rid of any of my old records. Mike, do you have vinyl? You have vinyl, right?
Done at the studio, yeah. Probably,
Yeah.
Probably a couple hundred, not anything, psychic valuable or psycho valuable, but just things I'll pick up. Vinyls just because it makes me feel a little better when I'm, running around the studio.
Do you still have your CDs, or did you get rid of those?
No, I mean, unfortunately, they're probably in a landfill somewhere.
Mike, you threw out. Why did everyone get rid of their CDs? Why was that a thing?
They just.
You remember how people would sell them on eBay before?
Oh, yeah, I've tried to sell everything on eBay in the dark days.
Yeah, it's I never got rid of my CDs. I still have them. I don't have all the jewel cases with. I don't have them in the jewel cases because I have all these CD booklets. It used to be easier at the studio because I would carry the booklets up when I was at Tree Sound or wherever. Mike, was I still using CDs in a CD player when we were there?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Yeah,
that was because iTunes was still.
Was I burning CDs for you of mixes? Yes, right or no? 2007.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
Must have been,
but mostly it was. You'd. I'm trying to think how GL would send it to me. Way back.
Yeah, because I don't think that were we sending MP3s via email? Because when I go back and look at my email, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you would send it on. You send it? Is that's before Send Space and all that, right? Or we transfer?
Yeah,
like something like that. You send it or something. GL would send me the wave, and then we'd go from there.
Yeah,
I'd listen to it in my car for 30 days until I got sick of it. No one listened to it, and then I'd call you to do another record.
Let's see here. Moo Ant, thank you, Moo Ant. Did I miss anyone here? Hold on. Jimmy Page interview.
Yeah, there we go, Jimmy. If anybody lives next door to Jimmy,
if anybody lives next door to Jimmy, let us know.
We're working on Jimmy, right? I mean, Jimmy.
We're working on all these things. Interview Jeff Lynne. That would be a great interview. Once again, it's just hard to it's hard to get in touch with these people.
If you always see me glancing over, Rick, it's just there's a couple, with the special going on tonight, you have your bundle.
Yeah.
I just help facilitate some of that. So if I'm glancing over, it's because I'm talking to somebody.
Okay, so I'm going to take a second to do an ad, since this is not a sponsored video, as none of my videos are sponsored. My Beato New Year's Eve bundle is on sale right now for 2 days, 5 hours and 36 minutes more. It's a lifetime of learning materials. All my courses are bundled together. My Beato Book Interactive, which is a 500-page music theory textbook, which I wrote 20 years ago, actually 30 years ago, but I've revised it 5 times. Hundreds of audio examples through the book, dozens of video lectures and video demonstrations, audio recording for everything, and a 500-page PDF or a 500-page book that goes with it. Beato Beginner Guitar. If you're a beginner guitarist and you want to get that as part of this thing, it's a complete beginner guitar course, 28 videos, downloadable PDFs, works on all devices. My Quick Lessons Pro guitar course, that's 5 hours of video content. It's a little bit more sophisticated stuff. And then and then my Beato Ear Training. That has 80 video lessons and hundreds of interactive training modules that you can practice in your browser, plus a 27-page PDF that goes with that. It's all for $109. This is how I basically fund my channel. This I pay for things. This is how I fund the all the interviews. Everything is through this, and through donations to the channel. You can always donate. You can become a member of the Beato Club, and that's what keeps the channel going. So that's why I've never had to take on sponsors. So, and I will never take on a sponsor. I will quit YouTube before I have to take on a sponsor.
That's my favorite thing about you, Rick. Never,
Mike, you got to have some,
you've never sold out, even from in the old days.
Can't do it.
Way.
Can't do it. Hold on. Let me look at Mo Ant here. I loved your best odd time songs video. Can you talk a little bit about the day I tried to live? Would you ever come up with short videos with smaller YouTube people? Really loved your videos. And would you ever come some short videos with smaller? I'm not sure what that says there. Would I ever? It's just missing something in that sentence. Smaller YouTube people you really love the videos and music. Day I Tried to Live. Love the song. I was gonna play it right now, but. Oh, so good. Love that song. Chris Cornell, genius, absolute genius. Really saddens me every time I think about it. Rory says, my grandmother died on December 21st, and Disarm was the song I went to. I needed to pick up my guitar that day. Awesome. Yeah, that's a really unique song, and you could tell when Billy was listening to it that song is means something to him.
Oh yeah.
Somebody was asking me about hold on. Paul says, I miss listening sessions on the secret Beato YouTube channel. So what Paul is referring to is my Rick Beato 2 channel that we are putting new content up. Just put us. I have original content on there and other content. I've got about 190,000 subscribers on it, and I'm going to be uploading there way more frequently. Mike's going to be helping with that. And please subscribe. If you guys are watching the chat right now, go over, open up a new thing, and go to click a new tab, go over and subscribe to Rick Beato 2. And if you haven't subscribed to this channel, hit the subscribe button out. It really helps. Somebody asked a question here. I see. What would you do if YouTube didn't exist? Wow.
That's a deep one.
What would we all do if YouTube didn't exist? It would be a pretty boring night right here. You'd probably be binge watching something on Netflix or whatever. What would we do if YouTube didn't exist, though, Mike? I don't know, because there's so much stuff that's related to YouTube. So many people have learned to play instruments through YouTube, have learned to cook, have learned to fix cars, have learned to fix pools, have learned to fix.
So I've learned how to remodel houses. Just
remodel houses.
Videos.
Man, what don't people learn how to do? Cook. My wife watches cooking videos constantly, and it's unbelievable. I don't know what we would do. What would I be doing if it wasn't for YouTube?
I can't even imagine now.
No, I can't.
I might have a few more records under my belt, though.
Right. Somebody, Richard says, what makes this song great? Usually it's the words, not just the music. It is the words, but the problem with talking about words with people is that words are very subjective. And for me to tell people what lyrics mean, well, it's what I think that they mean to me, right? That's a that's a personal thing. And I mean, some lyrics are very obvious what they mean. I want to rock and roll all night and party every day. You know, if you have to ask, then you're getting into the territory of you know, like when McCartney says the movement is on my shoulder or is on your shoulder and let it be. And he said to Lennon, yeah, I'm going to change that. Lennon said, why? That's the best lyric in the song. He said, what? I don't even know what it means. And he said, exactly. Rick, you are the best. You're totally fulfilled with what you are. Wait, are you totally fulfilled with where you are and what you have achieved? BD. That's a great question. Yes. Yeah. I am. I love what I'm doing. And if I didn't, I would stop. So, and when I don't love what I'm doing, I will stop. I'm the luckiest guy in the world, you know, be able to do this. This is amazing. Spend my New Year's Eve with you. I always hated New Year's Eve. I never wanted to go out anywhere. I never played any New Year's Eve. I bet I've played one New Year's Eve gig or something, Mike, in my life. Never
Really?
never played New Year's Eve gigs. No, I never wanted to play gigs like that.
I'm trying to think.
One of the reasons I stopped, that I stopped playing jazz was that unless you were a huge jazz artist, the only gigs were in restaurants.
The joke you tell your friends, all your you know, everybody, like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh,
Like with Pat
dude,
Ryan.
like Pat, did you just play?
He said, I had an amazing gig last night. I said, really? What was on the menu?
Yeah.
He's doing, you know, he plays restaurants. He's a jazz musician. That's jazz musicians play restaurants. And I said, I hope they fed you at the gig. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's a very, you know, noble thing to do that. But for me, I didn't want to play over a bunch of people talking and eating dinner. Where I remember going out to this jazz club here in Atlanta that I forget what it was called, but I didn't realize, I heard about it for years, and I didn't realize it was in a restaurant, because when they advertise, I mean, of course they have food in it. It's a jazz club, and it's in downtown Atlanta. It was near the Fox Theater. And I remember coming home from the gig. I don't know, I can't remember who I went to see. Somebody that I knew. It was a guy that actually played on a session. He invited me down to a gig to watch it. And I remember my clothes smelled like Chinese food, I think it was, or something. When I got home, and I was like, man, and it just made me feel bad. I was thinking, like, the guys that play these jazz gigs come home and their clothes smell like Chinese food. And that's what they remember from the gig. And they, you know, it's kind of like this, when I did this Christmas gig with my buddy Rob, who passed away last year. And he wore this Superman costume, Mike. And he said, yeah, we're going to do Christmas songs. And but I'm going to dress as Superman. I said, okay. So we learn all these Christmas songs, and we go up and we start playing. And we're in about the third song, Silent Night or whatever, but doing our own versions. And the guy comes up on stage, the club owner, as we're playing a song, as if we weren't even there, as if we were just standing there talking. And he says, hey, I thought you guys were doing cover songs tonight. And Rob, without missing a beat, he said, we didn't write any of these songs. And after the first set, he said he paid us and told us to go home.
That's what it's like.
And Mark Richardson, that Billy Corgan talked about in the interview, who owned Triclops Studio, was at the gig with his wife, Jean Ann. And we laughed so hard because Rob came over the table in the Superman outfit and said, the man just After the first set, he said the manager just came up and talked to me, and he says, "Yeah, we don't need you for the rest of the gig. Here's your money. I want you guys to stop." And I laughed so hard, Mike, for hours. And Mark and I talked about this for years after that. Just that was the funniest thing.
Right? You have to work for the same money though. So like,
That's right.
and you probably got some free food. So
We did get free food. Interview my countryman, Alan Johannes, and Jam. That would actually it would be cool. Sean says some of the various song breakdowns. How do I isolate various instruments from the music? High-end computer app or what? I used to say that these are all stems or they're multi-tracks, but there are some apps that will isolate things, but they will isolate them. Anything that's hard panned, meaning that's in one speaker or another, you can isolate it by removing the middle channel. So you can pull out guitar parts and things like that. You can pull out the bass part, kind of, although there's a lot of weird artifacts. There is software that does it, but it doesn't sound that good nothing that I've never used I've never done what makes a song great with a track like that. Never. I've always done it with stems or multi-tracks, period. Can I talk about John Frusciante's solo music about Red Hot Chili Peppers' new record? I don't know their new record that well. I was just talking to a friend of mine that went to see the Chili Peppers for the first time and said how blown away he was by how good they are live. And he said, have you ever seen the Chili Peppers? I said, I've seen the Chili Peppers like 10 times, more than almost any other band, because I love the Chili Peppers live. They are phenomenal. I saw the Chili Peppers play in the 80s at the Haunt, the place that I talked about yesterday, back in my interview with my old teacher, Steve. But the Chili Peppers are an amazingly good band. And I would love to interview John Frusciante and Flea. I'd like to interview the whole band, but those guys definitely would be I think would be a really cool interview. Or any of them. I'd interview any of them separately, even Flea, Chad, whoever.
I like personally Will Ferrell. I mean Chad and dude, he's like such a tight drummer. I mean, for me, is like
he's amazing. Oh my god,
guitar player, but I'm like, obviously all guitar players think that they're awesome drummers. So like that's me. And Chad Smith, like when you watched all their videos in the '90s when they were huge and they got to make their own drum videos, like the Chad Smith video is like
incredible.
Where were we? We were just at Chicago Music Exchange and they were talking about Chad went in there and just played every drum.
Oh yeah. Right.
Toy didn't matter. You just play every drum in there, and it sounded like record quality, just tight as a whistle. Like
he's amazing.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite drummers.
Oh, I love Chad Smith. He's incredible. Okay, Demi Dome says, I loved your Victor Wooten interview. Seems like an amazing person. Victor is one of the greatest human beings, the nicest person. Every time I've hung out with Victor, he is just an incredibly cool guy and a brilliant, brilliant musician. He mentioned Dave Matthews Band and their improvisation in today's bands. Your thoughts on Dave Matthews Band? So I've tried to get Dave Matthews to be on my channel. I'm trying. And I hope it'll happen. I'd love to interview Dave Matthews. Richard McLaughlin says, okay, good answer. Okay. I guess I answered your question, Richard. I can't remember what it was from before. Charlie says, best part of the show is the wide array of musical genres. I'm a fan of both Lizzie McAlpine and the late Lyle Mays. Not in a million years did I think I would find a show that would cover both. Well, I haven't covered them both here tonight, but absolutely. I really loved Lyle. And I made a video about him. I made a video about Lyle that he's on the thumbnail, and it was a video. It was a video that I couldn't find a good title to. Lyle played keyboards and piano in Pat Metheny's band. And I told the story, Mike. It was a story video. It's one of my best stories, too. Lyle came back after a Pat Metheny show on October 10th, 1981.
My birthday. That's my birthday. Like legit.
Literally the day you were born.
The date, yeah.
The date.
Wow.
Okay, so October 10th, 1981.
81.
You're wondering how I remember this, right?
Yeah.
I remember the date. Actually, you're probably not wondering. I'll tell the story again since nobody watched the video. So Pat Metheny group plays at this place in Ithaca. It was a Cornell University Presents, but it was a theater in downtown Ithaca. And I was an usher because I couldn't afford to pay to go to the concert. So I was an usher for it. So I got to go backstage and meet Pat after. Pat was 26 at the time. Pat's 68. He'll be 69 next year. He was born in 1954. So after the show, so I talked to Pat for a while, and a bunch of people went backstage to talk to him. And then I talked to Lyle, and Lyle says, "Hey, is there a video arcade around here?" And I said, "Yeah, there's one right around the corner. Why? What games do you like to play?" He's like, "Asteroids." That's what games were there in 1981. So we go around the corner, and Lyle starts playing Asteroids in this video arcade. So he's playing there, and my mind was blown from this concert, and I can't believe I'm hanging out with Lyle talking to him. So Lyle says, "Do you know anyone that plays chess?" And I said, "Oh my God, my roommate Smitty is an amazing chess player." "Well, let's go play. Can we go play? Is he around?" And I said, "Yeah, let's, but we have to hitchhike. I don't have a car." And you used to hitchhike in the downtown Ithaca. No problem getting a ride. We live in this apartment complex called Hudson Heights, about 2 miles from there. So Lyle Mays and I hitchhike, and these two girls pick us up. They left the concert. And they said, "Hey, you guys going? Did you guys go to the concert tonight?" I said, "Oh yeah, it was amazing." Not even realize this is the guy. Lyle Mays has long hair. He was the guy on stage playing keyboards with Pat Metheny. So they drop us off, and my roommate Smitty is sleeping then. And I said, I told him when I was going to the gig, he goes, "Well," I said, "maybe I'll bring Pat back and we'll jam after or something," right? I was joking.
Yeah.
So I open the door. I say, "Hey, Smitty, Lyle Mays is here to play chess with you." He's like, "What?" And he puts his glasses on and everything. He says, "I thought Metheny was coming back." He didn't realize. He thought I was joking. I said, "No, Lyle Mays is actually here. And he's going to play. He wants to play you in chess." So Paul turns on the light and he starts laughing because this famous piano player is there. So we have this huge painting of John Coltrane on the wall that Paul's dad had done, and then his stereo and everything. So Lyle said, "Hey, can we order a pizza or something?" I was like, yeah. So we called Domino's and ordered pizza. And then a few other guys catch wind of this, other friends of mine, and they show up at the place, right? So we put on this record, this VSOP record, and start playing it. And Lyle and Paul play, and their match was like 2 hours long. And Paul beat Lyle. And Lyle was an excellent chess player, but Paul was a rated chess player. And Paul had the game memorized I bet he still has it memorized. But when I was making that video, I said, "Do you have that game somewhere?" He's like, "Yeah, I have it right here." And he showed it to me. He had he had written down the game that night, and it said October 12th, 1981. And because it was after midnight. So he wrote down all the moves from the game that he had. But then we got a ride back with some people and dropped Lyle off at the bus that was waiting for him at 3. I bet they were pissed.
Oh yeah, that's big trouble.
Yeah. Right? If the bus is waiting for one person.
You mad
right?
that beat or no?
What's that?
Was he mad that he got beat or no? Because it's always tricky, you know. You have the artist to your house and you win, and it's like all the air comes out of the room, and you're like,
Okay,
oh,
so I saw Pat play a few weeks later in back in Rochester at this place, Nazareth College, where my Aunt Penny went to school. It's one of the best concerts I've ever seen of the Matheny group of that era. Blew me away. And I talked to Lyle about it, about the thing. I got backstage and I talked to him, and he remembered me. It was just a few weeks before. And he said, man, he goes, I'd love to get a rematch with Paul. That he was really good. I said, yeah, well, if you come back to Ithaca again, we could do it. And that was cool. But I never spoke to Lyle again after that. Never got to meet him. And, you know, it was great to get to interview Pat. I didn't even tell Pat the story when we were hanging out before the thing. I didn't want to really bring it up or anything. I didn't know, Lyle had passed away a couple of years ago. So hold on, let me read some more of these things. What are my opinions on death metal and black metal? When you did your 90s video, you didn't include extreme metal, even though it's part of the 90s. When I did what 90s video did I do though?
extreme metal.
Black metal would be like Norwegian, I think, right? Norwegian metal. What is my I love really, let me see here. Used to have black metal, what they would consider black metal.
Extreme metal.
Let's see here. Oh, like Celtic Frost, yeah. Hellhammer, Merciful Fate, yeah, okay. Awesome. It says, initially synonym for satanic metal. Black metal has often sparked controversy due to actions and ideologies associated with the genre. Characteristics. Although it typically refers to Norwegian style with shrieking vocals and raw production, the term is traditionally applied to bands with widely differing sounds. Merciful Fate, Mayhem, Blasphemy. But I associate it with Scandinavian metal bands with a lot of screaming, basically. I've talked about doing more metal videos, like doom metal videos, because I've got I have a lot of these doom metal amps, and I just haven't gotten around to making them. A lot of it is so genre specific that it'd be something where I'd want to bring somebody in from one of the bands to talk about it, something like that. A couple other things. Bob Weir would be a fantastic interview. He'd be a great interview. Mike?
Yeah, I've have talked to his manager a couple days ago. Matt,
Okay.
dude. Bob is just so busy. It's just a matter of trying to figure out when, he's in how many bands is he in now? Bob Weir.
He's in like 10 bands. Hold on. Michael Kinney says, Mark Salmon, who you should talk about and should be remembered, says, when did jazz become brunch music? I mean, that was basically my point of that, when did jazz become brunch music? I see some jazz comments in here. I love jazz. Hold on. I was reading somebody saying that. Hey, Rick, what about what's some part of an interview you wish you could have aired but couldn't? Can't tell you that. I've had people get in trouble in interviews saying things that would have gotten them in trouble that I've edited out because I did not want the video to be about that.
Yeah.
I don't do that. I don't do things that get people in trouble like that. I don't want my videos to be about that. Martin, super sticker. Thank you, Martin, so much. Appreciate that.
Hey, Rick, Motor City Big. Or you go ahead, Rick.
Hold on. Have you ever done a video on Prince's guitar? So my guitar movies at George Harrison tribute concert. Love to hear a breakdown of it. You know, other people have mentioned that to me. It's great solo. Mentioned about doing that, and that's actually a good one. That's something I need to that I need to just remember to do. Another one here. Sorry to bug you again. Just putting some big wreck. What's your vibe on Ian Thornley? I love Ian. He's amazing. I've talked to Ian about being on the channel. I just need to make it happen. I like to do my interviews in person. And when I talked to Ian, I said, you know, when we get a chance to do it in person, I'd love to do it. So it's just a matter of figuring out when Ian is where we can actually do the interview. Okay, so we have our special guest coming up here. Mike, I'm gonna sign off with you and bring on my last guest to ring in the new year.
Awesome. Well,
I appreciate you. Yes, I appreciate everything. We'll talk.
Yeah, tell the family Happy New Year for me.
You too. I know you have an extra hour.
Yeah.
I'll
Awesome.
see you
Later.
Okay, so last but not least, last but most, here we go. Mr. Tim Pierce. Tim.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
It's my one day without my black shirt. So
you look great.
Thank you.
You look great. Well, it's early there, Tim, so it's not even, you know.
Yeah.
You still have hours to go.
Yeah, we're right in front of 9 p.m. and it's a torrential rain, which we need. So
I heard about that. Somebody sent me a picture.
Yeah.
From LA today, and it was raining. What's the deal?
Atmospheric river. This is the kind of rain we used to get all the time in prior decades. And it's really wonderful. It's literally a tropical rainstorm with just massive amounts of water pouring down steadily.
Does it feel good?
Oh gosh, yes. It feels like the world's not going to end. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Yeah. We love it here in LA when it rains. It's great. It's great.
That's so cool.
We love it.
That's cool. And I trust you had a great dinner out tonight.
It was good. Early dinner, driving home. No accidents. The car was floating on the water. What happens on the freeway is, you know, there is a sheet of water, and I get those yellow warnings you get on your car when you're losing drive. You can feel it that you're actually you're hydroplaning. Happened a lot on the way home. So, but we made it home safely. And how about you? How long have you been on?
Almost 5 hours, Tim. And I haven't lost my voice yet. I've been vamping. I've had guests. I had Keith and Ward on for a couple hours. It was so fun.
Oh, I bet.
And I just had Mike on, and
great.
And was hoping that you'd be able to make it here before midnight. So
great. We'll usher in the East Coast in just 8 minutes. I think we usher in the East Coast.
8 minutes. I'm gonna see on my. I'm gonna pull up my clock here that has a minute. I think it has a minute hand. Let's see here. I wonder if there's a way I can do this. I wonder if the iPhone has an actual clock that it does.
Wouldn't that be nice? You think they would have an old school?
I'm going to see if I'm just going to Google clock. How about New Year's Eve countdown clock?
Oh,
I bet there's such a thing. New Year's Eve countdown clock.
Hey, Rick, is there any way to see your chat on my screen?
I think so. You click on where it says comments.
Oh, yay. Hey, everybody. Wow, cool. Nice to see you, everybody. Thanks for hanging with Rick for 5 hours.
Okay, 6 minutes and 52 seconds. Of course, there's a New Year's Eve countdown clock, Tim.
Excellent. Excellent.
So any questions for Tim? Hold on. I have a couple other super chats here, Tim. What about Burt Bacharach? Already lost Michelle Legrand. Yes. From the old school, but Burt and Tony Bennett still around. Any ideas? I was mentioned earlier in the stream about making some videos on some old school songwriters, but I was talking about Jerome Kern and Rodgers and Hart and things like that. But but I should really talk about people like Burt Bacharach too, and Jimmy
That's a
Webb.
great idea. Yeah, he's
And,
around. He lives here. Yeah, that is a great idea.
Burt's, I think, 94, Tim, something like that.
Yeah,
90,
I mean,
93. Love to see you do a video on late George Duke sometime. Absolutely. And then Rick, many of us Brazilians grew up listening to grunge. Buying simple CDs was magic. Good times. You could interview Cantrell. Hope to interview Jerry sometime in 2023.
that'd be great. Be great
Michael,
to see.
thank you. Go ahead, Tim.
With Carole King.
Carole King.
Yeah, some of these really, really, iconic, great writers.
Tim, did you ever play on any Carole King tracks or anything?
No, I didn't, because I came later. She was actually not really active when I moved here. I mean, there were a lot of great songwriters. I would work with like Diane Warren and Jeff Berry and a lot of really, who's the guy? I'll think of his name. Anyway, a lot of the really, really classic songwriters, because they were always doing demos and their own records from time to time too. So yeah, the 1980s when I started here, so it was a little past her.
So I'm going to see Tim in a couple weeks in Los Angeles. I'm not talking about who. I don't ever say who the interviews when I come out there, but Tim and I are going to hang and we'll make a video together as we always do. I always enjoy my trips to Los Angeles. That's yes,
you do.
I love coming over to Tim's house and hanging out and us going out to dinner and we always make a video together that I usually will edit and put out in the same day that we make the video.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, the thing that people need to know is that you love these Italian cypress trees that you see all around my neighborhood.
I do.
And it's just, you have an interest in so many things. And when you come here,
I love trees. I love plants. I love trees. And all those Italian cypresses up near your house are amazing.
Yeah, it's really you're an LA aficionado when you're here. You're always asking questions about where to stay, where the best restaurants are, where the musicians are, everything.
What do people do? What do people hang out? All that stuff. Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
Love to see you make a John Prine video. Yes, I'll make a John Prine video at some point. Any questions for Tim?
There was somebody asked about a Phil Collins story, and
okay, let's hear it, Tim. We got 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
We stayed in Switzerland at a chateau when we did one of his solo records, and I showed up with jet lag, and I put a kettle on the stove. Now, so let me just explain to you what that means. I'm staying with all these British, high-level British people, and I take a kettle that you're supposed to plug into a wall outlet to heat water, and I put it on the stove, on an electric stove, and I burned up a plastic kettle.
Oh, no.
It melted, and the plastic smoke was everywhere. And I became this kind of like legend for being like the stupidest American. I had never actually used a kettle. They don't have kettles here in America. Well, of course they do. I actually would love to have one. They have these great kettles. You plug it in and the water gets hot in like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And I took that kettle and I put it on a stove and basically melted it.
Never heard the end of it, Tim, right?
They actually, Phil's people, his 2 right-hand people, they shipped it to me via FedEx, the melted kettle, after the project.
Oh my God.
Phil's a great guy. He's like a soldier. He's like, one time I walked past him and he said, how's it going there, Major? And I thought, oh, this is a military operation for you, this record. And he wanted everybody to be in sync. So everybody starts at 10, everybody has lunch at 1, everybody starts back to work at 2, everybody goes home at 7. And then of course some people don't go home. The engineer, there's people who stay and work after that, but he didn't want anybody to be out of sync, so it's a good
probably from being a drummer, Tim. Right. Hold on. Happy New Year from Melbourne, Australia, where it's a humid 95 degrees on a Sunday afternoon. Chill into your program. Cheers, Rick. Thanks, John. 95 degrees. Tim, what's the hottest it's been in LA recently?
We had a beautiful Christmas day, 80-degree Christmas day. Well, it actually got up to 82 Christmas Day. So we had some wonderful warm weather when the big bad blizzard storm was hitting most of America.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it got down to 5 degrees here, Tim.
I heard.
5.
I heard. Yeah.
Okay, so there's 1 minute and 15 seconds left, Tim.
Yay.
This is unbelievable. We're going to count down here to the new year. I can't believe that I'm going to start writing 2023. Actually, I never write anything anymore. So we're down.
Like it.
We're down to 1 minute. I'm going to go down here to the bottom of the chat here. I'm sorry I missed a couple super chats. I'll come back up here, but I want to see the thing here. 45 seconds, Tim.
Okay.
Can you
Just
believe this? Tim, were you on at the end last year, or did you have to go? You had to go, I think.
No, you know what it was? I actually requested, since you didn't, you actually asked me to do this at the last minute. If you remember, you just forgot.
Yeah.
You were busy. But last year you asked me in advance, and I chose an early slot.
You did. That's right. And
Yeah.
then you went to dinner after that, I think.
Yeah, I went down and joined family. That we had family here on New Year's Eve.
Hold on, Tim. 13 seconds left. We got the countdown now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! Happy New Year.
Yay!
Happy New Year, everyone. Unbelievable. Wow. It's insane. I can't even. Another one in the books, Tim. This will be
I think you're getting
year.
better. The future's getting brighter. 2023 is going to be a good one.
I think so too. Let me go back to a couple of the chats I had here that I missed. Okay, so we have hopefully I don't miss anything. I'm curious for session players, what's the difference between Tim Pierce and Steve Lukather?
Oh, this is a great question. Oh, okay. So Steve grew up in LA with the greats, around him, went to high school with great players, Michael Landau, the Porcaros, David Page. So they formed this band. And by the age of 19, the age of 20, Steve Lukather was in some ways fully formed. I mean, he could play Larry Carlton licks just straight up and down when I first met him, and he was like 25. So the difference is he has a lot more talent than I do.
Come on, Tim.
And he learned all of his stuff super early. Here is a real difference, though. I started guitar at 12, and he started at 6. And when he started at 6, he was in an environment around the best of the best. I mean, Joe Porcaro, people who were, the actual ringers inside the music business. He grew up around those people. So really, really bright guy. The first session I did with him, he sat down at a grand piano and played the most ferocious piano lick I had ever heard, just to show everybody in the room. It's just bravado. They used to talk about him as having so much bravado. And then, as a writer, he wrote Turn Your Love Around with George Benson, with Jay Graydon, stuff like that. I mean, it's just. He
can do it all. He's a great singer.
Absolutely.
He play all these instruments,
Yeah. It's the tip of the iceberg with Steve. When you see he's doing something, it's only a fraction of what he can do. But the thing about Steve that I love is we love him now. He's so sweet right now. So he's mellowed, his playing is so good. And Alan Hines went to see them at the Baked Potato. The band's called Nerve Bundle, which I think is the best name you can have for a band. So it's him and Jeff Babco and Greg Bissonette and Jorgen Carlson. And Alan Hines was telling me, the great thing about Steve is his rhythm playing is unbelievable.
I just talked to Alan about that last week, Tim, about him seeing Steve and how good his rhythm playing is.
Yeah, the way his hands touch the guitar right now, that's how I want my hands to touch my guitar. You know what I'm saying? It's like we all have our own, but the way just watch his hands when they touch the guitar. It's exactly the thing I love the most. And it comes from a different era. He was listening to these great R&B players. He was listening to Larry Carlton. It comes from this great era in music, which is basically the late 70s,
Yeah. Well, it's pretty much the era that you and I grew up in too, Tim.
Yeah. Yeah. exactly the same era. So
Yeah.
that's why I identify with it, and that's why I love that music still like crazy.
Okay, I got a few more questions. Rick, Kathy says suggestion more women musicians, songwriters in the channel. Sean Colvin, Joan Hour Training, Ricky Lee, Aretha, Nina Simone, take it on. I'm going to have more female artists on my channel this year, including interviews. Definitely this year. See, I used the term this year. Tim is a great way to ring in the new year. Yes, he absolutely is.
Thank you.
Tim.
Thank you.
Oh, best story.
Well, I gave you one or two stories. I'll try and think of some more if I can. Absolutely.
Hold on, wait a second. Hold on. I'd love to see you interview Guthrie Govan. Any plans on doing that in the future? I've met Guthrie when he was around in town, but no interview. Guthrie doesn't like doing interviews. When are we getting the best Neil Young song? Serious dearth of Neil. You know what? You're right. Soon, Daniel. We'll get a Neil Young. I'll have a Neil Young song on here. Wait, is that Bobby Huff that I saw in there? Bobby Huff. Tim ever play with Larry Carlton? Play with Larry? I don't know, but Tim is very. Tim and Larry. When I first met Larry, I went with Tim.
Yeah, that was the first time I met Larry. I had worked with his wife, his ex-wife, on a record she was doing when they were getting divorced, and Larry friended me on Facebook at that point. And that's neither here nor there, but he was super nice, you know, when we became friends on Facebook. But that night I met him, and then I've been back to the Baked Potato and talked to him, and I feel like I know him now. So, you know,
Larry was so nice that night.
Yeah, he's so nice.
Tim and I sat 1 foot away from the stage pretty much. It was amazing.
Yeah, we engineered that. If you set it up with the Baked Potato, you can sit right in front of your idol.
Yeah,
just have to get there early.
That was so cool. Okay, does Tim know that his name appears in a music trivia game?
That's crazy. No.
Ah.
What game?
Let's see if they write here. Video about Cliff Burton's playing Metallica. I've done some videos on Cliff in the past year. Back in 2020, you mentioned doing more female artists. Yes, Scott, I will. Emily Remler. I need to do Emily Remler video too. So Tim.
Yeah, I'm sending a text and I'll be right there. Okay.
Okay. Somebody says, Tim, and Don't Dream It's Over. Last verse after the line, counting the steps to the door of your heart. There's a single line guitar note. Is that you?
That is me. I'm doing all of the color sounds on that song. Yes, that is me. Yeah, Neil plays the rhythm and I do all the floaty, dreamy, tremolo arm stuff. And yeah, that's me, the embellishments, the icing on the cake.
One of my favorite songs ever, and just an absolutely brilliant song. And I love your playing on that, Tim.
Thank you,
man.
It's a lucky thing. And that was the age. Just real quick, Crowded House released that record and it died. And the record company, Capitol Records, just kept at it. Crowded House kept touring. And a year later, that song became the biggest song in the world at that moment.
What year would that have been?
I would say that would have been 88, 89. We'd have to look it up.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That ignited my session career because every songwriter in LA wanted to write songs like that. And so because I had played on that, I ended up everywhere in every room with all these songwriters. And that actually started my session career, which in 1990, I started doing sessions every day full time. That was something that ignited it.
But Tim, that's a really such a great, like the chord changes and everything. It's such a perfect song to play.
Well, it was. I mean, he lyrically and musically, it stood out because there was nothing cliche about it.
Right.
It was like this beautiful painting or something.
Yeah.
And so it was like a Beatles song popped out of all of this, commercial songwriting. And he wasn't trying to be commercial. It was this beautiful, piece of art that actually became huge all over the world. And so when that happens, songwriters, they go, hey, I could actually do something like that. Let's chase that. And so it was a favorite of songwriters.
Tim, could a song like that ever become famous now? No, right?
I think things are too segmented and everything is in a silo. So every audience is this vertical thing that's not connected to the next vertical thing. So
Really well put.
what you've got back in the day, everything spread everywhere, and maybe you weren't a fan of that kind of music, but you heard it anyway because everything was kind of coding everything else. And now there's these separate silos that don't touch each other.
Wow.
And
I've never heard you describe it like that, but that's a
Yeah.
perfect way to think of it.
And I mean, that's like us with our YouTube audiences. Everybody, that's just reality now. So it's
Yeah.
not necessarily a bad
Everything
thing.
is carefully segmented because of algorithms, basically.
There you go. Yeah.
Suggestion engines and stuff.
Yeah.
It keeps people siloed in their in particular genres, right?
Yeah, and then if you figure on our screens, we are getting fed more of what we want all the time. So,
Yeah.
maybe I want to hear The Weeknd's new song, and maybe it is the biggest song in the world, but I don't necessarily hear it because all the choices I make on my screens. I just thought of that.
Tim, I was talking with Ward and Keith earlier about how we'll stumble on channels that we can't believe we've never seen before, music channels or other kind of channels that have never been suggested, or our channels that people won't know about, that we feel like we've been on YouTube forever. It's like, how does people discovering our channels now? But
yeah, I just found you. It's kind of crazy when that happens.
Yeah,
it still happens.
It does still happen. So somebody had another one in here about 2023. Where is guitar playing going in 2023, Evan?
I think, there's a little bit of a cooling off period going right now because guitar playing went through the roof during the pandemic. Everybody stayed home and wanted to play guitar, and all the guitar players who couldn't tour, started out, with their YouTube channels.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, we got saturated, and then of course all of the big companies that make musical instruments and sell them had basically a Black Friday every day of their
that's right.
existence. And then so there was a big shortage of stuff. You couldn't get new stuff. We're in a bit of a resting period after that, but I think guitar is coming back in. I did a video about 3 months ago because you'll remember this. I checked in on the top 10 worldwide, and 7 of the top 10 songs had guitar parts on them.
Yeah.
And some of them had guitar as the engine behind the song. I mean, this Steve Lacy song, I mean, that's guitar.
Right.
So it's just going to be more of that. I think guitar is edging back in. It will always share the space with digital and now AI music, and it'll always share the space with everything that comes out of a laptop. So it'll never be like, oh, it's the Beatles again or whatever. That'll never happen again. Or even that Crowded House song, which is basically guitars driving everything. The song that comes out like that now will still have electronics in it, and that's fine. Right. But where's it going? I think it's here back. I think it's back. It's coming back. I mean, all we need some kids who are rock stars to bring rock back. That's
right.
the thing. But they got to be rock stars. They got to be, Jimmy Page and Robert Plant, or they got to be, exactly. They got to be rock stars. But that could happen, and it's got to be kids.
Got to be kids.
Yeah, it's got to be kids. So, I'm waiting for that. It'll be great when it happens.
Tim, what any New Year's resolutions tonight?
I'm going to try and live the day that is the best day that's feasible for me every day.
Wow, I like it.
And that means saying no to certain things at certain times, because you know how it is. You still take on things that end up being too time consuming and pull you away from, whatever your mission is. And I do have a mission. For me, I want to make my educational website, my subscription platform, the masterclass, even better than it is. I mean, it's people like it, but it could be a lot more structured. So I'm going to try and reverse engineer some structure into that. And then this YouTube thing, you know, I can't get enough of that, you know.
That's right.
Yes. I'm going to keep
Yes,
my body. I'm going to keep my body healthy too.
there
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah. There you go. That's it.
I always tell people with you, Tim, we just sit down. We never have any idea what we're going to talk about. And I say, I'll just turn the camera on. Tim loves to prepare for things, and I hate to prepare. I'm not sure why. What is it about our personalities, Tim? That
it's not that. It's well, part of it is you have a better memory than I do. I have to burn something in. Like this morning, I did an Aerosmith video, a Joe Perry video. Actually, it was about Joe Perry, and the research got burned in, and I had a speech. So I didn't have to memorize. I was able to talk fluently. But you actually, because of your memory, you can talk fluently about stuff without much preparation. It's not fair. It's not equitable. But
well, Tim, I play the straight guy and everything, and you're the comedian on the in the videos. I get to ask you questions, and you always have the great stories to entertain with. So
more disasters. We got more disasters to talk about.
It's I love it. I love it. I got Rick. You should interview Gordon Lightfoot. Tad, thank you. I'd love to interview Gordon Lightfoot. Tim, you said you'd have to spend more time warming up as you age. Have you also changed the way you play in your warm-ups?
Yes, I have. I mean, I think I'm really open about it at this point because I want the guitars to be so easy to play that that I don't have to fight them at all. And I mean, it's great that you use eights. I put eights on some guitars. So warm-ups for me are, I actually get better a little later in the afternoon, and all my live streams are in the morning. So I have to be very careful to make sure I get the guitar in my hands a couple of hours before the live stream. I guess I have to say it's more psychological. I've become more comfortable with my limitations, and sometimes I play to those limitations. And I have a jazz piano player friend, Alan Pasqua, who said he was, I got this big gig with Peter Erskine and Dave Carpenter, and I haven't even touched my piano. I said, well, what's wrong with you? And he said, I just changed my style. So
right, don't play any fast licks.
Yeah. So there's a little of that, but I love practicing. I've come full circle because when I was doing sessions full time, I didn't have time to practice. I just show up and play all day and go home. But now when I wake up in the morning, I like to do some practicing. So I'm like a 12-year-old again. I've come full circle. So that has changed. Lastly, I just make sure the guitars I play are totally easy to play.
Yeah.
Don't fight anything. And I know you're like that too, because I picked up your blue signature guitar, and I just wanted to take it with me because it played itself. There were eights on it, and the action was just right next to the frets.
Tim, I took 5 weeks off from playing. I haven't done any Instagram posts or anything. I've been posting now this week again, but I had a problem with my wrist. We didn't really talk about this, but I had a problem with this right here, but it was my wrist. It wasn't my thumb. And then it was really, and my thumb was bothering me as well, but it was it was uncomfortable to certain positions were uncomfortable. So I was just, every time I looked at the guitar, I was saying, I go like that. I was like, I better not play and stuff. And just by taking the time off, it's either that, or I was taking this stuff for my knee. I was taking Advil and for my knee. Celebrex, that's right.
Yeah.
For my knee, and then the other benefit was that it actually helped heal.
That's great.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think of that. Yeah, that's great.
And so I was telling my wife today that my knee, this doctor says I need to have surgery on my knee, but now for the first time, my knee feels great today, like no pain at all.
Great news. Wow, I'm happy.
But that's just a matter of time, So we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll go get another opinion.
I know people who've had knees replaced, and it usually turns out really good.
This is a 15-minute surgery, the guy said.
Oh, he's just doing a laparoscopic cleanup.
Yeah, cleanup. It's two little things and just clean it up. He said you can run in 6 weeks.
I would take.
Do
I
you
would
guys
do
have
that.
a favorite recent rock band? Anything that came up in the last 5 or 10 years?
In the rock realm, that's a tough one. Certainly in the R&B realm, there's a guy called Lucky Day that I love, who's an R&B singer, but that's not rock. Trying to think in the last 5 years. The problem with some of the rock that comes around is it's just a clone of earlier stuff, and of course everything has influences, but whoever carries this flag and gets us back, it makes rock popular again, is going to have to combine the influences in a clever way. It's going to have a little bit of Queen, a little bit of Zeppelin, a little bit of Soundgarden, but it's got to be its own thing. And the singer's going to have to be really charismatic. Anyway, back to your question. No, I haven't. I really have. I can't think of anybody.
Hold on, let's see here. Do you know the music of late great Canadian artist Ed Bickert? Of course, I know Ed Bickert. He was a great jazz guitarist. Played a Telecaster. I used to listen to many of his records, and legend. Tim, do you like Phil Keaggy? Is one of the questions.
Oh yeah, yeah. I met him once. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful player. And not as, definitely people don't know him as well now, but when I was coming up, he was a player. He was everywhere. Yeah, we all knew him. Absolutely.
Yeah, everybody knew Phil Keaggy. It's funny when people ask me if I know Phil Keaggy. It's like, of course I know Phil Keaggy, but but it's really that if you grew up in the 70s, you knew Phil Keaggy.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. So Tim, I am burnt right now.
No doubt, man. Well, thanks for slipping me in here at the end for a half hour. It's really been fun. It's always fun.
Always fun. And I'm going to see you here very soon, a couple weeks. We're going to make a video together. We're going to hang. It's going to be great.
Yeah, we have dinner with some good friends. So it's going to be great. Yeah. All right.
All right. Well, listen, everyone, Happy New Year. Great to have everyone hang. Thank you so much. And 2023 is going to be awesome.
Bye, everybody.
All right. See you, Tim.
See ya. Bye-bye.